Boundaries which divide life from death are at best shadowy and vague. Who shall say where the one ends and where the other begins? Edgar Allan Poe. Prologue. Disbelief can be a powerful enemy. Seriously, if a disheveled guy in bloodied clothes stumbled out of an alley or a doorway and came at you, arms outstretched, what would you do? Some people would offer some type of assistance, and this would be their undoing. Nobody, prior to the onset of a plague of the living dead, would think zombie and run. The dead simply don't walk. It's a fundamental law of nature. You might think the offending flesh-eater was just a homeless guy looking for spare change, and you'd walk away. Of course, then the creature follows you, moaning, shambling, and generally looking vacant. You get pissy at his persistence and challenge him with the, "Look, buddy, I don't have anything for you" ploy. The undead continues to stumble at you, and you point at him and tell him to get lost. He doesn't. Some people would get scared and run from their pursuer. Some would decide that they don't like being followed and would confront the zombie incognito. Game over. One bite, sometimes even just a scratch, and you're playing for the other team in a day at most. Of course, once you're bitten, you either succumb right then, or you run, thinking the whole time, "I hope that guy didn't have AIDS or some shit." Then you go to the hospital, or go home, put on a bandage, and have dinner with your family. Either way, you're screwed. In addition to the dead things walking, which is strange in itself, the basic principles of weaponry cease to exist when confronting the undead. Weapons are supposed to kill through injury, but as the opponents on the business end of said weapons are already dead, most bodily trauma is ineffective. Knifing your average human will seriously injure them, but sticking a knife into the chest of an undead will achieve little. Shooting one in the shoulder will spin it around, maybe knock it over, but not for long. This is a difficult concept to grasp, and when the plague first popped up, hundreds of people died, thinking they were safe behind the butt end of a 9mm. Bullets were useless, unless you scored a headshot, but really, have you ever fired a gun? Have you ever fired a gun while scared shitless at people intent on eating you? Let's assume the dead are coming for you, and apply the following parameters to your aim. You've never fired a gun before. You're terrified, out of breath from running, hungry, thirsty, and haven't slept in days. Now try to hit your 15 shambling attackers in the head at 50 feet. Unless you've been trained in the use of firearms and have practiced steadily, at best, you would probably pop one in the noggin. Reload. 20 feet away. They're closer, so you get 4 more. Reload. 10 feet away. Panic sets in, and you fire wildly, wishing you had the aim you did at 20 feet. 2 more headshots, and the remaining 8 creatures are dining on your innards. Still, you managed to thin the herd by 6. Now, you're thinking the math is wrong. You destroyed 7. But you're joining the party now, so only 6 have truly gone away. Not bad, though. You did well, other than the whole being eaten part. Under normal circumstances, a 6-to-1 kill ratio would be excellent. Ask any video gamer. These are not normal circumstances, however, and nobody knew about the need for headshots until Boston was already toast. The first outbreak happened in Boston. Nobody really knows how or even really where in that doomed city the first zombie went looking for lunch, but that's where the end of modern civilization began. Nobody in other parts of the world thought the attackers were dead. I mean, that's just ridiculous. The folks getting attacked suspected, though. They poured into hospitals and police departments with stories about people attacking other people, and that the attackers could not be stopped. Initially, these folks were thought of as scared witless, but this would soon change for rescue personnel. Calls came in for the cops and firefighters and paramedics, and they too were attacked. Everyone who was bitten died. Absolutely everyone. Once it started, it spread quickly. Police and rescue crews were overworked and in constant danger from the beginning. It didn't take long for authorities to realize that the bites were the main source of infection. Doctors at Mass General Hospital knew within hours of the first reported chewing that any bite, no matter how small or wherever the bodily location, was fatal. They didn't get to communicate this fact, though, because the hospital was overrun from within on the first night. The news coming out of New England was sketchy at best, as communications were cut off by the military after the first few hours. Some type of super rabies was popular on the news, as was a chemical attack by radical extremists. The rest of the world assumed it was a local issue and paid little attention. A breakdown in basic social services was inevitable, and it took less than 15 hours for 911 to crumble in the Boston area. There was no one left to man the phones. They were running for their lives, hunting prey, or chewed chunks of meat in a rotting stomach. The U.S. Army was in town in force the next day, running sweeps and trying to save trapped civilians. They ultimately ended up in one of the 3 categories mentioned in the last paragraph. On the 3rd day of infection, the Army pulled out. They left with a 60% casualty rate. The plan rapidly switched from rescue to one of containment. The idea was to contain the infection by isolation. Boston was cut off from the rest of the country by Army cordon. The skies around Boston were filled with military aircrafts patrolling a newly established no-fly zone. Tanks, Bradley fighting vehicles, APCs, Humvees, and 11,000 troops encircled the city for a few days, allowing no one in or out. This was a monumental task, as Boston is surrounded by dozens of suburbs, and fleeing citizens didn't want to stop for Army checkpoints. Anyone coming toward a blockade was ordered back into the city. Non-compliance was dealt with harshly. Soldiers killed as many fleeing civilians as they did undead in the first few days. The civvies didn't want to stay dead, though, and they joined the ever-increasing ranks of the enemy. Outbreaks sprung up in the suburbs outside of Boston in the following days. Containment had failed, and the Army pulled back further as they were reinforced. These attackers simply could not be dead. That is absurd. On day 2, a Channel 7 news helicopter took off from the roof of the news building after the cordon was put in place. They stayed low, but were spotted by military aircraft quickly. The intent of the chopper crew was not to escape the city, but report what was really going on. They were ordered to land immediately, but refused. A Cobra gunship was dispatched to help the news crew unrefuse. The eye-in-the-sky helicopter got some excellent footage of the streets of Boston, filled with thousands of milling bodies. They followed a fleeing convoy of military Humvees that was trying to escape the city northward. The chopper caught up with the convoy and hovered over them as they fled, the footage streaming directly to the internet. One of the Hummers in the convoy was cut off by a large group of infected, and General Timothy Powers, the commanding officer of Operation Steadfast Resolve, was eaten on live internet television as he and his entourage tried to make a stand on the Zakim Bridge. News Center 7 Chopper 1 was shot down by the Cobra gunship when they would not acquiesce to the no-fly zone demands. The panicked screams of the news crew were heard across the planet as the crew saw the missile contrails from the Cobra's M158 rocket launcher streaking toward them. In truly spectacular fashion, the wreckage landed on a Citgo gas station, and the resulting explosion and fires could be seen for miles. Approximately 1/16 of the city burned because of the fires. This got the attention of the entire world, but still no one believed it was the living dead that were our enemies. Boston was consumed and considered lost in 2 days. By this time there were outbreaks in Hartford and New Haven, Connecticut, Manchester, New Hampshire, Bangor, Maine, and Manhattan Island. The East Coast was in big trouble. If folks in Boston thought they had it bad, New York City was pure hell. Boston's population of 700,000 was nothing in comparison to New York's 8 million plus. New York City was dead 2 days after the first reported case of infection. People started getting the message that this enemy was not normal, but living dead? Come on. There were running battles in all of the cities of the East Coast, and local militias sprang up to defend the populace. Inevitably, the militias and the regular army, who were becoming more and more spread out, butted heads. An entire town in southern New Hampshire fell to infection overnight. The army had been there earlier in the day, but militiamen would not let them into the town. Rather than have a firefight with townies, the army pulled back and discussed what to do. The following morning, soldiers were going to use their heavily armored vehicles to break through the militia roadblock and bring in supplies to the town. They got to the edge of town, only to see it filled with moaning citizens, including the militia. The army fell back. The president went on national television on the third day after the Boston outbreak. He told his fellow Americans that we should all point our thoughts and prayers toward Boston and New York. He made his statements while on board Air Force One at 40,000 feet, on the way to an undisclosed location. Immediately following the president's press conference, outbreaks occurred in Washington, D.C. The east coast of the United States, from Maine to Maryland, was infected. Flights out of the U.S. were grounded, but not soon enough. There were rumored reports of infection in Paris and Tokyo. The infection was global in less than a business week. 4 days after first infection, Los Angeles saw its first cases. Of all the U.S. cities, L.A. fared the best, as they were the best prepared. It took 7 days for L.A. to succumb to the dead plague, but by this time it was everywhere. Most countries were no longer being heard from. Europe was in shambles, and there was no word from Japan. China closed its borders and was fighting its own infected. There were outbreaks in Johannesburg and Addis Ababa. Perth and Tel Aviv were burning, and Bombay was a nightmare. On day 21, Beijing was obliterated by nuclear fire, raising the local temperature to a tad higher than 10,000 degrees Fahrenheit, incinerating some 10 million undead and a few 100,000 uninfected humans. On day 21, Homo sapiens ceased to be the dominant life form on the planet. At the beginning of all of this, on infection day 0, a little girl boarded a flight from Boston to San Francisco, where she was picked up by her father upon arrival. Book 1. Run. 1. "Daddy!" yelled the little girl, waving across the busy airport terminal. A man in the crowd waved back. "I see you, sweetie," the man called to her. An airline attendant brought the young girl by the hand through security to the waiting man. "Thanks, Debbie," the girl said to the attendant. "Of course, Sammy," the attendant replied. "You were my favorite passenger." "Nobody calls me Sammy and lives," the young girl said, in mock anger. Sammy tried to tickle Debbie, and Debbie burst out laughing. "You must be Sam's father?" Debbie asked the man. "I sure am," the man replied. "I've been waiting for the little punk-sickle all day." "Daddy, I'm no punk. I'll beat you down." Samantha ran to her father and jumped into his arms. She squeezed him tight. "I missed you," she said, quite seriously. "Me too, honey," he replied quietly. "Thanks for taking care of this little creature," the man said, putting Sam down. He extended his hand and said, "My name's Rick." Debbie shot her hand out. "Debbie, she was no problem at all. I was glad to hang out with her. I do need some form of ID, though," she continued. "Regulations and whatnot." "Understandable," Rick said, and dug for his wallet. "Will this do?" "Wow, detective. Sure, this will do." Rick handed her his ID, and she verified his name with some information on a card around Sam's neck. "All set," Debbie declared. "Thanks again. Pleasure to meet you." Rick took back his ID and shook Debbie's hand once more. "Let's go, kiddo," he said to Sam. "Bye, Debbie," Sam called, as she and her father turned toward baggage claim. Debbie waved at her and headed toward the exit, her small wheeled luggage bag in tow. "I liked her. She was nice," Sam said to her father. "Me too, kid," her dad agreed, a thoughtful look on his face. Rick made a backward glance to catch one more glimpse of Debbie, but she was gone.
"What you looking for, Daddy?"
Sam asked, a sly grin on her face.
"Don't make me whoop you, girl," Rick growled, in mock anger.
"Ooh, Daddy, you like Debbie," Sam cooed.
"She was pretty, yes, but I don't know her. Maybe I should—"
Sam cut him off.
"Should have asked her out. At least gotten her number, big dummy."
Rick looked at his daughter with raised eyebrows.
"Oh, yeah, you're going to get it now," he said. "Let's get your bags, troublemaker."
Father and daughter walked over to baggage claim and sat down on a bench. The baggage wasn't on the carousel yet. The carousel wasn't even moving.
"Looks like we got a couple of minutes, kid. How was your flight?"
Rick glanced up at the TV near the baggage claim. There was a news bulletin on, but the sound was muted.
"It was okay. Debbie made it fun. She stayed with me most of the flight."
Sam continued, but Rick wasn't really listening. He was watching the news unfold on the television. Although there was no sound, there were video clips of riots in what appeared to be Boston. The newscaster put his finger to his ear and looked down as he listened to some feed. The caster then turned to the left with raised eyebrows. He returned to focus on the camera and looked grim. He said what was obviously the "this is not for the faint of heart and children should look away now" line that anchormen live for. The feed switched to a local reporter, who looked quite frightened. A group of about 30 haggard people were encroaching upon a police barricade. The barricade looked to have been hastily erected and consisted of 2 police cars parked nose to nose, with some barbed wire and sandbags a few yards in front of them. It blocked passage across most of the street. Behind the cars, the cops leaned over the hoods and trunks with weapons drawn. The news camera caught the reporter against this backdrop with the approaching crowd in the distance. Suddenly, and without provocation, the police opened fire on the group of unarmed civilians.
"Jesus,"
Rick whispered to himself. Samantha didn't notice and kept talking. On the screen, the civilians jerked and shuddered, some falling immediately under the barrage of gunfire, but the majority of the people didn't even slow. Rick could see that there were terrible wounds on the people coming toward the police. At this point, one of the cops turned and shouted at the reporter, pointing back behind him and his cameraman. The view shifted to the reporter, and both members of the news crew fled. The camera remained on and provided a bouncing image of the ground as the crew ran. The feed cut out after a few seconds, and the original anchor came back on. The whole scene had played out in a bizarre and eerie silence.
"Daddy? Daddy!"
Rick tore his gaze from the screen.
"Weren't you listening?"
Sam asked, looking at him. Sorry, honey, there was some important news on the TV," Rick answered. The baggage carousel began to rotate, and luggage began to spit out from a square portal in the back wall. "Let's get your stuff," he finished. A pink, Littlest Pet Shop backpack came around on the carousel, and Sam shouted,
"That's it!"
Rick grabbed a strap and shouldered the pack. "How's it look?" he asked.
"Daddy!"
Sam barked.
"It totally doesn't go with those shoes."
The pair walked from the airport terminal, laughing. A crowd had gathered in front of the silent TV. The baggage carousel, forgotten. 2. Sam had been in San Francisco for 3 days, and she readily went to bed between 8 and 9. Rick and Sam had eaten some burgers from McDonald's for dinner, and he put her to bed at about 8:30 with her stuffed tiger from the newest Disney movie. She had gotten it in her Happy Meal and was instantly in love. After carefully closing the door to his daughter's room, Rick turned on the TV in his apartment. The TV was still buzzing with news about this outbreak. The words infection and plague were thrown about almost casually earlier in the day, but now the news anchors looked frightened. No real information was coming out of New England, and Rick couldn't get in touch with his ex-wife Brenda, who had moved back east with Sam following their divorce 3 years ago. He was becoming more and more worried about his ex-wife. Brenda was the type to call every night to talk to Sam while she was visiting her father, and she hadn't yet called. Not only that, but Rick couldn't get in touch with her. Neither her home phone nor her cell was active. The home phone gave the not in service recording, and the cell went right to voicemail. He just couldn't get through. Rick had a buddy in the SWAT program in Boston, but there was no reaching him either. Suddenly, the phone on the end table rang loudly. Rick picked it up on the first ring, as he didn't want the phone waking Sam.
"Hello? Rick, this is Mira. I'm going to need you to come in tonight," said a disembodied voice.
"Mike, you scared the ever-loving shit out of me,"
Rick breathed into the phone.
"Rick, you got to come in tonight. No shit."
"Are you kidding? I'm on vacation. I got my kid here. You know that."
"Canceled. Get a babysitter. We're calling in all uniforms and detectives. There's some uber-weird shit happening, something like what's been happening on the East Coast," Mike said.
Rick's blood went cold. He had been hearing some strange things on the news concerning this outbreak, people acting violent and attacking strangers.
"It's 10 o'clock. I can't get there until 7 a.m. at the earliest. I can't get a sitter until tomorrow," Rick replied.
"Maybe I can get my dad," he added. "That'll have to do then," Mike said. "See you in the morning."
Mike hung up, and Rick followed suit, cursing under his breath.
"How am I going to tell Sam?" he thought. "She just got here, and I need to go to work?"
Rick picked the phone up and dialed his father.
"Hello?"
Rick heard. "Hey, Pop, how you doing?"
"Rick, hi. Are you guys still coming over tomorrow?" Rick's father asked.
"Yeah, Dad. About that," Rick started.
"Rick, if you cancel on me, I'll friggin' kill you," his dad said. "I haven't seen Sammy in 2 years."
No, Dad," Rick began. "I got an emergency call to work, and I need you to take Sam for the day."
"Oh, that's okay. No problem. Is everything okay? It isn't anything to do with this crap back east, is it? I saw some stuff on the news about it, some type of super rabies or something."
"Might just be, Pop. Mira called, and he said that all units are getting the call, so something's up. You still locked and loaded?"
"No, Rick. I got my service piece confiscated after my little incident with that punk. They haven't given it back to me yet, and won't until the investigation is over."
"Oh, you'll get it back, Dad. You did what anybody would have done," Rick said. "That little shit killed 2 people that night, and you saved that guy at the gas station by taking out the trash. I'm proud of what you did. You know that."
"I'm not proud that somebody died by my hand, but that gas station attendant's wife was damn happy I happened to be there when he was getting robbed," Rick's father returned. "She brought me over some delicious Cuban sandwiches with those pickles. She said she would pray for me. Regardless, in 30 years on the force, I never fired my weapon at a suspect. 1 month retired, and I shoot somebody. Damn. One less crackhead, I guess."
"It was a good thing you did, Pop. He won't be killing anyone else. Anyway, I'll bring Sam over about 6:30 in the a.m. Is that too early?"
"For me? Son, you know I'm up before the rooster. I'm an old man now. I'll get the sleep I need when I'm dead."
"Dad, don't say that," admonished Rick, "even though it is kind of funny."
"Give an old man his pleasures, boy."
"I hope I'm as tough as you when I get to be an old fart, old man," Rick chided.
"I get to call me old. You do it, and you get an ass-kicking, kid," his dad shot right back.
Rick laughed. "Okay, potty mouth, but no talking like that in front of Sam."
"Sam who?" his father joked. "My Alzheimer's is kicking in again."
"I'm funnier than you, so quit trying, and I'll see you tomorrow."
"Night, then," his dad said,
and hung up. After he hung up the phone, Rick went to his bedroom and opened up a lockbox. He pulled out his .40 caliber Taurus service pistol and removed the trigger lock. He brought it out to the living room and began to meticulously clean it. As he was doing so, there were sirens outside his apartment building. These were ambulance sirens, not cop sirens, and this was nothing new in the city, so he paid little attention. When he was done cleaning the Taurus, he replaced the trigger lock and put the weapon on his nightstand under a face-cloth. Rick then went to his closet, unlocking that and the tall steel case hidden inside. Within were an assortment of weapons, and he removed a well-oiled Spaz-12 semi-automatic shotgun. He loaded the shotgun, installed a trigger lock, put the weapon back in the case, and locked that. Rick brushed his teeth and went to bed, thinking the department owed him big for bugging out on his daughter for a day. 3. Rick woke groggily to a commotion outside his apartment building. The clock on the nightstand read 3:12 in green digital numbers. Someone was shouting, and Rick groggily trudged to his second-story balcony to investigate. He could see the rotating emergency lights of an ambulance, and when he looked down at the street, he could see a paramedic pushing what looked like a homeless man away from him. A second paramedic was cradling his own arm and yelling at the homeless guy. Rick could see the paramedic was bleeding. The first paramedic gave the attacker a mighty shove, and the guy went ass down with a half-twist, landing hard on his arm. Rick could hear the guy's arm snap from the balcony and shouted at the paramedic, "Hey! Hey! What the hell are you doing?" The paramedic looked up and said, "Go back inside, sir. We got this." The guy with the broken arm started to get up, seemingly unfazed. Rick yelled down again, pointing at the paramedic, "I'm a cop. You stay right there." He ducked back in the door and went to check on Sam, who was sleeping soundly. He grabbed the Taurus and, as an afterthought, a pair of handcuffs. He removed the trigger lock on the pistol as he ran to his apartment door. Rick was a cop in the city, so he had a steel apartment door, with a 2-inch steel tube fitted from the center of the door to a recess in the floor. Nobody could break this door down easily. He removed the tube lock and exited, locking the door behind him, and then took off briskly down the stairs. The door to his neighbor, Mrs. McCready's apartment, was slightly ajar. She was in her 80s, and Rick liked to check in on her from time to time. Rick made a mental note of the door and continued downstairs. When Rick exited the building, the homeless guy was once again moving toward the paramedics, his left arm dangling at an angle that was all wrong. His right arm was clawing at the air, and he stumbled toward the emergency workers, his back to Rick. Something was off about this guy, but that didn't give the people who were supposed to be helping him cause to seriously injure him. "Sir, I think you should sit down and let these guys look at your arm," Rick called from behind the homeless guy. "We'll get to the bottom of this." The guy paid no attention to Rick, but pressed on toward the paramedics, who were now backing away. "Shit, Don, that guy's got a gun!" one of them yelled. "I'm a cop," Rick called back. "Sir, please, sit down. Your arm is broken. I think you should—" Rick then realized what was off about the homeless guy. He was in a business suit, with patent leather shoes. His attire suggested a fairly wealthy yuppie type. The clothes he was wearing would cost more than Rick made in a month. Rick caught up with the guy and put a hand on his shoulder. Mister, are you okay?" The guy turned around and lunged. Rick backpedaled and got clear. The guy was 5 feet away and swiped with his right hand. "Whoa, buddy, calm down. I'm trying to help you." The guy started advancing, and Rick began to back away. "Dude, look at his eyes," one of the paramedics called. Rick tilted his head slightly and looked at the guy's eyes. They were blood red. Not bloodshot, like after a night of heavy drinking, but the whites looked as if the guy had taken a serious blow to the eyes. Both eyes were also bleeding, and there was a trickle coming from his nose. The guy hissed and came toward Rick. "All right, sir, that's far enough," Rick said, putting both hands on his Taurus and pointing it toward the ground at the guy's feet. The man either didn't hear or didn't care. "Sir, I am a police officer. If you don't stand down, I will have to take action." "Shoot him!" yelled one of the paramedics. "Shoot that prick! He fucking bit me! He's not right!" Sir,
Stop right there, or I will fire!
The guy kept advancing slowly, as Rick kept backing up.
Shit,
Rick said, under his breath. He applied the safety on the Taurus, walked up to the guy, and thumped him on the side of the head with his gun. All his training told him there was no way this guy could function properly after being pistol-whipped. If done correctly, the suspect becomes disoriented and is immediately under control, with little physical damage. The guy went down like a stone. Rick continued past him to the wide-eyed paramedics.
He'll be okay. He'll have a headache and maybe need a stitch or two, but there's no real damage. Can you check him out for me? I don't want to get sued if...
Rick noticed the paramedic he was talking to wasn't making eye contact, but staring past him down the street. Rick turned to see the unkempt guy that he had just pistol-whipped, almost back on his feet already.
Guy must be on PCP, Rick thought.
The man advanced toward the paramedics and police officer, right arm reaching. His upper arm bone was visibly poking through his bloodied business suit. The guy had to be in horrible pain, even on PCP. Rick flicked the safety off.
Sir, I've been as nice as I'm going to be. Stop, or I will fire.
The guy advanced. Rick took up a firing stance and aimed at the guy.
Sir, he yelled.
The guy kept coming.
God damn it,
Rick said, and fired a shot into the guy's right thigh.
Jesus,
breathed one of the paramedics. Not only did the guy not stop, he didn't even look at his wound. It didn't slow him. He kept coming, 20 feet away now. Rick was unsure of what to do. The guy had no weapon, but he wasn't listening to commands. He obviously wasn't rational. The guy had already injured one paramedic.
You guys'll back me up on this, right?
Rick said, with a dry mouth.
Fucking A! Drill him!
Shouted Randy, the paramedic with the bite.
Sir, please,
Rick pleaded. The guy showed no signs of slowing. All Rick could think about was the video feed of the cops in Boston firing on civvies. Rick shot the guy center mass in the chest. The guy went down on one knee, putting his right hand down on the street to catch himself. But he started to get up almost immediately.
This gets a 15 out of 10 on my fucked-up shit-o-meter,
one of the paramedics said. The guy stumbled toward Rick, who shot him again in the stomach. This time the guy didn't even slow. At 10 feet, Rick shot him in the forehead, and the guy fell on his back.
Fuck me,
was all Rick could say. He had just shot a one-armed man 4 times. Stay away from him, he told the other two. He might be infected with that Boston stuff.
No, 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 said the injured paramedic. He bit me. That means I could be in trouble.
Relax, Randy. We'll get you back and get it looked at, the other cajoled. It's probably nothing. Rick cautiously advanced on the fallen man. He looked at the gunshot wounds and wondered how anyone could have kept going with the 3 shots he put into them prior to the headshot.
Give me a sheet. I'm going to cover him and call this in, Rick said. I'm also going to need your IDs. There's definitely going to be an inquiry, and I'll need you guys as witnesses.
No problem, Don said. You told him to stop 10 friggin' times. Don got a white sheet from the back of the ambulance, but seemed afraid to go near the dead guy to put it over him.
I'll do that, Rick told him. Thanks, man. I kinda don't want this job right now.
Rick introduced himself, got their IDs, and told them to get the bitten paramedic to the hospital. Normally, I would have you wait here, but you've sustained injuries, so you should go get checked out. There'll be cops asking for you in an hour or so. Be ready. Rick covered the body with the sheet. The paramedics hopped in the ambulance.
We're going to call this in too, said Don. We'll get Randy checked out soon, but I got to let Control know what happened.
Rick was surprised at the lack of spectators for the event. Usually an officer-involved shooting was the talk of the neighborhood, but there were only a few onlookers, who immediately dispersed when Rick started back toward his building. There were sirens aplenty, in fact, more than usual for this early in the morning,
but no emergency vehicles seemed to be coming in his direction. He went back into his apartment building to call in the shooting. Mrs. McCready was in the hall, in a floral print nightgown, leaning against the corridor wall. She had her face turned away from Rick. He walked up behind her and put his hand on her shoulder. "It's okay, Mrs. McCready. You can go back to bed. There was a disturbed guy out front." Mrs. McCready turned very quickly and grabbed Rick's hand, bringing it to her mouth. She bit down hard on the outside of his palm, under his pinky finger. It hurt like holy hell, and Rick howled in pain. He ripped his hand away from her and backed up. There was no blood. The older woman growled low in her throat and lunged at Rick, slashing with claw-like fingers. Her eyes were blood red. She managed to grab his shirt and attempted to bite his face. He pushed her away, but her grip was like iron. Pretty damn strong for an old lady, was Rick's first thought. His second thought was, "Holy shit, she bit me!" Rick shoved his neighbor hard, and she went down on her backside. He inspected his hand, palm up, cradling it between the thumb and fingers of his other hand, turning it over a few times. There was a semicircle red mark, but no blood. The woman started to get up, and Rick shoved her back down with his foot. She looked at him, made a horrible hissing growl, her mouth going wide in a feral snarl. Rick saw blackened gums in a toothless mouth. She hadn't put her teeth in. Rick gave her another booted shove before she could stand, and she went face down this time. He quickly knelt down on her back, effectively pinning her to the floor. Rick pulled out his handcuffs and yanked her left arm behind her back, applying the cuffs. She fought savagely, but he got her right hand and completed cuffing her. She had been snapping at him the whole time. Rick dragged her into her apartment and shut the door. The guy in the business suit that Rick had just shot was a stranger. Rick couldn't shoot Mrs. McCready. She needed help. Her struggles could be heard inside as she tried to stand. She was knocking things over in her apartment, and Rick heard her lamp hit the floor with a crash. As an afterthought, he opened the door back up, locked it from the inside, and closed it again. He checked the door to make sure it was locked, and went back to his apartment. Rick went to the bathroom and washed his hands 3 times. The red mark was receding, but it was still sore. No broken skin, though. He was relieved. "Never again will I grab somebody by the shoulder," he said to himself. "Friggin' idiot. Rookie mistake. Twice in 10 minutes. Lights were flashing from outside. He walked to the balcony and looked down. The ambulance was still there, both doors open wide, but the paramedics were nowhere to be seen. Rick started to worry. He grabbed the phone from where he had left it on the couch and called Mira at the station. There was no answer. Rick got his service radio from his bedroom and switched it on. He put in a radio call to the dispatch desk. "Dispatch, this is 4044 Denver, requesting code 30. Repeat code 30. Over." 10-2, 4044. "Are you injured? Over," came the reply. An odd question. "Negative, dispatch. 4044 reporting officer involved 34S with fatality. Over." "Roger that, 4044. Were you bitten? Over." Say again, dispatch?" Rick asked. "Repeat for 4044. Have you been bitten? Over." "Negative, dispatch, but I need assistance. Can you—" Rick was interrupted by the dispatcher. 4044, is anyone else in your vicinity bitten? Over." With an impatient voice, Rick answered, "Roger, dispatch. An EMT was bitten by—" The dispatcher cut him off again. "What is the bite victim's 20? Over." Rick walked from the bedroom to the balcony window, looking out into the night as he spoke to the dispatcher. A staggering figure was making its way down the street away from him. "Unknown. Over." The phone rang, and Rick asked the dispatcher to hang on for a second. "Negative, 4044. Too much traffic. Cannot comply with request. Recommend you RTB or find secure location and wait for assistance. Out." What the hell was this? He just told the dispatcher that he had fatally shot someone, and she acted as if it were no big deal. Find a secure location?
What was she talking about?
Rick answered the phone.
Hello?
Rick, it's Mike.
Mike? What the fuck is happening? I just got off the radio with dispatch. I told her I just killed a guy, and she went on like I was asking for directions.
Rick ran his fingers through his hair, and they came back damp. He realized he had been sweating.
Dispatch has been told to inform all calling officers to either come in or hunker down, said Mike. Rick, listen, you're not coming in tomorrow. Get Sam and your dad and get the fuck out of Dodge.
Jesus, what are you talking about?
You told me yesterday you were having trouble getting in touch with Brenda in Boston. The reason you couldn't get through is because Boston is gone.
Rick tried to cut in.
Mike, what? Shut up and listen, continued Mike. This disease that's hitting the East Coast isn't just on the East Coast. It's everywhere. Here, too. It's been absolute chaos for the past few hours. Everyone in the damn city has been calling 911. The board is lit up like a Christmas tree. A buddy of mine from USAMRID called me an hour ago. He said that the infected people are incredibly violent and extremely resistant to pain and trauma. There is no effective way to incapacitate them other than to destroy the brain. Boston is gone, Rick. I'm sorry.
What does that mean? Rick demanded.
It means that the situation in Boston is completely out of control. The infected outnumber the uninfected by numbers that scare the shit out of me. The city is burning, and the army, who've been there for a few days, are pulling out. It's so bad. Now it's here. There have been dozens of calls all night from scared folks claiming their neighbors are attacking them. I sent 8 units to check out a small riot, and of the 16 cops I sent, 1 came back alive.
Are you fucking kidding me? Boston gone? 15 cops in San Francisco dead? Rick was flabbergasted, and he looked at where Mrs. McCready had bitten him again, looking for broken skin.
Rick, there's 26 cops we know of that are dead. 9 others are MIA, with 6 vehicles abandoned or destroyed. Garcia was the cop that came back from the riot. He told me that there was no way the rioters could have sustained the damage they did and lived. There was a crowd of 30 or so people banging on a mom-and-pop shop window. All units fired tear gas canisters into the crowd and walked in with riot shields and gas masks. The rioters attacked and fucking ate 'em. Tear gas was useless. Garcia told me he shot one guy point-blank with a 12-gauge and blew the guy in half. The guy crawled toward him with half his chest cavity missing. Garcia tried to bolt when his buddies were getting slaughtered, but he was bitten a few times. He was taken to St. Mary's. I called 10 minutes ago to check on him, and St. Mary's is totally overrun. There are some doctors and patients on the upper floors, but we can't get to them. There are too many infected. You're in the safest part of town, but you still need to leave. This shit is next-level foobar, and you need to bug out. We're way past helping anyone here, and it's time to look to our own. There are 68 of us left, and I've called back all units to command. We'll try to get everybody's families and make a run for the city limits, picking up whoever we're able to. If we can't get out, we'll fall back and make a stand here if we need to.
Where's the meeting point? What's the plan if you make it outside the city?
Alcatraz, answered Mira. Gonna have to go right by you to get there, but don't wait for us. Get any supplies and people you can, and get to the island by any means necessary. Good luck, buddy, and stay safe.
You too, man. I'll see you soon, Rick said. And with that, they both hung up. He went to his bedroom and grabbed 2 large duffel bags, filling them with items that he considered useful. He pulled out his shoulder holster from the closet and strapped it on, then reloaded the Taurus to capacity, made sure the safety was on, and jammed it in the holster. He was bringing out more shells for the shotgun when he heard a knock at the front door.
I can't get 2 goddamn minutes, he thought to himself.
Rick picked up the shotgun and went to the front door. He waited for a few seconds and was turning around to go continue packing when the knock sounded again. Rick raised the shotgun to the door and said quietly,
"Who is it?"
"Mr. Barnes? Mr. Barnes, it's Chris Rodding from 3A. Can I talk to you, please?" Rick knew there was a young guy living upstairs, but he didn't know his name. Quiet and shy, He was a computer kid or something. Rick looked through the peephole in the apartment door to make sure it was the neighbor he knew. The cop saw a tall, thin kid, about 22 or 23. He removed the safety bar and unlocked the door to let him in. Chris came through the door and stopped quickly when he saw the shotgun. He looked warily at Rick. "Come in, please," Rick said, pointing the shotgun at the floor. "I'm a cop." Those 3 words always either calmed, incensed, or scared people, and a good cop could always tell what emotion would be elicited prior to uttering them. Rick was hoping for calm, and he was right on the money. "I know you're a cop, and that's why I'm here." The kid drew his forearm across his forehead, and Rick noticed it came away sweaty. "What's the problem? Is everything okay?" "Yeah, the problem is that I've seen some weird shit lately, and I'm a little freaked. I've been online for the past few hours, and some of my online buddies have told me that this infection is all over. I need somebody to tell me what's happening, and you're the first person I thought of. I heard gunshots earlier, and saw you and some EMTs out the window. You shot that guy. Was he infected?" "I hope so." Rick sighed. He wouldn't respond to any verbal commands, and he attacked one of the paramedics. Bit him.
"Oh, bit him?"
Chris looked really scared.
"2 of my friends said it's the bites that infect you, and if you get infected in a very short time, you lose your mind and attack anybody near you."
"Shit," Rick said, and looked at his hand. Thank God for false teeth. "All right, it's Chris, right?" Chris looked almost sad when Rick wasn't sure of his name. Chris nodded. "What is it I can do for you, exactly?"
Well, you have a gun."
Rick raised his eyebrows.
"It's just that I don't have a gun, and I'm getting a little nervous, so I was wondering if I could hang with you for a little while."
The kid looked like a scared schoolgirl, complete with wide eyes and nervous lip-biting. "Well, then, there's good news and bad news, kid," Rick said. "Good news is that I'm somewhat of a gun enthusiast. Bad news is that I'm leaving in 2 hours." He handed Chris a small handgun. It was a .32 caliber pistol that he had purchased for his wife when he had lived in Boston. His wife had outright refused to carry it, even after she had gotten certified to carry a firearm. Rick had brought the weapon with him when he had moved back to San Francisco, and the gun had sat in his weapons locker, unused, since his return. "Normally, I wouldn't give you a firearm," he said to Chris, "but these circumstances are anything but normal." He looked at the young man as Chris accepted the weapon. "Have you used a firearm before?" Chris looked at the nickel-plated weapon and nodded in the affirmative. "Good. I hope you won't need to use it." 4. Living on the outskirts of San Francisco, Paul was used to nightly sirens. But last night they were going apeshit. Paul had gone to bed about 9:30. He was getting along in years, and he liked getting up early, so he went to bed early. Sometime during the night he woke up needing to pee. He got out of bed and realized that his digital clock wasn't on. He pressed a button on his watch, was momentarily blinded by the bright blue backlight. Paul blinked a few times, and then focused on the numbers. 3:26 a.m. He stumbled sleepily to the bathroom and took care of business. On his way back to bed, he looked out his window, noticing that the power seemed to be out in his section of town. The sodium-arc streetlight at the end of his driveway was functional, though. He looked down the road, and they all seemed to be. The light near his neighbor's house illuminated an odd scene. 3 people were kneeling over a 4th, taking something from the unfortunate victim. Paul was incensed. As a former police officer, he knew he had to report this. He had recently been involved in a shooting where he fired his pistol at a drugged-out thief who was robbing a gas station. The perp was killed, and Paul was touted as a hero by some and as a vigilante by others. The police had confiscated his firearm until the investigation was over, so he was unable to assist the guy getting mugged in the street now. Whatever the thieves were stealing, it was dripping.
The three seemed to be lifting whatever they were taking to their faces, almost like they were eating something. It was too far away to make out, so Paul got his cheap little binoculars from his nightstand. He used the binoculars to watch the kids play baseball at the park near the end of his street. He loved watching the kids play ball. He always had, especially since his son had moved out when he had grown. Paul focused the binoculars on the event unfolding a house away. The scene was one out of a nightmare. The three kneeling were eating a man. There was blood all over them, dripping down their faces. Pieces of the victim were being unceremoniously stuffed into the greedy mouths of the attackers. One stumbled off with what looked like the lower portion of a leg, but more were coming, stumbling toward the attack scene. Paul initially thought that maybe some of these new folks would help, but they knelt down and started helping themselves to portions of the hapless victim. Paul knew that this must be the same thing that was happening in Boston. Suddenly, the man on the ground, the one being eaten, convulsed. The attackers seemed to pause for a second, looking at their dinner. With the one stump of an arm the victim had left, he pushed one of his attackers away. He tried to get up, but there wasn't enough of him to do so. Both legs were torn away, and his one arm, which was handless, wasn't strong enough to push himself off the pavement. The people stood up and shuffled off, bumping into things and tripping as they went. Paul knew he could be next on the menu. There were screams coming from a few houses away now, and the street seemed to fill with the shuffling people, stumbling toward the source of the sound. Where did they all come from? There were at least 30 of them out there now, all heading for the house 3 away from Paul's on the other side of the street. He picked up the phone to call his son, but it was dead. He didn't own a cell phone, thinking they were a nuisance. There was no way he would make it past all of the people outside if he attempted to run for it. Where would he go, anyway? Rick's house was too far away. Rick would come for him. Paul figured he would hide in his basement and be quiet until his son arrived. He wasn't one to hide while others were in danger, but he had no weapons, and there were too many of the infected outside. That's what they must be. Infected. As the implications of that caught up with him, he felt the icy grip of terror. A thump on his farmer's porch furthered the emotion. If he hadn't taken a whiz 5 minutes before, he would have pissed himself. Some shuffling steps on the porch, and a thud on his door sealed the deal. He hurried to the basement door, stopping on the top step. He shut the door behind him and put 2 shovel handles crosswise across the door, pinning them against the surface with the junk on the basement side of the door. The barricade would hold for a few minutes at most. Paul quietly walked down the stairs and peeked out his basement window. He couldn't see much because the window was small, not even 2 feet wide and half that in height. There was also a hedge dividing his side yard from his neighbor's. He could see the shuffling feet of the infected in the glow of the streetlight through the boughs of the hedge. There were many. Paul could hear a consistent pounding on the front door of his house. He looked up the 15 feet of stairs at the poorly barricaded door. It was weak at best, but it was all he had. The pounding stopped, and he breathed a sigh of relief. He sat on the bottom step and surveyed his surroundings. There were a few tools he could use as bludgeoning weapons, but that meant he would need to get close, possibly infecting himself if he got infected fluids on him. He really didn't want that, as he wasn't sure how this disease was transmitted, and it seemed incredibly contagious. Paul put his head in his hands to think. He looked up at the basement window and almost screamed. A pair of feet had appeared right outside the window. The feet trudged off to his backyard, and he was once again alone in the dark. Some hours later, he heard screaming from out front. He went to the window and saw that another unfortunate victim had been taken down under a streetlight. Why the hell was everyone standing under the damn streetlights when the shadows were so much safer? Idiots. Paul saw some movement in his hedge, but couldn't make out what it was. He backed away from the window, but not for on top. He dropped the gun and reached for her throat with both hands.
She had a vice-like grip on his shirt and was growling and hissing, trying to bite him the whole time. He pushed her head up with a mighty shove, and the left side of her head exploded outward like a squeezed grape. A microsecond later, he heard a loud report. "Get up! There's more coming!" Rick shouted. Rick and Sam were beside Rick's unmarked police Crown Victoria, Sam covering her ears with both hands. Rick was still sighting targets through the ACOG of his semi-automatic AR-15A3. He plugged an elderly man, naked except for black socks. The man toppled backwards, with a hole in his forehead. The plan had been simple: load up what they could in duffel bags and get to the car. They weren't 10 steps out the door when Chris's duffel strap snagged on a wrought iron tree fence, and he fell backwards. He succeeded in freeing the strap, but not before a few infected had seen him. Rick didn't notice this until he was 50 feet away at the car and found Chris missing. By this time, the infected were almost on Chris, and Rick had to fire. Chris struggled loose of the dead weight on top of him, picked up his gun and duffel, and ran to the Crown Vic. Rick put Sam in the front and the gear in the back, while Chris jumped in the passenger side and quickly slammed the door shut. "Mr. Barnes," he said, "we're drawing a crowd. Hurry!" Rick shut the back door and hopped in the driver's seat. He fumbled with the keys for a precious 2 seconds, and that was enough for the dead crowd. Rick started the car and put it in reverse. As he was turning his head to look behind him, a bloody palm smacked the driver's side window, leaving a red smear. "Buckle up, honey," Rick told Sam. Rick threw the car into reverse and accelerated quickly, catching an unfortunate undead behind the car and grinding it under the wheels. They left the apartment building behind and traveled south toward the freeway. "No plan survives contact with the enemy," Rick said, while shaking his head. "Moltke the Elder," Chris volunteered. "What?" asked Rick. "Moltke the Elder. He was the one who coined that phrase. He was a German field marshal." "Wow. Bet you kicked butt on Jeopardy, huh?" "I was a poli-sci major." Rick was confused. "Thought you were a computer guy." "I am. Do you know how hard it is to find a job with a political science degree? Computers were a hobby for me, and I turned my hobby into a career." Chris changed the subject. "There's goo on you," pointing to a nasty stain on Rick's shirt. Chris rummaged through a duffel while they drove and came up with a multicolored Hawaiian shirt. He gave the shirt to Rick, and when they had a second with no dead near, Rick stopped the car, carefully took off the ruined T-shirt so as not to get any of the blood near his face, rolled the window down and pitched it out. He grabbed some McDonald's napkins from the door pocket and wiped the offending material off of him. He pitched the soiled napkins out the window after the T-shirt, closed the window, and donned the Hawaiian shirt. The whole event took less than a minute, and that was enough to see 5 infected coming at them from different directions. Rick shook his head and drove away. Thick black smoke was billowing up from the street to the right, and as Rick crested one of San Francisco's many hilled streets, he could see the city was in shambles. At least 4 enormous fires raged in the heart of the city, with smaller ones dotting the outskirts. There were dozens of car crashes, and people seemed to be fleeing in all directions, some with luggage and small children in tow. Hundreds of shambling figures were lurching after any living human seen. How could it fall apart so fast? Rick thought. "My God," Rick said, surveying the scene. At the bottom of the hill, there was a man with a shotgun, shooting everything in sight. It was a pump shotgun, and he had a box of shells at his feet. There were 8 bodies around him, and more were approaching. He was screaming something unintelligible as he fired. A bleeding woman ran up to him, screaming for help, and he jacked a shell into the chamber and shot her in the left shoulder. She fell on her back, and then sat up, without her left arm. She looked at where her shoulder used to be and started screaming. The man shot her in the chest, and she flew back, now unmoving. The man stood over her, firing into a group of about 6 infected. He got 2 before the weapon clicked empty. He tried to reload, but the rest of the creatures got to him and took him down. Rick didn't want to delay any longer, so he took a left and gunned it down the street. Chris looked back and was horrified to see the shotgunned woman taking bites out of her own severed arm. They were on a wide street with 3-story buildings on either side. A car had smacked into a utility pole ahead, shearing it in half, and had traveled a little farther into a fire hydrant. A geyser of water was shooting into the air, the water running down the hill. A live wire from the utility pole was spitting and sparking just above the cascading water.
"We can't go this way,"
Rick said. But when he looked in the mirror, he could see a crowd of 20 or so infected coming from behind.
"Hang on," he yelled. "I've got to bust through."
Rick slammed the car into reverse and moved cautiously backwards at about 10 miles per hour.
"Why don't you floor it and run 'em over?"
begged Chris.
"Because if we hit 'em going too fast, we could lose control."
The Crown Vic smacked into the first of the infected and rolled easily over the body. As if to illustrate Rick's point, the next 2 went up on the trunk and the car slowed. The tires started to slip on something, and their progress slowed even further. Palms and fists pounded the windows and sheet metal of the car. Rick was looking backward as he tried to push the car through the crowd. He had his hand over the back of his seat and was pressing hard on the accelerator, but he wasn't moving backwards. The rear tires were spinning faster now, losing traction. A palm smacked against the passenger side window, and Sam screamed. Another smack, and a spiderweb crack appeared. Chris pointed his gun at the window.
"Don't shoot!"
Rick screamed. Chris turned and looked at Rick, his eyes wide. 3 undead had clambered onto the hood of the car and were pounding on the windshield. Rick threw the car into drive and jammed his foot on the accelerator. They moved forward a little at first, then shot forward quickly. 1 undead fell off the hood, but the other 2 didn't let go. Rick went about 30 feet and jammed the brakes on. The 2 hangers-on shot forward and into the street, the water from the hydrant dousing them both. As one of them stood up, he hit the live wire and began to dance. The other was halfway to his feet when his companion connected the wire in the puddle, electrifying the entire street. The one who hit the wire caught fire, and after about a second and a half, they both fell down, smoking. Rick threw the car into reverse again and floored it. He plowed through the group of undead, and they went flying in all directions. The car spun hard to the right, and Rick felt the wheel pull out of his hands. The Crown Vic completed its spin and ended up sideways against a storefront. Many stumbling forms approached from both directions. Rick was dazed from the impact. When he collected his wits, a group of 11 dead had surrounded the car, smacking the driver's side windows and the hood. One balled its fist and punched the rear window. On the second punch, the window cracked. Rick reached in the back to get his Spaz 12, and a filthy, bloody hand smashed a hole through the back window and grabbed his arm. Sam started crying, and Chris was hollering. Rick tried to shake off the attacker, pulling away as best he could, the undead woman's flesh coming away in long strips against the shards of broken safety glass. The rest of the window gave way, and the creature started climbing through. The front window cracked, and Chris leaned over and shot through the window into the face of an undead policeman, leaving a bullet hole in the glass. The shot was loud in the car, but Chris shifted and fired around into the head of the woman pulling on Rick's arm. The front window caved in, and a former hospital worker in scrubs reached in and grabbed Rick. A young boy, missing the left side of his face, was climbing in the back window. Chris shot the kid in the eye, and it fell where it was, partially blocking the rear window. Rick was fighting with the hospital worker when a deep bass horn sounded behind them. Some of the dead looked up to see a green and white city garbage truck barreling toward them. The truck sideswiped the Crown Vic, breaking the dead orderly's grip on Rick and pushing it 30 feet down the road. A backup alarm sounded, and the garbage truck backed up, crushing all dead in its path. The truck moved forward again, obliterating anything left. A huge man hopped out of the vehicle with a 2-foot piece of rebar in his fist. He calmly walked across the street and brought the rebar around in a sideways arc, smacking the last undead in the immediate area in the head. There was a sickening crunch, and the former butcher
dropped like a sack of potatoes. The man walked over to the Crown Vic and looked in.
"Name's Dallas. You coming?"
The man had an unmistakable southern drawl. Rick and Chris looked at each other and grabbed their stuff.
"Come on, honey. We're getting out of here,"
Rick said, pushing the door open. Rick, Chris, and Sam got out of the car and ran to the truck. Rick climbed up and tossed his bag in, then grabbed Sam and helped her up. Dallas got in the driver's side.
"You next, kid,"
Rick said to Chris.
"I'll take the outside."
Dallas put the truck in gear and started forward. Chris had Sam on his lap, and Rick had the AR-14 across his lap. It was cramped, but functional.
"Did you hit an armory or something?"
Dallas asked, to no one in particular.
"No, I'm a cop."
Murmured Dallas.
"Can't say as I like cops much."
"No?" asked Rick, while reloading a magazine.
"Nope. My daddy was a Texas Ranger. Meanest SOB I ever did come across, and I've been around."
Sam put her hand on Dallas's arm.
"My daddy is nice, sir. I promise."
Dallas looked at her thoughtfully.
"Well, then, we'll get along fine, me and him."
He put the truck in gear and started forward.
"There's a power line down in some water ahead. You might want to avoid it," Chris told him.
"I might just,"
Dallas returned.
"You know, it's customary where I'm from to introduce yourself to a man who just pulled your fish out of the fire."
"I'm Chris, and this is Rick and Sam."
"Pleasure," Dallas said, as he backed the truck up. He got the truck turned around and started back the way he came.
"I need to get my father,"
Rick said.
"Don't see him fitting in here,"
said Dallas, matter-of-factly.
"We're all full up."
"Doesn't matter. I've got to go get him,"
Rick said in an angry tone.
"Keep your hair on, officer,"
returned Dallas with a sneer.
"We'll find a way. Where is he?"
"He lives on 3rd Street, near UCSF."
Dallas applied the brakes and looked Rick in the eyes.
"Near the college?"
"Yeah."
Rick's brow creased.
"Why?"
Dallas raised his eyebrows and let out a big sigh.
"Because that's where I came from. It's absolute hell. There's thousands of these violent folks down there, and the roads are pretty much impassable because of wrecks and abandoned vehicles. That's where all the damn hospitals are. And where do folks go when they're sick or hurt or bit?"
"Don't care," Rick said. "I'm getting him." Dallas shook his head.
"You gonna bring your little girl down there? Is that the plan? I'm telling you, we need something more concrete than 'I'm getting him,' or we're all dead. Her, too," Dallas said, jerking his thumb at Sam. "You might want to save your pops, but are you willing to kill your daughter to do it?"
"No," said Rick, looking distant.
"I'm not. Plus, my dad would get pissed off if I put Sam's life in danger to save his wrinkly ass."
"Good. And we're on the same page."
There was a thump on the side of the truck, and Dallas looked out the window.
"One sec."
He pushed the door open hard and knocked over a lone zombie. Ironically, the zombie wore a trash collector's uniform. Dallas grabbed his rebar and jumped out of the truck. As the creature was getting to its feet, Dallas swung the rebar and connected with its head. It fell and lay there unmoving. Dallas spat on it and said,
"Twice killed, asshole."
He looked behind the truck and could see a small crowd of dead lumbering toward him about 50 feet away. Climbing back in the truck, he took one more backward glance at the oncoming mob.
"Damn, they're like cockroaches."
Dallas put the truck in gear and drove forward.
"We'll need to get us another vehicle," he said. "This is too cramped as it is, and we can't fit your pa in here with us, too."
"That's true," Rick agreed. "There's a dealership a quarter-mile up that way."
"Officer, you don't mean to say you're going to steal a car, do you?"
Dallas asked, pointedly. Sam looked wide-eyed at her father.
"Appropriate, sir,"
Rick shot back, with a wide grin. 6. Hapscom's used car lot was surrounded by a 6-foot chain-link fence, complete with razor wire at the top.
The lot had about 60 cars in various states of repair. The newer models were toward the front of the lot, while the clunkers were off to the side and back. There was a narrow 2-story building that housed offices at the back of the lot. Next to that was a beat-up 4-car garage, also with a second story. The lot looked like it hadn't been open in a few days, and even better, it looked devoid of infected. Dallas drove the garbage truck up to the gate. There were no infected coming for them, but they would be here soon enough, as the big diesel truck made quite a racket. Rick jumped out of the truck, carefully looking around for infected. Dallas jumped out too, and looked at the thick chain locking the gate. He went to the side of the truck and opened a panel. He came back in a few seconds with some bolt cutters, and was through the lock in 5 seconds.
$50 chain and a $2 lock.
Dallas rolled his eyes.
Stupid.
The gate was a roll type, and they both rolled it to the left so the truck could get in. Chris drove the truck onto the lot, and Rick closed the gate. Dallas took the chain and wrapped it around the gate poles a few times, finishing it in a chain knot.
Should keep 'em out, unless they go right for the chain.
Dallas and Rick climbed back in the truck, Chris sliding to the middle seat again. "You're going to stay in the truck and watch Sam," Rick said to Chris. "Call me on this," Rick said, as he fished a small radio out of his duffel and handed it over. "If you see any of them climbing the fence, or if there are any inside that we didn't see."
"Or if there's more than 50 that show up," added Dallas. "Don't want 'em too thick at the gate when we try to leave."
Dallas turned the truck around so that the front of it was facing the gate, and then he backed the vehicle as close to the office as he could. Rows of used vehicles were stretched out closer to the office. There was a 10-foot walking path, but the truck could go no further back. "I'm on Channel 6, Rick told Chris. "Chris is going to watch you for a minute, kiddo," he said to Sam. "Be good and do what he says." Sam nodded and held her stuffed tiger tight. "Careful, Daddy." Rick handed Dallas the Spaz 12, and he grabbed the AR-15. They both hopped out of the truck, and Rick slung the rifle over his shoulder. He pulled out his Taurus, and they both walked the last 100 feet or so to the building, checking behind each row of crappy cars as they went. Rick looked right, and Dallas left. "I think that Durango will do nicely," said Rick, pointing to a blue Dodge. "I even like the color." The SUV had a Like New sign on it, and it was priced at $89.95.
"Might want to grab the Hummer there, Chief," Dallas said, pointing back toward the front of the lot. A shiny yellow Hummer was sitting in the early morning sun. It had tinted windows, and the sun gleamed off the chrome on the rear bumper and mirrors. The vehicle was on one of those display ramps, with the nose of the SUV pointing at a 45-degree angle. "Didn't see that pulling in. Damn, that's nice." "Some cop there, Sherlock," chided Dallas. "Biggest damn thing out here next to my trash truck."
Rick smiled, and they continued toward the office.
"How old are they?" Dallas asked.
"Who?"
"Your kids. How old?"
"Kids?" asked Rick, confused. "Oh, Chris isn't my son. I just met him last night. Sam is 8. Chris lives above me. He's a computer tech guy or something."
"Huh. Thought he was about 17. Go figure."
"Uh-oh," Dallas said, as they neared the front doors. It was a double-door setup, and there was a blood smear across the left glass door. The right door was smashed in. The first 10 feet inside of the office was illuminated by the doors and a few windows, but towards the back, it was nothing but inky blackness. "Cover," Rick whispered. Dallas moved to the broken door and pulled it open while Rick went on one knee in a firing stance. Dallas kept the door open, and Rick stood and walked through. Dallas stepped in after, shotgun at the ready. There was a wooden rack full of keys, and at the very top was one marked Display. Dallas grabbed the keys, and they had Hummer engraved on a metal tag. "Looks like this is—" he started to say, and immediately 3 zombies lurched out of 2 different doors down the hall, shambling straight toward the living men. They began to moan as they staggered toward the humans. Rick brought his rifle to his shoulder in a firing position, but Dallas put his hand on the rifle barrel and pushed down a little.
Let's take this outside, Bubba.
Rick nodded, and they backed out the door with the undead following from about 15 feet.
Cover me, okay?
Dallas said. Rick nodded again. Dallas moved forward quickly for someone so big and used his shotgun butt to fell the first undead. The other two kept coming, and he did the same to both. They each started to get up again, so Dallas handed the shotty to Rick and brought out his rebar. It was over in less than 30 seconds, and Dallas wiped his dripping rebar on the shirt of one of the twice-dead creatures. They walked back to the garbage truck, discussing their plan.
"Well, at least we'll be more comfortable in that huge yellow tank," Rick said, indicating the Hummer with a nod. "Yeah, about that," Dallas started. "I'm kind of partial to my garbage truck. It's high off the ground, and I'm pretty sure I could plow through most crowds of them folks."
Dallas pointed to the gate, where 11 undead had congregated.
"Think I might just keep her for a bit."
"Okay. I'll take Chris and Sam with me in the Hummer, and you can follow," Rick said.
"Or you could give me that radio, and I could plow the way for you, with you giving me directions while we drive."
"Good idea," Rick agreed. "The final destination is Alcatraz, via the shipyard at the end of 3rd Street. If we get separated, meet us there."
"Now that's a good idea," Dallas told him. "You got a boat?"
"Working on it."
"Wow, stealing a Hummer and a boat in the same day? Oh, gonna have to take this up with your superiors."
"Hopefully we'll be doing some time together on the rock, you and me," Rick laughed.
"And I always said hell would freeze over before I did anything dumb enough to go to prison."
Chris stuck his head out the window.
"Any time, fellas. Look at that."
He pointed toward a huge crowd coming toward them from the south.
"Can we go now?"
"Chris, you and Sam are coming with me in the Hummer. Help Sam out and grab the bags." Rick hopped up into the Hummer's driver's side and started the engine. The vehicle had 1/4 of a tank of gas, plenty to get the 3 miles to his dad's house and the few miles to the shipyard after that. He backed it off the display ramp and pulled up alongside the garbage truck. "Let's go," he told Sam and Chris.
"What about Mr. Dallas?"
asked Sam.
"He's going to use the garbage truck to help us get through."
Once everybody was in and buckled up, Rick called Dallas on the radio. "Let's move. Take a right and head north." Dallas didn't respond, but the garbage truck moved forward. The gate was just starting to sag from the combined weight of 16 undead. The larger crowd was lumbering toward them, 200 feet away. Dallas hit the gate at about 5 miles per hour and bent it outward, knocking the undead to the ground. He put it in 2nd gear, and the truck jerked forward. He ran over 6 prone forms, their bodies breaking like twigs under the frame of the big truck. Rick followed closely behind. They sped down the road, with undead coming at them from every direction. Dallas started slowing down, and Rick told him to take the next right. Dallas stopped the truck and pointed out the window to the left. In the 2nd-story window of a consignment shop was a woman, frantically waving her arms. The undead were thin in this area, so Rick stopped and got out of the vehicle with his AR-15. He dropped 2 infected with single shots to the head, moving toward the broken door of the shop.
"No, don't!"
the woman screamed.
"There's a bunch of them inside."
She threw a knapsack and 2 bags out the window. Rick caught the first heavy bag, and the other 2 landed on the street.
"Come on, lady, we gotta go,"
Rick yelled, shouldering one of the bags. An undead staggered out of the broken shop door, and he shot it in the throat. It stumbled backward, but didn't go down. His second shot hit it below the left eye, and it fell back into the shop. There were others behind it, and Rick walked forward, shooting single shots. The woman dangled out the window and dropped 15 feet to the street, rolling as she hit the ground. It was a moment before she got up, but she ran to Rick, and they picked up a bag each and ran to the Hummer. A thunderous boom echoed through the street, and an undead near the garbage truck flew backwards. Dallas fired another shell from the Spaz-12, and the head of a former businessman disappeared in a splash of crimson. Chris stepped out of the Hummer and fired at another undead sneaking up on Dallas's blind side. He missed and shot again, grazing it in the back of the shoulder. The woman got in the back seat of the Hummer, and Chris and Rick got in too. "Let's move, Dallas, we got her," Rick said into the radio. Again there was no response, but the garbage truck once again lurched forward.
"Thank you so much. I thought I was dead for sure. They were breaking down my door. I'd been hiding upstairs at my work for hours, but they found me. They killed my boss this morning. Oh, it was horrible."
"It's okay," said Chris. "We weren't going to leave you. What's your name?"
"Anna," she said.
"Anna Hargis. Hi, Anna. My name's Chris, and this is Rick and Sam. The guy in the garbage truck is Dallas. He's the one who saw you."
"Oh, thank God for you all."
"Don't thank us yet. You might not like what we're about to do," said Rick. "When we stop, I'm going to get out, run in the house, and get my father. You're going to stay and watch Sam. Chris, give her your gun. I just met you, Anna, but I have to trust you. Watch my little girl. I'm leaving the keys with you and Chris, and if we're not out in 3 minutes, you guys take Sam and get to the shipyard at the end of 3rd Street. Get to a boat and get to Alcatraz. Chris, you jump out too, but stay near the car and cover it." Anna swallowed hard.
"I've never shot anyone before."
"Hopefully you won't have to today," Chris said to her. "Anna," Rick said with menace, "if I come out in less than 3 minutes and the Hummer is gone, I will find you. There's no place for you to hide." Anna nodded quickly. They continued, Dallas driving over any undead in his path, with Rick providing directions. They got to the end of Rick's father's street, and Rick called Dallas again. "Dallas, his house is the 3rd from the end of the street, by the playground. You want to stir some trouble before we get there?" The horn on the garbage truck blared for 5 seconds, and it moved forward quickly. The truck shot away from the Hummer and ran over everything in its path, picking up speed as it flew down the street. Dallas had destroyed 17 undead in the road before the Hummer pulled up to Rick's dad's house. The garbage truck turned a corner at the end of the road and disappeared from view, the big diesel engine fading in the distance. Rick and Chris hurried out of the Hummer, and Anna moved into the driver's seat. She had never been so scared. There were 8 undead within 100 feet. Rick gave Chris the Taurus and told Chris to wait outside and kill anything that got close. "If she tries to leave," he thumbed at Anna, "stop her." The door to his father's house was still intact, but the front picture window was broken in. Rick heard the Taurus bark as he ran toward the door, but he didn't have time to look around. He yelled, "Dad!" and ran up the front 3 steps, kicking at the door. The second kick splintered the frame, and the door opened to reveal an undead shambling toward Rick. He dispatched it and went through the doorway. He could see 6 creatures crowding the broken door to the basement. "Dad!" he yelled. "Dad!" 2 of the things turned to him, and he fired twice, killing both. He kept firing on single shot until no undead were left. He could hear the Taurus firing outside. Rick ran across the room and entered the doorway, suddenly coming face to face with a dead paramedic. Rick quickly lashed out with the butt of his rifle, catching the thing under the chin. The creature's head snapped back, and it fell backwards down the stairs. Its fall was impeded by a few dead that were already crumpled on the steps. The creature tried to rise, but a large pipe wrench came crashing down on its forehead. Rick's father was standing there, winded, holding a 20-inch monkey wrench, which was dripping with gore. "Dad! Dad! Let's go!" "Careful, Rick! The backyard is full of them!" Rick's dad yelled. Rick changed magazines, dropping the almost expended mag in his vest pocket and slapping the new one home. He came 2/3 of the way down the stairs and held his hand out to his father. The older man grabbed his son's hand and climbed over the 4 creatures he had dispatched with his wrench. They made it quickly up the stairs, and Paul paused at the top, looking back down the flight. "Come on, Dad! We gotta go!" Rick barked.
"Rick, they're coming,"
Anna said, her voice barely audible. Rick's dad was saying something while pointing to the side yard, but Rick was focused on getting back to the car. Rick and his father flew out the front door, Rick taking quick stock of his surroundings. There were 5 bodies on the ground, evidently destroyed by Chris. More were coming. As Chris was reloading, Anna fired from her seat at one creature that got too close. She hit it in the throat and promptly leaned out the window and threw up. Rick brought his AR-15 to his shoulder and fired twice in rapid succession, killing the thing Anna had failed to bring down, and another undead. He ran to the driver's side and told Anna to move over. "I'll drive," said Rick. "My wheels." Chris helped Rick's dad into the back seat and got in himself.
"Grandpa!"
yelled Sam.
"Oh, little one, it's so good to see you. I thought I might not get the chance again."
Rick's father hugged her tight. "What are you talking about, old man?" asked Rick. "I told you I'd be over this morning with Sam." Rick accelerated down the street.
"Oh, shut it, sonny boy," his father said. "And Don Ho called. He wants his shirt back. Who are your friends?"
Chris and Anna introduced themselves.
"You can call me Paul," he said to them. "Now somebody give me something to shoot with."
Chris rummaged through a duffel and came out with a 9mm 6-hour P229.
"Thanks,"
said Paul.
"Course, I told him to get the .357 model and not this little sissy pistol."
"I could always bring you back home and give you a rolled-up newspaper to defend yourself with," Rick said, smiling.
"Probably do more damage than this thing. Looks like a damn toy. I miss my Colt," moaned Paul.
Rick continued smiling as he drove north. 7.
"Dallas? Dallas, do you read?"
Still nothing. Rick weaved in and out of abandoned and wrecked cars. The occasional undead staggered into the path of the Hummer, only to be knocked back or go down underneath, but otherwise the streets were deserted. Rick lowered the walkie-talkie and looked at Sam. She looked scared and was rubbing the head of her little stuffed tiger. He thought she was being very brave during an event that had probably crippled the minds of many. They crested another hill, and the sight before them was one straight out of hell. A city bus was jutting out from a building, the front of it 3 feet in. It must have crashed going fairly slowly. There was a crowd of 70 or so undead banging on the sides, with others milling about. Many of the crowd were kneeling over unmoving forms, ripping pieces away, and stuffing the gory prizes into their faces.
"How do we help them?" asked Paul.
"We can't, Dad. Look in the windows." There were numerous staggering forms in the bus. Blood splashed across a few of the windows, and the bus was smoking from under the hood. "They're gone," added Rick. The mob had apparently heard the Hummer's engine, because some of them turned around and began staggering toward the survivors. The creatures who noticed began their shrill cries and moans, alerting the whole group. In seconds, a huge mob of infected was shuffling their way to a late breakfast. "Time to go," Anna said. Rick did a 3-point turn and went back the way they had come. Several turns later, and they were again heading north. After less than 2 minutes of travel, they came upon a hastily assembled roadblock of police cars. There was no one in sight, dead or alive, but the place was a mess, with blood and bullet cartridges everywhere. "Damn it," Rick whispered. He took another left and handed the radio to Anna. "See if you can raise Dallas," he asked her. She tried for several minutes, to no avail. They rounded a corner, and yet another crowd of undead surged in their direction. "This isn't working," admitted Rick. "The damn marina is a mile from here, but every direction is blocked."
"We're gonna have to hole up someplace,"
Paul said.
"I don't want to get trapped, Dad." "We're already trapped," Paul said. "We can't get to where we gotta go, so let's find some place and hide for a spell."
Rick turned the car around yet again and floored it. He went about 4 blocks and stopped in front of an old movie theater. There were no dead in sight. The marquee read, "Double Creature Feature, The Blob, Creature from the Black Lagoon." "Let's try this," he said, and got out. "Anna, slide over and get behind the wheel." She did as she was told, and Rick ran to the front doors. They were locked tight. There were no windows on the ground level. The left side of the theater butted against another building, and the right had a 12-foot-wide alley between it and the next wall. The alley had a 6-foot chain-link fence blocking access. It, too, was secured with a chain and padlock. The small area held some dumpsters and trash cans. There was a fire escape in the center of the building, which ran by some windows and all the way to the roof. Rick ran back to the car. "I'm going to look for a way in. Take off if it gets crowded, and try to get back unnoticed."
"I'm coming with you,"
Chris said, getting out of the Hummer. The pair ran to the fence and scaled it quickly, dropping soundlessly to the other side. Rick made a mental note that this kid might just be good to have around. They moved cautiously toward the dumpsters. Rick checked behind them both, discovering nothing. There was another chain-link gate at the other end of the alley. "Give me a hand," Rick asked Chris. Rick shouldered his AR-15, and Chris put the Taurus in the front pocket of his jeans. They pushed a blue dumpster a few feet until it was under the fire escape's ladder. This type of dumpster had 2 plastic side panels and 2 plastic covers on the top for easy access, but they wouldn't hold either man when stood upon. Rick climbed on the dumpster and stood on the edge. His hand on the wall, he helped Chris up. As Chris balanced on the dumpster, with one hand on the fire escape ladder, one of the plastic flip covers burst open and an undead grabbed Rick's leg. The creature bit down hard on the back of Rick's boot, right over his Achilles tendon, and Rick yelped, losing his balance, then tumbling to the asphalt of the alley. Chris, standing on the 3-inch steel balance beam, let go of the ladder, drew the Taurus, and fired point-blank into the thing's face. The creature's head jerked back, and red chunks of skull erupted from the back of it. The kick of the gun threw Chris off the dumpster, and he landed on his back. Rick fell next to him, landing hard on his knee. A cloud of flies blossomed from the dumpster.
"Ow!"
said Chris. Rick held his knee and rocked on the ground for a second. "You okay?" he asked Chris. Chris rubbed the back of his head and sat up.
"No, there are dead things trying to eat us. I am not okay."
He stood up and held a hand out to Rick. Rick accepted the hand and winced as he stood up. "Oh, shit. I messed my knee up, but good." There was blood oozing from his pant leg, and it trickled down his boot. "Plan hasn't changed, though. We gotta get in there." Rick flicked the LED light on his AR-15. He slid the side panel of the dumpster open and shined the light inside. The twice-dead creature was the only occupant, save about 1,000 happy flies. The flies shot out of the panel in another black cloud, zooming away like F-14s on a sortie. Satisfied that the dumpster was clear of any more infected, Rick told Chris to go for the ladder. It was locked in the up position. Rick boosted Chris onto the dumpster, and Chris gained access. Standing on the first flight of the fire escape, he undid the slide lock at the top of the ladder. It came crashing down to the pavement, making a tremendous noise in the relative quiet of the alley. Rick slowly climbed with his wounded knee. When he reached the first landing, Chris pulled the ladder into the locked position. 2 undead were at the far end of the alley now, looking at them with hungry eyes and clawing at the chain link. The bottom of 4 floors of windows was locked, so Rick broke it with the butt of his rifle, shining his light into the building. The light showed a short corridor that led to a stairway. The duo climbed in the window and cautiously moved to the stairs. The stairs went up and down and opened up into a balcony overlooking the theater. It looked deserted, but they couldn't see the back few rows. Both men moved quickly down the stairs, which ended in a blue double-swinging door with a rectangular window. Rick looked through the window into a lobby. It looked clear. He eased the door open and panned the light around. There was a concession stand with a couple of doors behind it, a spiral staircase going up, the doors to the theater, and the exterior doors. The men crossed the lobby to the front doors. The doors were the push-bar type, and Rick listened carefully for a second, then opened one of them wide, leading with his rifle. The Hummer was there, gleaming shiny yellow in the morning sun. Rick told Chris to hold the door open, and he ran to the vehicle. "Come on, let's get inside," he told everyone. Anna and Paul got out of the car and shouldered some baggage. Rick grabbed Sam, and she came along with her backpack. They all got inside before anything unsettling happened. There were windows 10 feet up in the high-ceiling lobby, but none on the ground level. The doors were heavy steel fire doors, but Rick still didn't feel safe. "We need to make sure this place is secure," Rick said. "Stay on this floor and look for any doors that lead outside. Stick together and don't go anywhere alone, not even for a second."
Shouldn't we split up?" asked Chris. "How many horror movies have you seen?" Anna asked, incredulously. "Splitting up is tantamount to checking the basement alone, or running upstairs instead of out the door, or having sex," she added. "You just don't do it when you're in a horror movie." "Duh."
Chris flushed red, and Rick chuckled. "We're sticking together," Rick said. "Safety in numbers."
"Unless the bad guys have more numbers,"
muttered Chris under his breath. The gang of 5 moved to the concession stand. Rick walked around the display and grabbed a package of gummy bears. He put it on the glass case, and Sam's eyes bugged. "Go ahead, kid. It's okay," he said.
"But, Daddy, it's kind of early for sweets, isn't it?"
"We'll let it slide this time," he answered. Rick and Paul moved to the first door behind the concession stand. Paul got into a firing stance with the Sig Sauer, and Rick pushed the door open. It was a janitor's closet, complete with mop and bucket. There were contractors' trash bags and smaller yellow plastic bags to store popped popcorn. They moved to the next door and repeated the action. Storage. Empty drink and popcorn cups wrapped in plastic sleeves, and candy on shelves. Both rooms were tiny rectangles, 5 by 8 feet. Nobody hiding here. The only other interior doors were the one they came from, the doors to the theater, and the one at the top of the spiral stairs. Rick hobbled up the spiral stairs with Paul, but the door was locked. Anna opened the cash register, and it made a very loud ding. She looked horrified and mouthed, "Sorry." Inside the register was a key ring. The keys fit the lock on the door that Rick and Chris had used to access the lobby. She locked it and checked it. Rick hobbled over to her, and she handed him the keys. "We'll check the upstairs later. Let's do the theater now," Rick said. Chris grabbed Rick by the arm.
"Rick," he said, quietly, "that thing in the dumpster bit you. We need to check it out."
"Soon," Rick replied. "Let's make sure we're good first." Rick opened the double doors to the theater. There was a tall divider so that when the doors were opened during operating hours, the outside light wouldn't disturb the patrons while they enjoyed their movie. There were also 2 more doors, one to the left and one to the right of the divider. Bathrooms. Men left, women right. The men's room door was propped open with a wooden wedge, and a janitor's mop and bucket could be seen 3 feet into the room. The ladies' room door was closed. Rick and Paul moved in standard cover formation, with Rick in the lead and Paul covering. Guns pointed low, they cautiously entered the room. Nothing but 2 sinks, 2 stalls, a urinal, and a warm air hand dryer attached to the wall.
"Huh, damn clean for an old theater bathroom," Paul thought.
Rick pushed the first door in with his boot and saw a spotless toilet. He pushed the second door in and discovered the same. Relieved, the father and son duo moved to the ladies' room and repeated the process. This room was empty as well. "Let's do the theater," Rick said. He peered around the corner of the dividing wall and immediately saw a body sitting in an aisle seat 2 rows down, its head slumped forward, right arm hanging limply into the aisle. Rick put a finger to his lips, and the others followed him into the theater. Rick was walking toward the slumped figure when his boot connected with something glass in the aisle. The pint bottle went skittering down the concrete aisle, banging into 3 seats before it stopped. The figure in the chair immediately went into motion. It turned its head, and its eyes grew wide at the sight of people. Chris fired the Taurus at the figure, missing the target, and the figure threw its hands up, and, as an afterthought, dove to the floor.
"I got no money," a man's voice shouted. "Place is closed and don't open till noon. I got no money."
Rick looked at an ashen-faced Chris. Chris swallowed hard.
"We're not here to rob you, Chief," Paul said. "We needed a place to hole up for a while, is all."
The man looked bewildered.
"So you broke in and shot at me?"
"We thought you were one of them," Rick told him.
"One of who?"
the man asked suspiciously. "One of the infected," Rick answered, incredulity on his face.
"Huh? What the hell you talking about? Infected? Infected with what?"
8. A green and white behemoth barreled down the debris-strewn streets of East San Francisco. Heads turned, and disheveled figures shambled after the garbage truck. Dallas had returned to the street where he had left the yellow Hummer and his new friends, but it was gone. Rick and the new girl, what was her name? Amy? Allie? Had tried to call him on the radio several times, and while he could hear him, he couldn't transmit. The damn transmit button didn't work on the radio Rick had given him. There had been no time to let Rick know once things began to progress, and now Dallas was searching for them. Things were beginning to get dicey, as around every turn, throngs of infected would shuffle into view. Dallas was just thinking that he should cut and run for the docks when the radio blared to life and scared the hell out of him. "Dallas! Dallas! Come in!" Rick's voice. "Dallas, if you can hear me, we're holed up in the—" The radio went silent for a few seconds. "In the Wilbur Theater. It's on Minna Street, about a mile southwest of the Bay Bridge on-ramp. The Hummer is parked out front." Dallas smiled. He knew where Minna Street was. Unfortunately, it was in the other direction. He slammed on the brakes, and the truck skidded to a halt. He proceeded to make a three-point turn in the middle of the street he was on, backing into a white limousine with tinted windows in the process. The passenger door on the limo fell off, and as Dallas drove away, he looked in the side mirror of the truck and could make out a zombie dressed in an evening gown stumbling out of the ruined luxury vehicle. But the ghoul was undoubtedly male. "Must have been a hell of a party," he said to himself. The garbage truck continued to travel south, and the dead seemed to thin out a little. A blue Ford Escape zoomed by going north. There wasn't that much to the north, except the dead. "To hell in a handbasket overnight," Dallas mumbled. "Where is everybody? And why aren't the streets clogged with cars?" A lone, barefoot zombie wearing hospital scrubs stumbled into view down the street. It turned at the sound of the truck and walked toward Dallas. Dallas was driving relatively slowly, but was coming up on the creature quickly regardless. The thing cut between two parked cars and stood staring at the truck as it approached. Dallas was steering to run it down when it stuck its thumb out like a hitchhiker. Dallas jerked the wheel to the left and jammed the brakes on, the rig squealing to a halt in front of the thing on the street. Dallas could see blood all over the hospital scrubs, but the person looked uninjured. The newcomer waved and ran up to the passenger door. He was all smiles as he pulled himself up to the window, only to face a big black shotgun pointed at his head. The man was in his early 20s, with short, cropped blond hair and a jagged scar on his left cheek. He continued smiling as Dallas questioned him. "You bit?" Dallas asked. "Nope, I'm Billy," the man said, through the glass. "Can I get a lift?" Dallas reached over and unlocked the door. Billy climbed in and locked the door behind him. "Thanks," he said. "Running around mostly naked isn't conducive to long life right now," he continued. "Are you going to shoot me?" "What? Oh, sorry," Dallas answered, as he raised the barrel of the shotgun to the ceiling. "Are you sure you're not bit?" he asked. "There's a lot of blood on you." "Are you from the South?" Billy asked. "I'm from the South. South Boston." Dallas looked confused. Billy frowned. "Sorry, Bugs Bunny reference. Where we going?" Dallas put the truck into first and started driving.
Son, if you're bit, tell me now and we can figure out something. We're headed for other folks, and I don't want any surprises later."
"I wasn't bitten by one of the infected, if that's what you mean," Billy told him. "I was, however, repeatedly bitten by certain choices I've made in the past. Bitten right in the old pooper, if you catch my meaning."
Okay. So where'd the blood come from? Did you have to fight your way here?"
"Oh, most certainly." Billy's face lit up. "I'm quite adept at the whole survival thingy. A natural, you might say."
Dallas was confused, and apparently Billy could tell from the look on the Southerner's face.
"Not following me there, huh, Forrest? The blood is from anything that got in the way of my great escape. I've destroyed 16 of the infected today. I'm trying to leave the city, too crowded this time of year, and I'm not quite ready to shuffle loose the old mortal coil, as it were."
"Forrest?"
asked Dallas.
"Gump!"
Billy shot back quickly. Dallas was taken aback.
"You calling me stupid?"
Now it was Billy's turn to look confused.
"What on earth are you talking about?" Billy asked him.
"Did you call me Forrest because he was a phoebe?"
"Ah," began Billy. "No, I called you Forrest because both he and you are from the South. I said Gump when you said Forrest because I thought we were playing the association game. Trust me, I play that game all the time."
"Dallas," said Dallas, offering his hand.
"Pittsburgh."
The two shook hands.
"No, my name is Dallas."
"You're kidding. Are you from Texas?"
"What gave me away?" Dallas asked, looking at Billy. "Was it my—"
"Stop!"
Billy shouted, pointing to the road. A group of 3 undead were kneeling over a prone form in the middle of the road. The 3 were so intent on their meal, they were oblivious to the approaching vehicle. Dallas stopped the truck and looked at Billy.
"I kind of have a place I need to be. What are we doing here?" Dallas asked.
"Upping the tally,"
Billy said, and he started opening the door.
"Whoa, hoss,"
Dallas said, grabbing Billy's arm. "Where are you going?"
"Oh, don't sweat it. I'll be back in a jiffy."
"Damn it, boy. This is unnecessary and damn dangerous."
"Ha! You said damn twice in one sentence."
Billy jumped out of the truck and calmly approached the zombies. He strode nonchalantly up to the nearest one. Dallas would swear later that he heard him whistling, and stopped about 3 feet behind it.
"Ahem," he said. "Excuse me." Oh, typical.
Billy barefoot kicked the kneeling former postal worker in his dead ass. The zombie pitched over, landing face first on the pavement. The thing got up, its face a mess, and looked at Billy. It cocked its head a little, and Billy followed suit. It took a step toward Billy, and Billy took a step toward the creature. Both of them stopped, just looking at each other across a 4-foot span. It was like a vile display of Simon Says. Then the thing turned and knelt down to continue dining on the unfortunate victim, ignoring Billy completely. Dallas was dumbfounded. Billy was pissed. He talked to himself as he walked over to a car with its hood up and trunk open and looked in the trunk. He pulled out a tire iron and jogged back to the brunch party. Billy pinned the weapon between his left arm and his side and spit in his left palm. He rubbed his hands together, took up the tire iron in both hands, pointed to the horizon, and then brought it around in a huge arc, smacking the former postal worker in the temple. Then he began singing.
"Grab a fence post, hold it tight."
He crushed the skull of an undead bicycle courier.
"Whomp your partner with all your might. Hit him in the shin, hit him in the head."
Billy smashed the back of a high schooler's skull.
"Hit him again, that critter ain't dead."
The coup de grace was when he drove the pry end of the tire iron into the reanimating victim's eye. The tire iron clanged to the street as Billy flung it away. He sauntered to the truck and climbed back in.
"What the hell just happened?"
Dallas demanded.
"I just brought the total to 21,
Billy answered questioningly, his eyebrows raised.
"Why didn't it come for you? It didn't attack you."
"Wasn't interested," Billy said. "I mean, Did you see what they were eating? That chick must have been hot before they ripped into her. Like supermodel hot. I bet she—"
Dallas interrupted. "What the fuck are you talking about? They didn't attack you."
"Easy, Pittsburgh. I thought this truck was rated G for garbage. No swearing."
A thump on the driver's side of the truck made Dallas jump. He looked in the mirror and saw a small crowd of dead approaching. Dallas took his foot off of the clutch and brake, and the truck rumbled forward.
"We're going to need to have a little chat on what happened out there," Dallas said.
Billy just smiled and started singing under his breath.
"Whirl, whirl, twist and twirl, jump around like a flying squirrel."
9.
"Yeah, that's what I'm telling you," huffed a frustrated Earl. "I came to work last night, like I always do. I had a couple of drinks, like I always do. I cleaned up and then came out here to take a nap in the seats, like I always do. I was going to get up in about an hour and finish cleaning, like I always do, and then you shot at me. That was new."
The survivors were all flabbergasted. Rick sighed. "So you have no idea that the city is under siege by the living dead?" Earl smiled. His left eyebrow went up, and his chin dropped.
"Living dead? Like zombies? So I work at a second-rate theater that plays nothing but horror flicks, and you're telling me that there are zombies running around?"
"Actually, they kind of shamble," Chris replied. "And they moan, but most importantly, they eat people."
"Oh, bullshit. I mean, malarkey,"
Earl said, looking at Sam.
"You got a TV?"
Anna asked him.
"Jeff has one in the projectionist booth," he answered. "Upstairs. That door was locked," Paul informed him. "I got a key, and I want to see some news."
"Hang on," said Rick. "Is there any way into the theater other than those 2 exit doors down there?" He pointed to the bottom of the theater. "Or the front door?"
"No, that's it," answered Earl.
"What's upstairs?" Rick asked.
"Balcony level. There's no 3rd floor, and the 4th floor is rented storage. The owner rents the space to people to store their stuff."
The group made their way to the spiral stairs, and Earl started up with Rick in tow. He had a massive key ring with an astronomical number of keys attached to a retractable lanyard, which was in turn attached to his ancient, threadbare belt. He made it to the top of the stairs and tried the doorknob.
"See? It ain't even locked. You just gotta—"
He turned the doorknob while shoving hard against the door with his shoulder. The door groaned open.
"Pop it a little."
Earl stepped inside and clicked the light on. Rick followed him in. The room was small, with only one tiny window, covered with a dingy red curtain overlooking the street. In addition to the projector, there was a heavy metal desk with a chair and some shelves. B-movie horror posters adorned the walls, and there was a 13-inch TV on the desk. The large drawer of the desk was open, and a stack of Penthouse magazines could be seen inside. Earl closed the desk with his leg and sat in the chair, flicking the TV on as he sat. The emergency broadcast signal was playing, with the names of shelters running from left to right at the bottom. He turned the ancient TV dial to the next channel and was rewarded with the same signal.
"The hell?"
he asked. Earl rotated the dial again, and the same banner was playing at the bottom of the screen, but this time there was a reporter yelling at the public.
"Or go to the Sacramento Street Rescue Station. It has been overrun. The barricades have fallen, and people are fleeing for their lives. If you can hear this, get out of the city by any means necessary, as quickly as possible. The Army has been moving through the city, running clean-and-sweep operations."
The reporter put his hand to his left ear and looked down for a second.
"I've just gotten word," he continued, "that the entire Haight-Ashbury section of the city has been lost to the undead menace. The Monterey Boulevard Rescue Station has been completely destroyed."
Shambling figures could be seen advancing behind the reporter as he continued to list off parts of the city that were under siege.
"Garrett, we gotta go,"
someone said from off-camera. The camera dipped a little, and the reporter turned around. He brought the mic back to his mouth and said in a trembling voice,
"We have to go now, but stay tuned.
This is Garrett Rhodes reporting from downtown San Francisco for the Heart of Frisco, Channel 9 News.
The feed switched to an anchorman seated behind a blue desk. That, folks, was terrifying. As you can see in the overlay, sections of our city are burning out of control. A picture-in-picture popped on the screen, displaying an aerial view of greasy black smoke plumes in various sections of the city. The following rescue stations are to be avoided at all costs. Earl switched the TV off.
Okay, so I believe you.
Now what?
We're going to sit this out for a bit, then we're headed for Alcatraz, Rick answered. Rick heard a squealing of hydraulic brakes and went to the small window. He pushed the curtain to the left and looked out on Minna Street. He smiled and let out a happy grunt.
"What is it?" asked Earl.
"I think hell actually just froze over," Rick replied. Rick and Earl started down the stairs when there was a light knock on the theater's front door. An unfamiliar voice called through the door.
"Do you have any Miracle Whip?"
3 guns pointed at the door simultaneously. "Wait!" Rick called down the spiral stairs. "It's Dallas."
"Didn't sound like Dallas."
Chris was obviously suspicious.
"It is. I saw him pull up in the garbage truck through a window upstairs."
Rick reached the bottom of the stairs and ran to the door.
"Dallas?" he called.
"Yup,"
came the burly man's reply.
"Open up."
Rick pushed the push bar, and the steel door opened wide. Dallas and a barefoot man dressed in bloody hospital scrubs came in. Rick pulled the door closed and turned to face Dallas. Dallas spoke up first.
"I realize that I kinda just met you, but I'm darn glad to see you again, Bubba."
"Likewise there, Chief. Who's your friend?" asked Rick.
"You know me, always picking up strays. This is Billy."
Billy took a step forward, and when he did, Dallas made a couple of small clockwise circles near his temple with his index finger.
"Name's Billy,"
Billy said to Rick. He moved on, repeating the same thing to each of the others in the theater, stopping at Chris and asking some questions.
"How are we doing, Hoss?"
Dallas asked. "Place is pretty secure. We got a little food and plenty to drink, and there's only 3 entrances, all steel fire doors." Rick pointed behind him. "This is my dad, Paul, and this is Earl. He works here." Paul came up and shook hands. Earl nodded. Anna walked up to Dallas and gave him a peck on the cheek. "I'm Anna," she said. "Thanks for noticing me in the window. I would have been dead in another minute or 2. "Sorry," Rick said. "I forgot you 2 never got to meet."
"My pleasure, miss,"
a red-faced Dallas replied sheepishly.
"Least we could do."
"All right, everybody, listen up," Rick told the group. "We're fairly secure here, and we have limited supplies, so we'll hang out until tomorrow and make another run for the docks in the early morning. Let's make sure we're good here, and I want to check out the upper floors and see if there's anything we can use up there. Chris, you and Anna go and check all the doors again and see if you can barricade them. Dad, you and Earl get some food going and watch Sam. See if you can find something for Billy to wear. Dallas and I are going up to the 4th floor."
"I knew I should have taken that left turn at Albuquerque," moaned Billy.
Rick looked at him quizzically. Sam giggled, and Billy beamed.
"Finally,"
he said, and sat down cross-legged next to Sam.
"Which one is your favorite? Mine is Hillbilly Hare, and anything with Yosemite Sam."
Sam was a bit scared, but she replied quickly,
"I like the ones where Bugs dresses like a girl." "Ha ha! He dresses like a girl in Hillbilly Hare!"
Billy was ecstatic. He took off his bloody shirt and wiped his chest with it. Sam sat down next to him. When he was done, he threw it to the side.
"Awesome tiger! Where'd you get it?"
Sam smiled.
"What happened to your face?" she asked,
pointing to his scar.
"Tigers!"
he replied, a little too loud, and she smiled again. He and Sam continued to talk, while Dallas and Rick walked to the door to the balcony. Anna had given Rick the keys earlier, and he unlocked the door, and they stepped through. Chris came up and followed them through the door. Rick raised his eyebrows.
"Your leg, Rick."
"Hang on, Bubba,"
Dallas said.
"What does he mean?"
"I got bitten getting here, but it's nothing."
"Where?"
asked Dallas. "Outside, when we were trying—" Dallas cut him off with a headshake.
"No. I mean, where on your person did you get bit?"
"It bit my boot. I guess my boot will come back and kick us," Rick said.
"Still got to see it, Bubba."
Rick nodded and sat on the step and rolled his pant leg up. He undid the laces on his boot and took it off. He pulled his black sock down, and there was a small bruise over his Achilles tendon, but the skin wasn't broken.
"Well, okay then,"
Dallas said.
"Let's quit all this lollygagging and get going."
Rick laced his boot up. Chris smiled at him and walked back into the theater, and Rick and Dallas climbed the stairs to the 4th floor. They passed the short corridor where Rick and Chris had entered the theater and continued up another flight. A doorless entryway led them to a large room with many desks, each with a sewing machine. It looked like the room hadn't been used in years. "Sweatshop," Rick said. There were 2 other doors at the far end of the large room. One was a bathroom full of chairs and other junk. The other door was locked. A loud thump from above made both men look at the ceiling. "Thought there were only 4 floors." Rick looked at Dallas with eyebrows raised. Dallas shook his head and motioned with his chin toward the door to the stairs. Rick nodded, and they cautiously moved back to the stairway. They crept slowly up the stairs, senses wary. The stairs ended in a heavy door, not like any of the others in the upper floors of the theater. Rick knocked on the door, but heard nothing. Rick put his hand on the door handle and looked at Dallas. Dallas gave a curt nod, and Rick threw the door open. Another short corridor with a door on either side. There was a brass 1 on the door on the left and a 2 on the door on the right. There was movement behind the door on the left. Rick called out, "Hello?" And instantly he could hear the telltale moans of the infected. There sounded like a lot of them. Seconds later, pounding started on the flimsy door, and dust fell from the ceiling. The 2 men beat a hasty retreat back to the door at the end of the corridor, but not before the door with the 1 on it crashed open, spilling 4 undead into the corridor. There were more behind them in the room. A very dead Asian man with a katana sticking out of his chest stepped over his comrades, trying to get to a savory hot meal. The creature stepped on the hand of one of the fallen, splintering the bones with an audible crack. Infected seemed to pour out of the room, all intent on the feast 20 feet away. Rick pulled the door closed, and both men hurried down the steps. 3 seconds later, pounding started on the heavy door.
"At least the damn door opens in,"
Dallas declared, as they took the stairs 2 at a time. "Did you see that guy with the sword?" Rick asked. "Must be tough to turn corners, huh?" Dallas and Rick burst into the lobby, Dallas yelling for everyone. Rick turned and locked the stairway door, and the lobby filled with the little band of survivors. "We're leaving," shouted Rick. "Pack up! We have 1 minute." "What's going on?" demanded Chris. "Are they in?"
"The whole goddamn upstairs is full of 'em,"
Dallas told him, and immediately looked at Sam.
"Sorry, honey, I'm scared is all. I usually don't swear too much."
Billy looked annoyed. "We gotta move again? I just started settling in." "Move it," Rick said. Billy harumphed and stood up, still shirtless. "Dallas, cover the stairs. I'm going to go up to the projection booth and look out the window to make sure we're clear. Everybody else, be ready to leave." Rick ran up the spiral stairs. He was up there maybe 30 seconds before he hurried back down.
"How are we doing?"
asked Paul.
"There's dozens," answered Rick,
ashen-faced. "But that doesn't change the fact that we need to leave now."
"They must have got through, Hoss. I can hear 'em on the stairs."
Everyone but Dallas gathered near the door, weapons ready. Sam looked scared. Billy bored. "We need to do this quick," Rick started. "Dallas, you take Billy and Earl. I'll drive with the people that came with me. Everybody sit where you were sitting before, if you can. Chris, you and I will lead. Dad, you and Anna cover Sam. Get her in the Hummer fast. Dallas, you block with the truck. Head toward the bay." "Wait," Earl said quickly. He ran behind the counter and opened a tall white cabinet. He pulled out 2 baseball bats, one aluminum and one wood. He tossed the wooden one to Billy, who promptly used it to smash the glass on an oblong box attached to the wall next to him. He reached in and withdrew a red fire axe. He smiled a wicked half-smile.
"Only you can prevent forest fires."
He one-hand tossed the wooden bat to Chris, who caught it effortlessly, gripped it in the middle, and strode to the front door. He looked damn tough for a skinny nerd, with the Louisville Slugger in one hand and the Taurus in the other. Dallas turned to look through the skinny glass window of the door leading upstairs. He looked into the dead Asian eyes of the man he had seen upstairs. The dead man smacked his open palm on the window with a wet splat. Black and red fluid smeared the window, and Dallas jumped back with a "Jesus!" "They're here!" he yelped, as thumps were heard on the other side of the entrance. "Dallas, let's go!" Rick shouted. 1, 2, 3! He counted and pushed the front door to the theater open. The door thudded against something and bounced back. He shoved it again, and it opened wide. An infected teenager in a black AC/DC t-shirt and jeans was on his back near the door, but already starting to rise. Rick plugged him with the AR-15, and every infected in the street outside of the theater turned his way. The group ran to their respective vehicles, except Billy, who looked undecided between the two. The dead started to close. "What the hell's he doing?" Earl demanded of Dallas. "All his dogs ain't barking," Dallas shouted back, as he helped Earl up the side of the garbage truck. He ran around the front of the truck to the other side, colliding midway with a former soldier in digital fatigues. The dead soldier grabbed the shotgun and wouldn't let go. Dallas released his grip, pushed the thing back, and brought up his rebar in one quick movement. He smashed the creature in the temple, and it went down. He picked up the shotgun, and the soldier grabbed his pant leg as he tried to move away. Dallas fired point blank, turning the soldier's head into a fine pink mist. Others were coming. Rick went to one knee and winced in pain. He started picking the closest targets, covering his group as they got to the Hummer. He dispatched a 6-year-old girl with pigtails and hideous bite wounds on her neck. He fired on a postal worker and hit her in the shoulder, the second shot entering just below her nose and putting her down for good. Rick could hear other weapons firing as well. He shot a businessman complete with briefcase and a doctor with a surgical mask. The street was filling quickly. For every one destroyed, 3 took its place. The horn on the Hummer sounded, and Rick bolted for the door. He fired one more shot at a burned guy with a motorcycle helmet on, twice killing him. Shards of high-impact plastic erupted from the back of the creature's helmet. Rick got in the driver's seat of the Hummer and started the engine. He looked left and saw Billy waving to Sam from the street. Chris hit the window button, and the window went down. "Billy, get in the garbage truck!" he yelled. "They're coming!" Billy looked at the oncoming tide of dead. "But I want to go with Sam," he whined. "There's no room. You gotta go in the truck. Behind you!" Chris screamed. An undead so badly burned it was impossible to tell if it had been male or female put its hand on Billy's shoulder. Billy shoved its hand off of him with a look of irritation. He spun and looked the creature in the face. The thing walked past him, heading for the Hummer, crackling as it moved. "Fine," Billy yelled, actually stomping his foot. "But it isn't fair. I wanted to go with Sam." He stormed to the garbage truck and climbed aboard. The truck lurched into gear and headed east. Rick followed closely behind, a bewildered look on his face. "What in holy blue friggin' hell was that?" Chris asked. I got nothing," Rick said.
10.
"You saw that, right?" Earl asked Dallas. "Yeah, twice now. It was hard to miss, and even harder to figure." "Billy, why didn't that thing attack you?" Earl asked.
"Dunno," Billy answered, brows knitted in contemplation. "You think it might be because I'm unsavory?" he asked, with a hint of sadness.
"Huh?"
Earl asked. Unsavory, Billy replied. Means I don't taste good, I think. I had this nurse in the hospital last year, and she said I was an unsavory character. Could that be it? Maybe, Earl said, smiling. I think it means she didn't like your type or something, though. So I might taste good, then? Billy asked, brightening. I don't really know, Earl replied. Me neither, Billy finished, with a sigh. Billy, if we can figure out why they don't attack you, we might be able to stop them from attacking all of us, Dallas said. Maybe even everyone everywhere. How? Billy asked, innocently. I don't know, kid. I ain't a scientist. Dallas drove over 3 infected in the middle of the street, their bodies crunching under the wheels. The radio in the truck blared to life. Dallas, you gotta tell me if you're gonna be throwing bodies out from under your truck. We're not as big as you, and there's goo all over our windshield now. Well, shit, Dallas intoned. Didn't think of that. The road ahead was blocked by 2 military Humvees, parked nose to nose, so Dallas took a right and then a quick left. Another abandoned roadblock was ahead, and Dallas slowed down. This roadblock was comprised of civilian vehicles. The Hummer with his new friends started beeping furiously, and Dallas stomped on the accelerator. Hold on, he yelled. Earl looked scared shitless, fumbling for his seatbelt, and Billy started whooping with joy. The garbage truck hit the roadblock at about 45 miles per hour. Screeching metal and smashing glass could be heard as the truck plowed through the smaller vehicles. The cars at the roadblock spun away, one smashing into a storefront window, the other flattening 2 lurking infected. The heavy vehicle lumbered on. What the hell was that? Chris demanded, in a panicked voice, when the truck in front of them shuddered from the impact of the collision. Pieces of the vehicles Dallas had just smashed came spinning back toward the Hummer, and there was a big thud under the rear end as they went over something big. There was a long wail from the truck's horn, and suddenly bits of bone and bloody pulp shot out from under Dallas's rig. Rick was able to swerve to the left, but he still needed to use the wipers to get rid of the chunky crimson droplets on the windshield. Rick needed the washer fluid to clean the mess off, and even then, a hunk of dark-haired scalp caught on the passenger side wiper. It looked like a big spider hanging on for dear life. Okay, horn equals goo. Let's get a little distance between us and them, but not too much, Paul said from the back seat. The horn blared in front of them again, and again a former human shot out from underneath the back of the garbage truck, tumbling in ragdoll fashion. Rick could do nothing but run it over, hearing thudding and crunching noises as he did so. With less than a mile to the waterfront, the dead were getting thick. They stumbled out from behind parked or abandoned cars, alleys, and doorways. Now and then small groups of them could be seen kneeling or on all fours, surrounding a grisly target. They were stuffing pieces of dripping gore into their greedy maws. Others were pounding or slapping open, bloody palms on heavy doors or hastily boarded windows. The group knew what that meant, but at the same time they knew they could not stop to help without being overwhelmed. Some fortifications hadn't held, and the broken doors and windows revealed gruesome occupants. "There it is!" Chris blurted excitedly when he could see San Francisco Bay from atop the hill they had just crested. The big garbage truck hurtled down the hill, the Hummer in its wake. Dallas looked ahead with a smile as he saw an open chain-link gate with the words Bayside Marina in orange letters on a white sign. He checked the rearview mirror, and his smile vanished. The Hummer was 100 yards behind him and slowing. His radio blared to life yet again. "Dallas?" Chris's voice. "Something's wrong with the Hummer. It's dying fast." Dallas started a 3-point turn to go assist. The Hummer ground to a halt. The big yellow vehicle didn't go unnoticed by the hungry dead in this area of the city. Dozens of infected were coming from all directions. Across the street, a white cargo van with Tsang's produce on the side was facing back down the street, with the driver's side door open. "Everybody out!" yelled Rick. "Get to the van! Dad, take Sam!" Rick got out
and dropped the two closest infected with single shots from the AR-15. He ran to the van to check for the keys. It was still running. He led with the assault rifle as he stuck his head in the cab to check for any unwelcome strays. Both the cab and the back of the van were devoid of infected. There were assorted crates in the back, but there was just enough room for his small crew of survivors. He spun quickly and fired at a staggering fat man in a bloody lab coat. He hit him in the lower jaw, and the undead fell, but started getting up again quickly. More were coming.
"The van is clear! Get in! Hurry!" he yelled.
Chris opened the back of the van, and Paul put Sam inside, followed by Anna, and then he squeezed in himself. It was cramped, but he felt immediately safer. Chris ran up front and fumbled with the passenger door.
"It's locked!"
he shrieked. Rick fired once more, but didn't wait to see if the shot hit. He jumped in the driver's seat and slammed the door while leaning over to open Chris's side. 3 dead slapped the driver's side of the van as Chris yanked the door open and got in. They were now facing back the way they had come, and what was coming straight at them was nothing short of terrifying. The street ahead was a veritable sea of walking dead, numbering in the hundreds.
"Holy crap,"
Chris said, wide-eyed.
"Tell Dallas we're okay and to keep going."
Rick did his own 3-point turn, slamming into 2 moaning figures. He got the vehicle turned around as Chris finished telling Dallas what happened. Dallas saw that the rest of his group had gotten safely into a van and that the van was moving. The garbage truck turned back around and headed again for the waterfront. In a few seconds, the truck had sped through the open gate into a large parking lot with white plastic-covered boats on jacks. There were no infected in the area, so Dallas climbed out and ran back to the gates. The van came speeding through, and Dallas pulled the gate closed, wrapping a heavy chain around the upright poles on the chain-link gate. The side door of the van slid open, and Paul got out, eating an apple. He tossed one to Dallas. The back of the van had held a bounty of fresh produce: apples, tangerines, cucumbers, lettuce, tomatoes, and many other assorted vegetables in small vented crates. There were burlap sacks of peppers and onions, too.
"That gate is sturdy, but I ain't got a lock for it. Let's get going."
The survivors got in their respective vehicles and weaved between the aisles of trailered vessels toward the water. Some infected could be seen inside the gates, but not many. Outside the fence was a different matter. Hundreds were swarming down the hill toward them, but it would take a good 15 minutes for the stumbling infected to reach the gate. The survivors passed a small bait-and-tackle convenience store as they drove to the docks. Dallas stopped the truck in front of a long dock with 8 boats of assorted sizes moored to it. Everybody jumped out, and Billy used his axe to open the locked gate at the top of the gangway. Billy and Earl ran down the dock to the end and found a beautiful Sea Ray sedan.
"This'll fit us, but we need the keys,"
Earl said.
"Got that right,"
agreed Billy. Earl and Billy raced back up the dock and up the gangway to tell the rest of the group about their find. There were still no infected to be seen, but everyone was wary. Shots could be heard in the distance, and greasy black smoke plumes were rising into the sky from the depths of the city. Rick was giving orders to everyone in an attempt to get going.
"These are all private boats. The keys won't be here," said Rick. "We're going to have to hotwire it."
"I can deal with that," Dallas said.
"Good. Dallas, try to get the boat started. Earl, you cover him. Anna, you, Billy, and Chris unload the food from the back of the van. My father and I will cover from the front and back. Sam, you stay with me."
The food was loaded onto the boat in less than 10 minutes, but Dallas was having trouble getting it started.
"Damnable thing don't have electronic ignition," he wailed. "What kind of dumbass don't get electronic ignition? This is a 92, for Christ's sake. I gotta take the whole panel off. I need a Phillips."
He looked at Earl, and Earl went below to look for a toolbox. 6 infected had shown up and been dispatched as they came.
"All right, we have some supplies, but not nearly enough," Rick said to the group. "I want to hit that little package store we passed and get some more stuff, specifically water and other drinks. There's some sacks in the back of the van we can use to carry smaller items. Anna, run down and tell Dallas and Earl what we're doing, then come back and cover the dock from here."
"Alone?"
she asked, wide-eyed.
"Shut this gate behind you.
And use this pole to lock the door from the other side."
Rick picked up a 3-foot length of dirty pipe from the ground behind a white concrete car stop.
"You'll be fine. If anything comes knocking, get to the boat and let the guys know."
"But—"
she stammered. "I'll stay, Rick. Take Anna with you," Paul volunteered.
Anna looked incredibly relieved.
"What about you?" she asked Rick. "If they show up, how will you get back to the boat?"
"Gonna have to figure that one out as we go," he told her. "All right, let's move."
Paul went through the wooden gate and wedged the small pipe between the gangway rails and the door. He tried it, and the door wouldn't open. He stepped carefully down the gangway, and everybody else piled into the van. 11. The van skidded to a halt outside the convenience store.
2 minutes,
Rick said. Billy, Chris, and Anna slid the side door open and rushed out of the vehicle and into the store. Billy smashed the glass in the front door, and the three of them headed in, while Rick covered the area with the Spaz 12. He had left the AR-15 with his dad and needed a cannon for close encounters. Sam sat on the edge of the van in the open side doorway, and Rick strode a few feet away from her, looking around. Sam called to him, and they started talking. Sam giggled. Sam had grabbed her father's attention, and they didn't see the infected shuffling up on them from the other side of the van. Rick turned back around to survey the area, and the creature turned the corner around the vehicle. Seeing Sam, it sped up. It used to be a heavy man, and he was in boxer shorts and a bloody wife-beater undershirt. He must have been attacked in the early morning, as he was still wearing his slippers. His padded footfalls couldn't be heard by Rick or his daughter, and the creature was almost on them when a caterwauling howl pierced the air. Rick spun and saw the thing almost on Sam. He brought the big shotgun to his shoulder and fired, hitting the infected square in the chest. It flew back 3 feet, with a gaping hole in its chest, leaving a slipper behind. It started to get up, dripping and leaking foul fluids, when Rick walked up and blew its head off. The creature slumped to the ground, twice dead. "Get back in, honey," Rick said to Sam. Rick looked around for the source of the sound that had alerted him, and he saw a small, multicolored cat slinking about behind a trash barrel. The animal came out and looked at Rick, but shrank back behind the barrel when the looters came out of the shop. They were laden with supplies, 2 cases of Mountain Dew, full sacks of groceries, and Chris had a big 5-gallon bottle of water for a water cooler on his shoulder. "What happened?" Billy asked. "Damn infected snuck up on us. I took care of it." "Nice," Billy said. The group hurried in and out of the shop twice more, each time coming out with more stuff in cases and bags. They were about to go for a 4th trip when Rick said anxiously, "Time to go. That's enough." Everybody jumped in the van, and Rick looked at the cat. He got down on his haunches, the shotgun across his legs. "You comin'?" The animal hesitated for the briefest moment, then bolted over and jumped in the vehicle, sitting warily next to Sam. Rick slid the side door closed, and the van took off back toward the docks. The boat was running when Rick's group returned. The survivors loaded the supplies onto the boat without incident, and as soon as Chris shut the gate and put the pipe back to secure it, he heard the revealing moans of the infected. They had breached the gate and were coming for dinner. Chris ran down the gangway, announcing that the dead had arrived. He and Rick cast off the lines, and the Sea Ray headed into the bay. The hungry dead had indeed reached the docks, and they lined up behind the protective fences, reaching for their lost meal. "We got near 2 full tanks of fuel and 2 spare 5-gallon emergency tanks by the engines," Earl told Rick. "Boat's in good shape, other than the control panel. Dallas had to take it off to get us started." "We've got some food and water, but not enough for more than a few weeks," said Rick. "We'll have to ration it. I still can't believe we made it." "You made it happen, Rick," Earl said. "I bet your pops over there is all kinds of proud, and your little girl is safe. You done good, sir." Earl extended his hand, and Rick shook it. "Thanks," Earl finished. Rick sat on a padded bench and looked at the sunny June sky. He let loose a tremendous sigh, and put his head in his hands. The Sea Ray took 20 minutes to cross the bay. On the way, they passed under the bay bridge, which was packed with abandoned and burning vehicles, and swarming with the dead. Treasure Island fared no better. It, too, teemed with lurching, bloody figures. The boat pulled up to the dock at Alcatraz, but they weren't the first ones there. A 14-foot Boston whaler and a 20-foot Bayliner sport boat were already tied up. 2 men in black uniforms with Heckler & Koch HK G36 battle rifles stood on the far end of the dock. They approached the Sea Ray when they heard its engines. "Okay, Chris, you and Billy secure the boat. Dad, come with me," Rick said. He and his father hopped off the boat and onto the dock and started toward the advancing men. When the men got within 10 feet, the one on the left spoke.
"Piss off, pal. This is our little slice of heaven."
"Fuck you, Martinez," challenged Rick, smiling and shaking his head. "I've had a hell of a day. Where's Mira?"
"Glad you made it, buddy,"
Martinez said, and actually hugged Rick.
"Mira's setting up a command center in the barracks. Rick," he added, "Rosalie didn't make it."
Rosalie was Mira's wife of almost 30 years. She was a wonderful woman, active in the church and in local charities. One more loss in a world of tragedy. Rick lowered his eyes. "Damn," was all he could say. Martinez pulled a radio from his utility belt as Rick shook hands with the other cop, Wisniewski, and introduced his father. Martinez took a couple of steps away and talked for a second, then turned around and handed the walkie-talkie to Rick.
"Somebody wants to say hello."
"This is Barnes," Rick said into the radio.
"Rick,"
Mira's voice.
"You made it. Are Sam and your dad okay?"
"They are, Mike. I brought more company, too."
"How many?"
8 people and a damn good cat."
"A cat?"
asked Mike. "I'll tell you all about it soon."
"Come up to the barracks and see me. We have a lot to talk about."
"Be there in a few. I want to get my people off the boat," Rick told him.
"Copy that. Out."
Rick handed the radio back to Martinez with a nod of thanks. "I could use some help unloading supplies."
"Can do,"
Martinez said. The 4 of them returned to the boat, and they unloaded the survivors and the supplies. Rick grabbed Sam by the hand, and they walked down the dock with the cat at Sam's feet.
"You know, we're going to have to give him a name," he told her.
"Already did," she said. "Pickles."
"Pickles?"
"Pickles."
12. The group of 26 survivors on Alcatraz was mixed. Race, social status, age, and gender didn't matter. Everyone was happy to see everyone else, and they embraced each other like family. With the exception of Rick, Mike, and the 2 guards who had returned to the dock, the survivors gathered in the prison dining area and shared their stories. Each told of their escape from the mainland and the losses they had inevitably suffered on the way. Billy sat apart from the others, observing the stories and the sympathy alone, until Sam led Pickles away from the group to join him. Pickles greeted Billy by rubbing against his legs, and as he reached down to pet the cat, Sam sat down on the metal bench next to them.
"How come you're way over here?"
she asked him.
"You look sad."
"I am."
"How come?"
"I have to leave, Sam, and I finally feel like I have a family."
"Where you going?"
Sam asked him, sadness in her voice. "I don't know, but I can't stay here."
"But why? It's safe here, and the bad people can't get us."
"That's exactly why, kiddo." Billy pulled an empty pill bottle out of his pocket and let it drop to the floor. "It isn't safe for me to be around people."
"That's silly. You're my best friend here. You can't leave."
Sam looked about to cry.
"Oh, don't be sad. You'll flood the place with tears and wash us all into the bay. Just like when Bugs rode that surfboard on the tidal wave, remember?"
She shook her head and smiled. Across the room, Rick and Mira appeared together through a heavy metal door. They had said their congratulations, and paid their respects to each other. Rick introduced Mike to his group of survivors, and Mike did the same for Rick.
"Where's Sam?"
Mike asked, looking around. He spotted her with a blond guy sitting away from everyone else.
"Oh, there she is,"
he said, pointing. Rick and Mike crossed the room to join Sam and Billy. Sam crossed the last few feet in a blur, yelling, "Uncle Mike!" as she jumped into his arms. Pickles trotted over and looked at Mike quizzically.
"Good to see you, Sam,"
Mike said, smiling.
"And this must be the critter that saved you."
He put her down, bent over, and stroked the cat.
"Good cat? Doesn't run with strangers, huh?"
"Nope, he's awesome," Sam replied. "His name is Pickles."
"Pickles, huh? Who's your other friend?"
Mike asked, looking at Billy.
"That's Billy. Come on, I'll introduce you."
She grabbed Mike by the hand and dragged him to Billy. Mike stopped short a few feet from Billy and looked at him hard. Billy looked back for a second and dropped his head, nodding. Mira continued the last few feet and stuck his hand out, offering a handshake. Billy stood up and, looking surprised, returned it.
"You must be Billy. Sam tells me you're her friend,"
Mira said.
"That's true, sir. We're good friends now."
"Well, welcome. Why don't you get yourself settled? There's food cooking and water to wash up with. We can get you a proper shirt, too. It will get cold in here tonight. Nasty scar you have there. Where did you get it?"
"Childhood injury," replied Billy. "Accident."
"Okay, then. Anyway, get some rest. You earned it."
Mira stuck his hand out one more time and shook Billy's hand.
"Thank you, sir,"
said Billy, sounding a tad confused.
"Sam, would you come with us for a sec, please?"
Mike asked her. Sam took Mike's hand as he led her and Rick back to the group of survivors in the middle of the room. Mike asked Sam to go sit with her grandfather for a few minutes, and shook his head in response to Rick's questioning expression. The two men ducked back out the entrance to the dining hall, and Rick waited until the door was closed to finally ask,
"Okay, what the hell's going on?"
"That guy Billy, where'd you pick him up?"
Mira asked. "I didn't. Dallas found him in the city when we got separated."
"And he's been no trouble?"
"No, damn it. He actually saved our asses a couple of times. He's, I don't know, a little off, I guess, but what is this about?"
"That kid,"
Mira said, thumbing over his shoulder behind him,
"is a grade-A psychopath. A murderer and torturer. Nasty stuff."
"What are you talking about? He's a little weird, but he absolutely loves Sam."
"That guy," Mike continued, "is Bill the Butcher."
Rick's face paled. "The dentist guy?"
"He wasn't a dentist. He murdered a dentist. I don't think he knows I made him, but we need to do something now."
"I don't want to take him down in front of Sam. And Mike, we can't kill him no matter what."
"Rick, this guy is fucking insane. Past that, he's damn dangerous. I will do what I have to in order to make this island safe."
Mike stabbed a finger at Rick.
"And damn it, so will you."
"You don't get it. This guy can walk with the dead, and they don't attack him." It was Mike's turn to look pale.
"What the hell are you talking about?"
"Like I said, the dead won't touch him. We all saw him walk right past the infected, and they ignored him. Dallas said it happened when he picked him up, too. He's important, and we need him. Some scientist somewhere will need to at least talk to him. This is a prison, for Christ's sake. Let's get him to come peacefully to a cell."
"Okay, but if he tries anything, I'll drop him like a bad habit."
"He won't. He really loves Sam, and I think he would protect her."
"We'll see. Let's go get him and find out."
The two men strode back into the dining area. Billy was gone. Book 2. The Rock. 1. Billy had never been to Alcatraz before. He had lived in San Francisco his entire life, but had never gotten the chance to go on a tour. It was unfortunate that the end of the world was what finally got him to pay a visit. Pity he couldn't stay.
He really liked this group of people, an odd assortment of folks brought to an island refuge through the efforts of some of San Francisco's finest. All were migrants from a city crawling with monsters. There was a secret that Billy didn't want to tell his new friends, but it looked like the cat was out of the bag. The cop in charge had made him for sure. There was no denying it. Billy was famous. Next would come the inevitable. They would do what all authority figures did, either lock him up or torture him with probes and questions and drugs, and then lock him up. Did they have probes or drugs? Either way, he wasn't sticking around. Then there was the little girl to consider. He couldn't hurt Sam. At least, he didn't think he could, and that was why he had to leave. He was willing to bet his own life on himself, but not her life. He was out of medication, which made him a danger to everybody. Where could he get his clozapine now? He would have to raid an institution, someplace he really didn't want to go. Too many memories, albeit mostly repressed, or hidden through drug therapy. As soon as the boss cop had looked in his eyes, Billy knew he had to run. He wasted no time. Billy made his escape quickly and quietly. He took off while the two cops were talking, slinking down the main cafeteria bay as the small band of refugees ate their beans and soup. He stuck close to the wall and walked quickly, but not hurriedly. He was out the door and running for the beach in the opposite direction of the dock as fast as possible. The brilliant summer sun made him squint as he moved. Now, the only question that remained was how to get off the island. After all, it was a prison. He was almost to the beach, on an overhanging piece of crumbling retaining wall near the former Industries building, when he heard soft voices on the beach below him. He stayed low and listened, but he was still in a hurry.
"Damn, G. You ain't gonna dry off that gat before we get going, ain't you?"
"Don't diss the webs, my brother.
You don't clean 'em, and you got 5-0 drilling you with no way to kill a bitch. I'm with you, dog, but we don't get back to Doc Murder soon, he gonna be pissed."
"Yeah, man, but if we call 'fore we scout this place, he gonna kill us both.
He need to know how many folks is here, especially cops and bitches. He got a plan for the cops, and an even better plan for the bitches."
There was hushed laughter.
"True that. Let's go check shit out."
Billy could hear the two men move along the scrub below him. They were moving to his left, and he was just above them. He picked up a broken piece of concrete and waited for them to pass by him just a little. He silently hopped up on the ledge of the broken retaining wall. The two men, dressed in gang colors, didn't see him behind and above them. Billy hurled the concrete and jumped back without waiting to see what happened. He heard a meaty thump and then a muffled shout. He moved quickly to his left, positioning himself in front of the two gangbangers, and looked over the edge. The banger in the back had been hit in the head, and the one in the front was kneeling over him, checking out his unconscious buddy.
Dog, you okay? Damn, man, what happened? Did something fall on?"
His question was punctuated by a vicious snap as Billy's foot caught him on the back of the neck. Billy had jumped off of the retaining wall and landed on the man's back after an 8-foot fall. The banger's neck had been broken, and the other man was not looking good either. Billy checked the man he had hit with the rubble, and he could see gray matter in the blood and grit on the man's shoulder. While not dead, this man would never shoot another old lady for her Social Security check. Billy stomped on the man's Adam's apple to make sure. The man started making a strangled, gurgling noise, but Billy had already grabbed their weapons and moved on, satisfied that neither man would pose a threat to the folks on the island. He hadn't made a sound the whole time. He walked down the short beach and found a small 6-seat aluminum boat with a motor on it. He pushed it out into the water until it began to float. Jumping in, he immediately started it up and made for the San Francisco shoreline. Billy shook his head and snickered at the irony of everything. He was escaping the safety of an island fortress to enter a city of the cannibalistic living dead so he could save the lives of people that were scared of him.
He was saving them from himself. He would have laughed if he didn't think of Sam right then. He had known the little 8-year-old for less than a day, but he already loved her like a sister. Billy was instantly morose. The murders of 2 people less than 5 minutes before, forgotten. His next thought was that he had actually escaped from Alcatraz, and that in itself was an accomplishment to be proud of. Torn between elation and sorrow, Billy chose indifference and shrugged his shoulders in silence. 2. Immediately after Billy was discovered missing, Detective Captain Michael Mira wasted no time in organizing 2 search parties to go find him. Mira had decided to split his talent, and he sent Detective Rick Barnes with Rick's father, Paul, and SWAT sniper Pablo Martinez with one of the civilians. All were armed to the teeth. A thorough search of the island yielded no trace of Billy, but there were hundreds of places he could be hiding. Martinez and his partner had discovered 2 dead gang members near the beach by one of the larger buildings. One had a smashed skull, and the other had his head at an odd angle and was gnawing on the forearm of his dead homie. This scared Detective Rick Barnes more than a psychopath on the loose. Not the fact that there was a zombie on the island, but that 2 people could get so close to Rick's tight-knit group, undetected. Who knows who or what could come and go as they pleased. The zombie was dispatched quickly, and Martinez put a bullet into the head of the other dead gang member, for good measure. Martinez's radio blared to life. "Martinez, any sign?" Captain Mira's voice. "Negative, sir. Nothing but the 2 dead gangbangers so far. We've canvassed all the outbuildings, but it would take a week with 20 guys to search everywhere, and even then there's got to be a million places we'd miss." "Agreed. Report back to command. Command out. Got to get Wisniewski and Barnes, and whoever is with them, to come too," Martinez told Martingale, the civilian that was to assist him. "Why are we still taking orders from your captain?" demanded Martingale. "Don't you think we should have a civilian in charge, like a mayor or governor, until we get rescued? I mean, really. The police work for the people." Martinez hadn't liked this guy from the moment they met. He was a spindly little shit with no conception of the hierarchy of command, someone who believed that democracy was imperative in crisis situations. Martinez lowered his chin and responded with venom. "I take orders because if I stop taking orders, then there will be anarchy. Anarchy or dissension will get us all killed. I intend to live, and if you want to live, you will do what you're fucking told. If you fail to comply or instigate some type of coup or revolution, I will kill you myself. You are alive because of my captain. He ordered me to pull you from that overturned car at the risk of us all. It would have been much easier to leave your sorry ass behind. Don't doubt or question him again." Martinez kept his glare locked on Martingale as he lifted his radio mic. "Wiz, did you copy?" "Roger that. RTB. Doc will be left unguarded, though," SWAT Specialist Wisniewski answered. "Me and Massengill will meet you there." "Who?" "Massengill, the civvy I got stuck with." Wisniewski snickered through the radio. "Roger that, Pobbs. Check you soon." "It's Martingale," Martingale said. "My name is Martingale." "Not anymore, Massengill." "What? Why?" "'Cause you're a fucking douche." Martingale swallowed hard, but was wise enough to keep his mouth shut. 3. Smoke from the burning city stung Billy's eyes as he pulled his boat up to a wharf on the east side of San Francisco. He tied the boat to a pylon and climbed up a ladder onto a concrete pier. He was arguing with himself over whether the instrument used to affix the boat to the pylon was a rope or a line when he was spotted by a small group of the dead. They immediately directed their shuffling towards him. Billy had 2 automatic pistols, one in each hand, but he decided to experiment with something. One of the creatures had a long screwdriver sticking out of its neck.
Billy folded his arms across his chest and waited for the small crowd to reach him. He was counting their numbers when they stopped short of him by about 3 feet. 6, 7, 8, 9. The ones in the front of the group leaned forward as if to sniff him.
In the immortal words of Bugs Bunny, "What's up, Doc?" he asked.
A look of confusion came over 2 of them, but the others merely looked vacant. Billy tucked the guns into his pants and pointed at the screwdriver in the dead man's neck.
"Do you mind?"
He grabbed the tool and yanked it out of the creature, just as the assembly of dead started to wander off in different directions. The tool made a sucking sound as it came out, and it was black with semi-coagulated blood. He put his arms across the thing's shoulders as it began walking away. He walked with it.
"You know, it doesn't really bother me that I can walk around when everybody else is running for their lives. That's a perk. But I must admit, I'm a wee bit perturbed that none of you will even consider a nibble. It makes me feel, I don't know, a little bland."
The dead thing tried to shrug him off.
"Now, that's just rude," Billy said. "Fine, take it back then."
Billy sighed and drove the screwdriver into the creature's ear. It dropped like a rock, taking the screwdriver with it. He considered fetching the weapon, but decided against it. He stormed away, shaking his head and muttering to himself. Creatures would come to him moaning, with arms reaching, only to wander off when they got close. Billy was heading in the direction of an old Ford pickup when he heard the telltale sound of car engines coming fast. He ducked in between 2 shipping containers as a small vehicle skidded to a stop about 50 feet from him. A man jumped out of the car and ran to the passenger side.
"Carol, hurry! They're right behind us!"
The man helped an injured woman out of the car, and the 2 were in the process of running for the end of the wharf when another car screeched to a halt immediately behind theirs. 3 men got out of the second car, all wearing the same gang colors.
"Hey, where you 2 going?"
one of them yelled. He fired a shot into the air. The man and woman stopped running. The other 2 men destroyed 3 approaching zombies with various firearms.
"Get 'em quick. We're going to have company in a minute." "Please, just let us go," the man pleaded. "We haven't done anything to you, and we just want to escape the city."
"Let you go?
Now why would you want to leave our fine city there, white boy? And you be taking that fine-ass bitch out of town? Nuh-uh. She be staying. But you can go."
With that, the driver of the second car shot the man in the stomach. The man doubled over and fell down.
"No!"
screamed his companion. She fell to her knees beside the man, who was convulsing in agony. The 3 gang members stood around the crying woman and dying man, laughing. Moans could be heard from a short distance away.
"Let's go, boys. Grab the bitch and let's fly," said the driver.
One of the men yanked up the screaming woman by the hair. The second one punched her in the stomach. They were dragging her to the car when one of them saw that she had a bandage on her arm.
"What's this, huh?"
The man tore away the bandage.
"Fuck, Holmes. She been bit." "Damn it,"
yelled the driver. He pointed his weapon at her and said regretfully,
"You was fine, too."
He shot her in the face and shook his head, sighing. The dead were just starting to show up when the 3 men started walking back to their car. Billy stepped out from his hiding spot with both pistols aimed at the bangers.
"Howdy, partners,"
he yelled, and emptied both magazines into the men. All 3 danced a quick jig and dropped to the ground, clutching various parts of their bodies. As Billy approached them, he could see that one was dead with a head wound and another unconscious and bleeding out. The last one was trying to crawl to the car. As he heard Billy come up on him, the man turned and weakly raised his weapon. Billy kicked it away before it was any higher than his knees.
"You're in a bad way there, killer. You got 3 holes in you. Does it hurt?" "Oh, fuck you, bitch. Just kill me and take what you want." "Kill you? What was it you said to that poor guy?"
Billy thumbed toward the man who had been shot by the gangers. The man was getting up.
"What was it?"
Nuh-uh.
Billy rounded up 2 handguns and a shotgun from the gangers and put them in the car. Then he sat on the hood of the vehicle and watched as the dead approached. He began to whistle.
"Are you fucking crazy? They'll tear us to pieces!"
All semblance of bravado, ebonics, and street talk was gone. The man actually sounded quite educated, although panicked.
"Get me up, and I'll tell you where there's a shit ton of goodies. Guns, food, and women. Please, man, please, don't let 'em get me."
He coughed, and blood flecked his lips.
"Please,"
he said weakly, and started repeating it over and over. The dead were almost on him.
"Nuh-uh,"
Billy said, and got in the car.
"Please."
Billy heard the man scream feebly one last time before he backed the car up. The dead reached the fallen man, and then the screaming started in earnest. As Billy backed up, he could see a semicircle of dead kneeling over the struggling man, tearing pieces of him away and stuffing them in greedy mouths, or leaning in and biting him. One of them was the man who had been shot on the pier. Billy drove away, whistling. 4. You know, it's a bitch that it took the end of life as we know it for me to finally get what's mine, a tall, lanky black man said, as he sat with his feet up on a desk. He was cleaning his fingernails with a huge hunting knife. Another man, huge, also with dark skin, stood off to the left, arms folded. "Initially, I thought that if I got out of the hood, went to school, and made something of myself, I could actually live the life that I always wanted. So I did. I escaped the confines of a terrible upbringing, bullets flying, crack whores on the corner, and whatnot. I got out of Compton, went to SFU, got a useless poli-sci degree, and what was my reward? Nobody would hire me. Not a damn job to be had. I wanted to teach. I wanted to enlighten the youth of our splendid society on how to progress in their lives." His words echoed through the warehouse. The man took his feet off of the desk, stood, and began to pace. "But no. A tenured position in a prominent university? For me? An educated and passionate man from Compton? Fucking-nied." At this point, the man started waving his hands as he spoke, palms upturned, fingers spread. "Got to the point where the deans wouldn't even consider my applications anymore, wouldn't even speak with me." The man was enraged now. "And you," he pointed a skinny finger across the desk, "you represent those deans. Another reason for the downfall of society." Spittle was flying from his mouth as he screamed admonishments and reprimands, repeatedly stabbing his index finger across the desk. "You're to blame." Obviously angered, the man sat on the desk and crossed his ankles. He closed his eyes and seemed to will himself to calm down. "But I digress. There's really only 2 types of people left in this city. Your kind and our kind." The man stood and approached 3 trussed, hanging figures. Their hands were wired together above their heads, the wires stretching to a long pipe on the ceiling 8 feet above. Blood trickled from the bonds as the wires cut into soft flesh. Their feet were also bound, but were 6 inches off the ground. The wires on their feet were attached to 3 cinder blocks each. Movement was impossible. "My name used to be Malik Phillips," the man told his captives, pointing the huge blade at them. "But you will call me Doc Murder." There was clapping and catcalls from behind the tied men. A large group of people occupied the rest of the warehouse. One of the hanging men, a soldier, snorted derisively when he heard the name. The other 2, a National Guardsman and a man in an SFPD uniform, looked at the soldier like he was insane. "Doc Murder, huh?" the soldier asked. "What made you pick that name?"
Doc Murda looked disgusted. Shaking his head, he said, "Spontaneity," and thrust the hunting knife into the soldier's midsection, the flat of the blade horizontal. The soldier gritted his teeth, but didn't scream. Shouts of encouragement and jeers toward the captives resounded throughout the warehouse.
"Now, Colonel, this is exactly what I was referring to before. I will have respect."
He stepped away from the soldier and leaned back on the desk, once again crossing his ankles. Doc Murda left the knife impaled in the colonel's belly, huge drops of blood falling to the floor.
"Respect?" the colonel asked through clenched teeth. "Respect is earned, you sick fuck, and it isn't earned through murder and chaos."
He coughed, blood dripping freely from his mouth.
"These people don't respect you, you idiot. They're afraid. Big difference."
Doc Murda straightened up and stepped deliberately toward the colonel. He put his hand on the knife and looked the other man in the eye.
"Good enough,"
he said, and viciously jerked the blade to the left. This time the colonel did scream. Ropey coils of intestine bulged through the horizontal opening in the soldier's belly, spilling out and onto his groin and legs. Blood poured from the wound and splashed the floor in a viscous torrent. Doc Murda pulled a small automatic pistol from his belt and shot the soldier in the forehead. The small crowd became incensed, screaming and hollering. Some actually started dancing.
"Pee-wee, if you would be kind enough to remove that."
The huge man moved forward and without a word cut down the soldier. He dragged the dead man away, not bothering to remove the cinder blocks. The blocks banged together as Pee-wee moved off. Doc Murda raised his hands to quell the racket in the warehouse. As the noise died down, he walked to the National Guardsman, making a point to show the terrified man the big, bloody blade. "Now, I'm going to ask you some questions." 5. Billy had to ditch the car. The streets were packed with the undead, and the noise of the car engine was attracting them in droves. Billy was in no danger from the creatures, as far as he could tell, but they still approached him, before pausing in apparent confusion, and then wandering away. The things would mill about aimlessly until they spotted something interesting, then all in the area would be on the move toward whatever it was that they had seen. Billy figured out that if he didn't move too fast or talk, he could walk among the creatures unmolested. If he walked too quickly or spoke to himself, as was his habit, they would get in his way. Then he would stop, and they would stumble off, uninterested. Everybody else, it seemed, was on the menu. The crowds got thinner as he neared his destination. He was trying to get to the Morningside Psychiatric Hospital. Not a nice place, but he needed some drugs. He had popped his last clozapine more than a day ago. The drug had a strange effect on him. Normally, a person on clozapine would slow down and be dizzy and incoherent, drooling or standing in one place for long periods of time. Zombies, Billy used to call them, and snickered when he thought about it. This particular drug was the chemical equivalent of a temporary lobotomy. Billy, however, got very amped when he took his meds. He found it gave him a singular clarity he couldn't attain when not medicated. He talked a lot, was happy, and could figure things out quicker. It also made resisting his homicidal urges a snap. Billy could fight off the desire to kill someone for the fun of it. He still killed when he needed to, but the drug helped him weed out the ones who didn't need killing. He was looking at his feet as he walked, contemplating his strategy on getting his meds, when there was an odd sound in front of him. He looked up, and there was a zombie pushing an overflowing shopping trolley. The creature was filthy and had a 15-inch matted beard with bits of stuff in it. It was wearing an old military-style Boonies hat. It was the beard that Billy remembered. "Hey, Lester," Billy said, and waved.
"Hey, Bill,"
the thing replied, in a raspy voice.
"Not dead yet, then?"
Billy asked.
"Day ain't over."
Both continued on about their business, in opposite directions. Billy reached Morningside about an hour after seeing Lester. A pickup truck had smashed into the main gate, obliterating the small guardhouse. The door to the truck was open, and there was no one around, living or dead. He walked past the accident and got to the front doors of the hospital. The glass was smashed, and there were bloody handprints all over. It was dark inside. A huge blood smear was splashed across the black-and-white checkered floor. Something had been dragged further into the darkness. Billy stood there a moment, contemplating, the pistols from the dead gangbangers in each hand, and a shotgun strapped to his back.
"Heavens to Murgatroyd,"
he said aloud.
"Well, I guess I better—"
He was cut off by a loud caterwauling scream from inside the dark halls. He took a few steps back and peered into the darkness, the pistols raised. There was a slapping sound, obviously bare feet running on linoleum, and suddenly a figure solidified in the blackness. Another inhuman scream emanated from the thing, and it sprinted toward Billy, reaching with the need of the damned. It pushed the broken doors wide without slowing, heedless of the broken glass under its bare feet, screaming as it closed the distance. Billy fired once with each gun, hitting the figure in the left shoulder and missing with the other bullet. The thing, a young man in bloody pajama bottoms, slowed down and clutched at his wound with his right hand, Billy momentarily forgotten. He raised his head to the sky and screamed again, then snapped his head down and looked at Billy with blood-red eyes. The man hissed, bared his teeth, and charged. Billy shot the man 3 more times, and he fell, dropping on his back a few feet short of his goal. Billy backed up another 3 quick steps. The wounded man tried to get up, but remained on his back, coughing blood, and making claws with his hands. Billy took a tentative step toward the gasping man. The man saw him and bared his teeth again, trying to snarl, but only making a gurgling noise. He flipped over on his stomach and tried to pull himself toward Billy. He managed a very short distance before his head fell to the ground. He laid there, bloody eyes fixed on Billy, but otherwise unmoving. Billy raised his eyebrows. "Huh." He walked past the man and stopped in front of the doors to the black halls of the hospital.
"All righty then,"
he said, and started forward when he heard a noise behind him. The man was pushing himself to his feet. Billy raised his pistols. The bullet-riddled man stood and looked around. He saw Billy and moaned, raising his arms and shuffling forward with that same undead gait Billy had seen hundreds of times that day. The creature stopped about 3 feet shy of Billy, then turned, lowered its arms, and shambled off. Huh. 6. The Alcatraz survivors had gathered in the cafeteria at the behest of Detective Mira. He stood at the front of the room and addressed the small crowd.
"Well, folks, here it is," he began. "There's a group of people, mostly kids, trapped in a school about 4 blocks from the Marina Bay warehouses. We're going to get 'em. I need 4 volunteers."
Instantly, hands shot up throughout the crowd. 8-year-old Sam had her hand up high. Mira smiled and looked at Rick, who was also smiling and nodding.
"If you're interested, come on up and we can discuss the plan."
"Did you say 4 blocks?"
a man asked.
"Yes, a little less than 3/4 of a mile. Again, if we could get the
Because if they're 4 blocks from the wharf, they may as well be on the moon with all those people on the loose," the man interrupted. "And I just don't see the point in attempting a rescue if we're going to send our people to certain death."
Murmurs of assent could be heard from the crowd, while snorts of disgust were more prominent.
"Well, Mr.
Martingale."
"Mr. Martingale, there's a bunch of kids stuck in a school with few supplies and a mounting force of infected just outside the walls. Now, I'm simply not okay with leaving them to starve, scared and alone. I noticed you didn't have your hand up, so You can remain here and make yourself useful while the rescue team goes and gets them."
"Shouldn't we let the military get them? For that matter, when are they coming for us? Haven't you been in contact with them?"
Mira sighed. "I didn't want to bring this up until I was absolutely sure, but I'm fairly certain the military isn't coming."
Shocked outbursts and demands for more information assaulted Mira. He held his hands up to quell the surge.
"Please, folks, please. I'll tell you what we know. I was in contact with a friend of mine at USAMRIID, which is a military-run infectious disease center. Now, as most of you know, there has recently been an outbreak of violence in Boston. This is the same stuff. It is an as-yet undefined sickness that reanimates the dead into murderous savages."
"Ridiculous!"
Martingale exclaimed.
"How widespread is this?" a tall woman asked. "As I was saying, these infected people are, for all intents and purposes, dead. They have no vital signs and can function with tremendous amounts of damage done to them. Damage that would incapacitate or kill a human being. Insofar as how far the infection has gotten, it seems to be everywhere. Every major city has had outbreaks. Some are faring better than others, but Boston, New York, and most of the East Coast cities are gone."
The crowd was silent. Even Martingale looked shocked.
"The U.S. military is in full retreat from most of the West Coast cities, and has left the East Coast already. I had contact with a National Guard convoy leaving San Francisco, but I lost them a few hours ago, and repeated attempts to reach them have gone unanswered. Part of the problem is that there isn't anywhere to retreat to."
"As of right now, it looks like we're on our own," Rick added. "We're going to have to survive for a while until the military can get to us. We'll need to secure food, water, and weapons. Also, we will need roving patrols on the island until we can fortify it enough to fend off attacks, and not just from the infected, but from people who want what we have."
"When do we set up a system of government?" Martingale demanded. "We'll need a voting system and elected civilian leaders to—"
"Mr. Martingale, please," interrupted Mira. "We're going to need to worry about staying alive first. Frankly, I'm surprised all of us made it out of the city, with the numbers of infected being what they are."
"But the fundamental purpose of a government is to—"
This time Rick interrupted.
"We've got kids to save. If you're not helping, then step back and let us plan," he said angrily. "If you feel an all-important need to set up a government, then knock your socks off, but do not tell us how to operate. As of now, this island is under San Francisco police control." Martingale started to protest. "And if you don't like it, you're welcome to go back to the city. It's a pretty tough swim, I hear."
There were assorted chuckles from the small crowd. Martingale folded his arms and scowled, but remained silent. Rick's new friend Dallas came up to Rick and looked him in the eye. He turned around and faced the group.
"They're kids. I'm going."
The tall woman stepped forward.
"My name is Juanita del Carmen. I'm in."
Others surged forward as well. 7. Billy walked up the steps to the hospital and stepped through the smashed front doors, swinging the shotgun in a horizontal arc.
"Clear,"
he said to himself, and sniggered. He made it a point not to step in the blood on the floor if he could help it. There were bloody footprints, some bare, going in many directions. It was very dark, but he could see a little. He read the names on the opaque glass panes in the doors as he progressed, but he was more interested in the titles. Dr. A.P. Morgan, clinical psychologist. Dr. S. Silverstein, child psychologist. Dr. V. Prentice, administration. The next door's window was smashed, and there was blood everywhere. Something was making wet, tearing sounds from the room. Billy looked through the broken window, but could only discern vague shapes. There were 2 indistinct figures low to the ground, huddled over something. The sounds of chewing were apparent. As he leaned in to get a better vantage,
Billy shifted his weight and heard window glass crunch under his feet. He looked down, cursing himself for making so much noise in the confined hall. When he looked back up, there was a dead man in a red hospital orderly's uniform staring at him through the hole where the window had been. The name tag read Carl. Billy backed up a few steps. The former orderly turned away, showing Billy that the uniform was actually white, just gore-stained. Two other dead things appeared from the darkness of the room, reaching through the broken window. Billy took a step forward, whereupon both creatures lowered their arms, turning back into the darkness. Billy opened the door and flicked the light switch, but nothing happened. The zombies went back to eating their unfortunate victim. The form on the floor turned out to be half a man. He was missing his head and both arms, and his chest was a dripping cavity. Half a guy had been a security guard before the madness began, and he had a flashlight on his belt. Billy stooped to retrieve the flashlight, careful to avoid the copious amount of blood on the floor. The torch was also slick with gore from the fallen guard. Wiping some of the blood on the back of a feasting zombie, Billy cleaned the light as best he could. He was about to leave when he noticed a set of keys on a ring attached to the victim's belt. Retrieving the key ring, he stepped from the room and clicked on the flashlight. The beam cut the darkness with precision, only illuminating where it was pointed. Billy continued down the gloomy corridor toward a set of double swinging doors. A bump from the other side of the doors made them open toward Billy for a moment. He moved forward cautiously. The bump occurred again. Obviously there was something moving on the other side of the door. A crimson puddle had spread across the entire hallway in front of him. Billy reluctantly stepped into the blood and pulled back the door. There was a small child sitting on the floor, slurping viscera from what used to be a human being. The creature looked up, but didn't move. The child looked completely fine, except for the red eyes and the fact that he was covered in gore. Billy pointed one of the pistols at the dead boy and fired point-blank into the creature's head, destroying it. The shot was deafening in the enclosed corridor, and his ears began to ring, but not before he heard another inhuman scream from deeper in the darkened hospital. "Not your fault," he whispered to the twice-dead kid, and kept moving. The beam from the flashlight cut the blackness like a knife, showing scenes of carnage and failed last stands, a small circle of light at a time. Here, another drag smear. There, bloody fist prints on a broken door. As he came to a stairwell going up, he could see an assortment of chairs and other office furniture that had been thrown down the stairs to block access. The door to the stairwell was hanging on one hinge, and there was more blood on the furniture, but it looked as if this hasty barricade had held. A few more meters, and another set of double doors blocked his way. This time the doors were steel, with small windows at face height. The windows had an interlaced lattice of metal wires to prevent shattering. A placard above the doors read, "Level 1." The doors were locked tight. This was where Billy needed to go. The drugs he wanted were certainly beyond this obstacle. Using the keys from the eviscerated guard, he tried several before he heard a loud snick. He opened the doors and stepped through. Even on this side of the locked doors, signs of struggle and death were evident. Gore smears on the wall, huge blood drops on the polished baby blue floor tiles, another smashed window in an office door. Billy locked the doors behind him and kept moving. There were no names on the doors in this corridor, only white cinder-block walls interspersed with locked cells. Billy shined his light in one of the cells. The flashlight cast an eerie glow in the blackness of the room. Apparently the room was empty, save for a bed and some crayon-colored pictures on the walls. Billy checked each room on the way down the passageway, but all were empty. Locked, but empty. He came to a T-junction and shined the light on the wall. Another set of placards told him where to go. Left was levels 2 to 3, right was level 4 and pharmacy. He flashed the beam right
and noticed that one of the creatures was leaning against the wall, its forehead on its forearm. It was female, again dressed in the same garb as the speedy infected that had attacked Billy outside. It saw the light beam and turned to face him. Billy shone the light in its face, and it shielded its eyes.
"Quit it," it said.
"Patient?" asked Billy, unperturbed.
"What gave me away?" she replied. "The lack of shoes or this stunning attire I'm wearing."
"What's your name?"
"Nobody gives a shit. Now get that damn light out of my face."
"Really? That's a crappy name. Your parents must have been real jerks." The woman smiled at this, and Billy lowered the light.
"Name's Allie. What are you doing here?"
"I used to live here, but I didn't get out much."
"I know how that feels," she said, in agreement.
"Looking for clozapine. You got any?"
"Pharmacy is that-a-way," she said,
and jerked her thumb over her shoulder.
"But I wouldn't go down there. It's thick with those things. And one of 'em runs. They don't care about me, but they might make a banquet out of you."
"Nope. They aren't interested in me either," Billy replied, a little too enthusiastically.
"Keep it down, huh? They'll hear us and start pounding again. Anyway, that fast one does care, and tried to get a piece of me. That's why I'm in here. I was waiting for Dr. Perkayasta to come back. He locked me in this corridor and went to let the 2s and 3s out of their cages. He's been gone a long time."
"Why did he lock you in the corridor?"
"All 3 doors need an access key to get in or out."
"What about the 4s?" Billy asked.
"Huh?
The level 4s. Are they still locked up?"
"I hope so. They're just as bad as the deads. Kill you just for fun, and wear your ribcage as a Sunday hat. I looked in the windows a while ago, and it looked like the 4s were still locked up."
She indicated a row of security windows, 10 or so inches square, with steel mesh covering them, a few inches above the heavy door to the level 4 wing. Billy looked a tad sad at her comments. He nodded and stared at the floor. When he looked back up, Allie was looking at him funny. Realization hit her like a bug on a windshield.
"Why do you need clozapine?"
she asked quickly. Billy smiled. "Us level 4s are harder to control with the sissy drugs. We need something a mite stronger."
"Oh, shit. Listen, I didn't—"
"Relax," interrupted Billy. "You're safer with me than alone, especially if I'm zoinked on my meds."
"How long have you been off your meds?"
"Almost 24 hours now."
"Then I'm hardly safe," she exclaimed. "But you're right. We need to get out of here, and I'm not going with you unless you dose. But won't the clothes turn you into a drool fool?"
"Nope. I'm in the top 2 percentile for that. Works differently on me. I'll be up and at 'em in no time." There was a heavy thud at the door at the far end of the corridor behind them, followed by a wet slap on the little window. A gore splatter covered the glass now. Pounding started on the other side of the door, and faint moans could be heard. "Is that the way your doctor went?" he asked, pointing to the now bloody window.
"Yeah, and that's why I wanted to be quiet," said Allie. "That damn pounding is going to drive me nuts."
They looked at each other, and both erupted into laughter. "Do you like Bugs Bunny?" he asked her, in between guffaws.
"Can't live without him. What's your name?"
"Billy. Let's get my meds." She stopped laughing immediately. "Give me a gun," she said, and pointed at his pistols. "Fine. How many down there?" he asked, nodding his chin at the ominous double doors.
"Lots."
Billy nodded silently, and the duo approached the doors. 8. A small group of thugs stood around a desk, intermittently pointing at a map. The map was old and beaten up, but it was clearly a map of the area between San Francisco and Pablo Bays, with a large inset of a detailed photo of Alcatraz.
"What if we hit 'em from the north?"
one asked. No. They'll see us coming for sure, and the hill is easily defensible," Doc Murda replied. "From the west is where they'll be looking all the time, back toward the city. The east is too far around to circle. It'll have to be from the south. Also, I'm afraid, gentlemen, that the only way to do this is to attack by night." No one said a word.
"But—"
one of the thugs started. "I know. The creatures are much more active at night, and they don't seem to need to see to find us as we do them. It's been barely 2 days and the city is dead, but if we want that island and what's on it," this brought snickers and murmurs of assent from around the table, "then we need to surprise 'em. We will also need a few boats of moderate size to transport our little army." Doc Murda walked to the large windows of the warehouse and looked down at the docks, 40 feet below. He stared hard at the docks and made a decision. "There's a tugboat down there that will work nicely. G, take Rat. Pick 3 other soldiers and go clear that tug."
"Cake," said a self-assured-looking tough.
"Let's go, Rat." A skinny black man with a pick in his huge afro suddenly looked terrified.
"Doc, can't we—"
"No, we can't." Murda stopped Rat's pleas before they could get started. "Pick 3 and leave immediately." G shook his head and walked away. Rat had seen Doc Murda's rage when he was questioned and knew better than to argue. Rat turned on his heels and slunk after G. 9.
"Hurry up, Holmes! They comin'!"
Rat yelled. A voice yelled back from the wheelhouse.
"Cast off, then, and I'll get her running while we floatin' away from the dock."
Rat and 2 of his cronies hurried to the port side of the large tugboat, the Crowley, and began to remove the heavy lines. Numerous dead were closing fast. The lines came off quickly, but the boat refused to budge. The staccato chatter of submachine gun fire made Rat dive to the deck, covering his head with his hands. He peeked out from his hiding place behind a huge cleat.
"You gotta push us away, or we ain't moving,"
a calm voice told him. Rat looked as one of his homies, Master G, pointed the smoking barrel of an MP5 past him and fired again.
"What? I ain't gonna—"
"Then we're all dead."
Master G punctuated his statement with a third burst from the weapon. 20 or so dead were within 30 feet.
"Fuck!"
yelled Rat, and jumped over the side of the Crowley. He put his feet against the side of the dock and pushed on the tug with all his might. The great steel hull didn't budge. "Ricky, help him," G said to another man.
"Screw that! I ain't—"
G pointed the MP5 at Ricky.
"Now."
Ricky swallowed, but leapt over the side to help push. He took a pot shot at one of the approaching dead and scored a lucky headshot. He stuck his automatic pistol in the front of his pants and mimicked Rat's motions. With both men pushing, the tug began to inch away from the dock. Master G stood on the edge of the deck and pointed his weapon down at both men.
"Push until I tell you to stop."
Beads of sweat from the men fell to the gray boards of the dock as they heaved. Rat tried to turn and look, but G told him to keep pushing.
"Is they close?"
Rat begged.
"No,"
G replied, and fired again.
"My fucking ears, Holmes!"
Ricky cried.
"They'll be eating your ears if you don't push."
The boat was 3 feet from the dock when G raised his gun to fire again. 1 round was expelled. There was a click, and the chamber remained open.
"Okay, get on."
G dropped the submachine gun and pulled dual semi-automatic pistols, firing intermittently into the growing horde. Ricky turned, tried to pull his pistol, and it went off. He started screaming, blood pouring from his groin. A small hole had also blossomed in his right shoe. The pistol clattered to the dock, forgotten in his agony. The dead were also forgotten, as he dropped to the dock in a fetal position. Cupping his hands over his ruined testicles did nothing to stem the flow of blood. Rat jumped for the boat and grabbed the gunwale. He was trying to pull himself up when filthy hands grabbed his hair.
"Help me, man!"
he pleaded to G. G fired 2 rounds, and the dead woman holding on to Rat's enormous afro let go and fell into the slice of water between the dock and the boat. 2 more dead staggered off the edge of the dock and grabbed at Rat as they plunged toward the inky waves. He lost his grip, and all 3 hit the water with a considerable splash, sinking rapidly. Rat did not resurface. During Rat's demise, the dead had reached Ricky and had begun to dig in with gusto. His screams ceased when a dead woman reached into his mouth. She kept reaching until mid-forearm, then wrenched out something shredded and dripping, which she immediately shoved in her maw. "Yuck," said G, as the boat's engines roared to life. Black plumes of diesel smoke erupted from twin stacks as the boat lurched forward. The dead nearest the edge of the dock were pushed off and into the water by the ones behind them. Some floundered for a second or 2, but most sank like stones. 10. "You said there were lots down there. How did they get in?" Billy asked, as he tried another key. Allie launched into a long explanation. "They brought in a bunch of hurt people night before last. Some were bleeding. Not long after that damn pounding started at the front doors. Dr. Perkiasta and Jerry the security guy hurried the folks that were in front back here and locked the doors. Then one of the people freaked out and started attacking everyone. He grabbed me, but then just let me go. He bit a few people before Jerry could shoot him. Doc opened the door to the level 4 wing. He said it was the most secure place to be. He came back out in a minute and noticed me. I was in one of the rooms over there." She jerked her thumb over her shoulder, indicating the corridor Billy had traversed previously. "The doc came and got me, and then Jerry went back out front to get ammo or something. Then the doc locked me in this T-junction and went to get the pedophiles and neurotics out of their cells in the level 3 wing. Not long after that, the folks in the level 4 wing started screaming. I could hear them through the steel doors, trying to get out. They were locked in. There were at least 20 people down there, not counting the 4s. The power went out about 20 minutes after that." "How do you know about the runner?" "I looked through the windows," she replied, pointing above the door. "He saw me and came running." "How did—" Billy began. "I stood on the door handle." How about 10 fingers, then?" She rolled her eyes, but laced her fingers together and lowered her hands. Billy stepped into her hands and boosted himself up a little to look through the windows. "It's too dark. I can't see any—" The emergency floodlights came on right then, illuminating both the corridor they were in and the level 4 wing Billy was trying to peer into. "Well, this is creepy," he said, blinking, his eyes rapidly coming into focus. There was blood everywhere. The cells in this corridor were bigger than the cells in the other corridors Billy had come through, and each had a steel door set into a meter-wide, reinforced, heavy Lexan plastic wall with perfectly spaced 2-inch holes at waist level. Billy couldn't see into the cells. A small mob of creatures was banging on some of the plastic cell walls, attempting to get at the occupants within. One of the things was more energetic, and was furiously tearing at the others around it, throwing them aside and clawing frantically at one of the plastic barriers. It had its fingers in the holes and was shaking the plastic with all its might, to no avail. It raised its head skyward and screamed in frustration. It smashed its head forward in an attempt to bite the plastic, but was unable to get a grip with its teeth. As it gnashed its teeth, it turned briefly and saw Billy peeking through the mesh. They locked eyes for a moment, and the thing suddenly sprinted away from the group, pushing the slower ones out of its way. It came right at Billy, hands on its head, and when it was 2 feet from the door, it launched itself at the windows, bouncing off harmlessly.
Okay, there's a runner. Billy lowered himself down. High-pitched, inhuman screaming was discernible through the door, along with frenzied clawing and hammering. I can take care of the runner, but you'll have to open the door.
What about the others?
She asked, nervously. They won't touch us, but the runner will. As long as you were telling me the truth before. Open the door and pull it wide so that the runner sees me. She reached for the door. Not yet. Let me get back a little so I can shoot it when it comes for me.
Oh, sorry.
Billy backed up and pulled the shotgun from his back. He jacked the pump, and a shell went flying. It landed with a clatter and rolled against the wall. Oops, that one wasn't fired yet. Allie shook her head. Ready? Yeah, open her up. Allie used the key and unlocked the door with a snick. She grabbed the handle and breathed heavily. She looked at Billy expectantly, and he nodded in the affirmative.
1, 2, 3,
she shouted, then depressed the handle's button and yanked the door inward. The door was heavy, and she pulled it back to her so that it covered her, pinning her in the corner. The thing immediately came barreling through the open doorway toward Billy, screaming as it ran. It got about 5 steps before it was blown back by the shotgun. It lay on its back for a moment, gurgling. Then it expired. There was infected blood all over the place, and the door that Allie had hidden behind was covered in it. Billy rolled his eyes. Brilliant! You can come out, but be careful. I spread his blood all over the place. Don't get any on you. Allie pushed the door, only to have it pushed back open by the dozen or so milling dead that had followed the runner through. They staggered and lurched toward Billy, only to stop once again, a few feet from him. Some ambled off, returning to pound on the glass in the other corridor. Others remained near Billy in the T-intersection.
Do you think...
Immediately upon hearing Allie's voice, the dead turned as one and lurched at her, snarling and hissing when they got near. She screamed and ducked back behind the door, pulling with all her might. The dead, unfortunately, pulled as well, nearly ripping the door away from her. She was saved only because there were no good handholds on that side of the door. Billy fired into them twice with the shotgun, destroying 3 or 4, and spreading gore everywhere. The dead from the cell block came stumbling back as well. Billy fired into the crowd, destroying another 2, and the shotgun went dry. He dropped the shotty and pulled his pistol. With careful aim, he dropped another 4. The last undead in the area, who was scratching at the door and reaching around trying to get a handful of Allie, was moaning frantically. Billy cracked it on the head with his pistol, and it let go, turning around. Billy shot it in the forehead, and it crumpled to the ground. Allie peeked out from behind the door and looked at Billy with wide eyes. Fibber?
No, I swear, they didn't come near me before.
Okay, let's... Billy didn't get to finish his sentence before he was looking down the barrel of the pistol he had given to Allie. She fired, and he felt the wind and heat of the bullet as the shot went over his shoulder. Down! She bellowed, and she took aim again. He ducked, spinning, and saw a zombie fall to the ground. Allie fired again, and a second creature took a round in the shoulder. Adjusting her aim, she destroyed it with another shot. Dude! Quit shooting past my ear! You're going to deafen me!
Sorry, they were coming.
What? I said they were coming, she said, a little louder. Who's a dummy? I said... I know, I was just messing. They really won't touch me, though. Didn't look that way from here, Allie said, shaking her head. Those were reaching for you. They were probably reaching for you, which brings us back to why. If they didn't touch you before, why do they want to nibble now? The pair heard moans coming from the level 4 corridor. Billy poked his head through the door and noticed more dead coming. Willikers, he said, and aimed his pistol. After several seconds of shooting, there were none left walking. Billy reloaded. Last clip. Allie nodded and breathed heavily. Magazine. The meds are in a locked security room at the end of the corridor near the stairs." "I know. And I know about the Clip magazine thing, too."
He turned and walked into the level 4 wing. There was blood on everything, with bloody hand and fist smears on some of the plastic walls. The first few cells were empty, but the third on the left held a lone occupant. She was on her hands and knees, vomiting, and she looked up at Billy as he looked in at her. The woman was a mess, with several bite marks and dozens of scratches. Fat tears of blood were dropping from her face to the floor. She stood and pressed her bloody palms to the glass.
"I made it here and shut the door, but not before my husband bit me," she said,
wiping her mouth, and she sat down on a messy bunk.
"Leave me."
Billy and Allie moved on. The only other cell with an occupant was the 5th and last cell on the left. As Billy looked in the cell, he gave a low whistle. The occupant was a man of average height and weight, and indeterminate age. He stood with his arms folded, looking directly at Billy.
"Hello, William."
"Hello, Cyrus. Been a while."
"Indeed. Who is your endearing comrade?"
"I would rather not talk about her, Cyrus, if that's okay with you." The man raised his left eyebrow.
"It is not, in fact, okay with me. Tell me her name, please."
"My name is Allison," Allie chimed.
"You see, William, moments of courtesy are the reason our species is the dominant one on the planet."
"Been outside lately, Cyrus? You might want to rethink that dominant thing."
"Touché. William, I must demand a moment of charity from you. It would seem that in the chaos ensuing from whatever is happening, I have been forgotten here. This is unacceptable. I would consider it a great act of kindness if you would open this cell."
No can do there, Chief."
"William, it is hardly—"
"No way, Cyrus. Period. I'll find a way to get you out, but not until I know we're safe."
"You destroyed the infected in here, William. There are none left, and we are perfectly safe inside this wing."
"Cyrus, I was talking about me and her being safe from you."
"I see. My apologies, Allison, but William is under the false impression that I would harm you. I've used poor judgment in the past concerning the lives of others."
"Poor judgment? He killed and sliced up 6 people. There was evidence of cannibalism, too. He even—" Cyrus interrupted.
"You try my patience, William." "Allison, while my proclivities may lean toward the macabre, the accusations of cannibalism were unfounded, I assure you."
Allie looked scared. "Whatever, man," Billy said. "If I can figure out a way to let you out when we're safe, then you're good. We'll be back soon. I gotta medicate."
"One last plea, William?"
"No!" Billy grabbed Allie by the hand and moved further down the hall. "Guy's nuts, you know." They moved up a small staircase to a semicircle-shaped, reinforced glass booth. The booth overlooked the level 4 corridor. The heavy steel door was locked, but Billy used his key ring, and they had the door open in under a minute. Inside were monitors for the cameras in each of the level 4 cells, as well as cameras for all the corridors in the hospital. Cyrus was standing in his cell, with his arms still folded, staring at the camera. The infected woman was lying on her side in a fetal position, retching. No movement was captured by the cameras in most of the corridors, but the level 2 wing contained a few shambling creatures. There were numbered red buttons on a panel corresponding to the cell numbers, release mechanisms for the cell doors. Billy's hand hovered briefly over the number 5 cell button, but he moved his hand away quickly and turned toward what they had come for. Also in the small room was a huge white locker. This, too, was locked, but this time none of the keys worked.
"Back up," Billy told Allie. She did so, and he aimed the pistol at the locker. The shot was loud in the enclosed area, but the door jumped and swung open, the lock destroyed. The reward was shelves of ampules and pill bottles, with plastic-sealed syringes on hooks on one of the doors.
"Things are looking up."
11. 3 sets of eyes viewed the Gardner Elementary School from the 3rd story of a recently abandoned condo unit. There was a body on the floor behind the 3 people, but the dark hole in its forehead suggested it wouldn't be getting up again.
"Hate to say it, but I'm wishing Billy was here."
"Yeah, Dallas, me too," Rick agreed. "Who?" asked Juanita.
"Billy, the crazy idiot that took off. He could walk through them critters without so much as a scratch."
"Wait, what?" "It's true. There was something about him that the dead didn't like. At least, they didn't attack him like they do everyone else."
"But that's unbelievable. Why didn't you tell us?"
"Tell you what, Juanita, that the psycho killer that we befriended and is now missing can walk through the dead with impunity?" Rick smiled. "Actually, can you imagine the look on Martingale's face?" Dallas and Rick chuckled, but Juanita was still flabbergasted. "But we can talk about it later, okay? We've got work to do. There's 56 dead folks beating on that school, and that's only what I can see. We'll need a diversion to draw the creatures away. Then we load the kids on that school bus." Rick pointed at a single yellow bus in front of the school. "Then we drive back to the boat, and it's back to the rock."
"I got a couple questions," Dallas informed him. "What diversion and who does it? Then there's the bus. What if it don't start?"
"We'll figure out the bus after we figure the diversion. Let's get back to the others and see what we can come up with." The 3 of them moved to the lower level of the condo and met up with 5 others who had been watching the entry points. Pablo Martinez, Chris Rodding, and 3 others known only by their first names to Rick came together in the living room to discuss plans. Ben, Tom, and Lucy would go set off an alarm at the convenience store a quarter-mile down the street, while Rick, Dallas, and Juanita went to get the occupants of the school onto the bus. Martinez would cover the trio at the school with his SR-25 sniper rifle, and Chris would cover Martinez while he fired out the second-floor window of the condo. Once the alarm was tripped, Ben, Tom, and Lucy would be on their own getting back to the boat, as all others would be occupied with the safety of the kids. They only had 2 radios, and it was deemed more necessary for the sniper group and the rescue group to be in contact than the diversion group. After the diversion group departed, Rick put a call into the school to get the ball rolling. "Gardner Elementary, this is Rick. Do you copy?" "Gardner."
Yes, we're here. When can you come for us?"
"Ma'am, get everyone ready. We'll be coming within the hour. I will let you know over the radio when I'm almost at the door. Keep the kids quiet and move quickly. We're going to get on the school bus in front of the school and take it to the boatyard. We have transport waiting."
Thank you so much. We'll be ready."
Sometime later, a car alarm started going off down the street, and one by one, the dead surrounding the school shuffled off in that direction. There were a few stragglers, but most went to investigate the noise.
"Ready, Hoss?"
Dallas asked Rick.
"Let's go."
The 3 of them quickly and quietly left the condo unit, Chris sealing the door behind them. They commando ran to the school bus, Rick entering with his AR-15 at the ready. There was blood everywhere, and a truly dead policeman in the center aisle. He checked in and under every seat, all the way to the back of the bus.
"Clear!"
Juanita came aboard the bus, but Dallas walked past the door and up to a staggering form, swinging for the fences with a piece of rebar he carried, striking it squarely in the head. It collapsed.
"Stove your roof in, didn't I?"
he asked it. Then he spit on the prone form.
"Any time, Hoss. I'm getting a mite nervous out here," he added to Rick.
"Dallas, we got issues. Get in here quick." Dallas mounted the stairs of the bus and saw Juanita looking for keys, and Rick struggling with the body of the policeman. "I don't want the kids to see this," Rick told him. He grabbed the legs and helped Rick drag the dead cop out of the bus.
"Oh, shit, Sickles. This old boy should have laid off in the doughnuts."
cop staple, Rick grinned, but only briefly. His eyes went wide, Dallas noticed, and both men dropped their weight, Rick realizing he had left the shotgun on the bus. Dallas spun and saw the form of an ex-fireman bearing down on him, snarling. He went for his rebar, but suddenly the left side of the fireman's head vaporized into pink mist, and it collapsed. Another creature, about 40 feet away, just keeled over too. The street was clear. Confused, Dallas started to ask what was going on when Rick showed up with the shotgun. "It's Martinez. The rifle is suppressed." "Suppressed?" "Yeah, like a silencer in the movies. Come on." Rick and Dallas ran up the short stairs to the door of the school, and Rick keyed the mic on the radio. "Gardner, we're here. Open up." The heavy front doors opened immediately, and a pretty woman stood there, looking scared. Rick was confused, as he seemed to know her, but couldn't place the face. "Ma'am, let's go. We have transport, but not a lot of time."
"Okay. Come on, kids. Time to go. Just like we talked about."
The woman and kids filed out the door in an orderly line, just as the school bus roared to life. They followed Rick, and Dallas took up the rear. With the bus running, they were beginning to draw a crowd from all directions. The car alarm stopped as well, leaving the bus the only real noise in the area, aside from the moans and shrill cries of the dead. The woman and children stopped in their tracks when they saw that the school bus was their mode of transportation.
"The bus!" the woman shouted. "It has one of those people on it."
"We cleared it. Now come on." Juanita called out the door to them.
"It's safe. Come on."
She punctuated her exclamation by gunning the engine and signaling to them with her hand. Trepidations lost, they scrambled on board after Rick, and Juanita closed the door when Dallas joined them. Juanita put the bus in reverse, and the backup alarm started going off. There were several thuds as the bus struck random, staggering dead in the street. "Back to the condo!" Rick yelled. She switched gears and had started speeding away when she looked in the rearview mirror and spied two running forms. The brakes squealed as she stopped hard. A few kids started crying.
"Behind! Ben and Lucy!"
Rick checked the rear, and sure enough, two of the other three rescuers were coming down the road as fast as they could. Ben was limping, and Lucy was doing her best to help him. Rick opened the rear door of the bus and took a firing stance, but went on his ass when Juanita threw the bus into reverse and jammed her foot on the accelerator. There was a streetload of undead following Ben and Lucy. Every few seconds, the back of the head of one in the front would pop, and it would collapse, the others stepping over or tripping on it. The bus was a quarter of the way down the street and still backing up when a big 4x4 monster truck came tooling around a corner behind both the dead and Ben and Lucy. Juanita stopped the bus, but the truck sped up, crushing all dead in its path. A man leaned out the passenger side window and fired an automatic weapon at the bus. Holes stitched across the yellow metal, and a window blew out. Rick got on his stomach and started firing back. The truck slowed, but kept coming. "Get the kids down!" Rick screamed. Ben looked behind himself and had just enough time to throw Lucy out of the way before the truck hit him, rendering him into something resembling a rag doll covered in hamburger. Rick had a vision of gold teeth and the wide smile of the passenger-side gunner before the gunner's face exploded. Half a second later, a bullet hole blossomed on the driver's side windshield, and the truck turned violently to the left, went up on two of its massive tires, and flipped on its side. The screams of the remaining passengers were lost in a cacophony of rending metal. Men flew from the back of the truck, like leaves from a tree. Lucy must have injured herself when Ben tossed her, because she wasn't making good time, and was hobbling and holding her knee, using a baseball bat as a crutch. The dead were closing fast. Rick started firing at the dead, and at the same time some of the men from the truck started getting up, most with injuries. One of them pointed his rifle at the bus, but grabbed at his chest and fell on his back. Another started getting up, only to have his head pop. Martinez was excellent at his job. Rick leapt from the back of the bus, Dallas close behind, and both started running toward Lucy. It took mere moments to realize that the dead would reach her before they would. Rick heard gunfire from his left and felt a tug in his calf. Suddenly, he couldn't run correctly, and he had a nasty starboard list. He turned to look at who was firing when he heard a loud boom from close behind him. Dallas had ended the gunman with a shotgun blast. Lucy looked over her shoulder, seeing for the first time how close the approaching horde of undead truly was. She let out a quick scream, which seemed to fuel the single-minded cravings of the creatures behind her. Some of the things dropped as Martinez kept up his onslaught, but it wasn't going to be enough. Lucy looked at Rick and Dallas and screamed, "Run!" They got within 100 feet from Lucy when the first of the dead wave reached her. Rick continued to hobble toward her, but Dallas grabbed him.
"No, we ain't gonna make it in time."
Rick struggled to get free, but Dallas was holding him firmly by the shirt.
"No, Hoss, we gotta go."
Clammy hands closed on Lucy's shoulder, and she spun, swinging the bat. She connected with the arm of a former sales clerk, Wendy, on the name tag. The forearm snapped, but Wendy didn't mind. Lucy fought like a cornered wolverine, but there were too many. The bat thumped home again and again, but got entangled in the mass of dead around her. A skinny man in stained hospital scrubs grabbed her arm and bit deeply into her hand. She yanked her arm away and struggled with another zombie before she fell. The dead nurse fell on Lucy, and she tried to stop it from biting her again when she felt something hit her in the head. She had a microsecond to wonder what it was, and she knew no more.
"Let's move!"
Dallas pulled Rick toward the bus. To add emphasis, the bus's horn sounded. Defeated, Rick turned and limped back to the bus as fast as he could. The undead seemed to be coming out of the woodwork and weren't just behind them anymore. There were sizable forces coming from all directions. The bus backed toward them, and they boarded quickly. Juanita gunned the accelerator, and the vehicle shot forward. The kids were crying loudly now, and the woman from the school was doing her best to console them. Dull thuds were felt as well as heard as the heavy school bus ran down sporadic dead. Their numbers were becoming less meager, however, and a throng of them were coming from behind and to the left. The bus screeched to a halt outside of the condo where Chris and Martinez were sniping, and they exited the building rapidly. The doors pulled open as the pair rounded the front of the bus, and they jumped in, running up the 3 steps. Juanita stomped the gas pedal. Martinez sat in one of the green seats, his rifle held in front of him, barrel up. He put his head on his wrists and closed his eyes.
"He had to,"
said Chris, as he watched the school shrink in the distance. Dallas put his hand on Martinez's shoulder.
"You done her a kindness, son. Never forget that. And you saved a bunch of kids, and me and him to boot."
Dallas thumbed at Rick.
"Did I?"
Martinez kept his head down. The woman from the school approached the men in the front seats.
"Thank you all so much for helping us," she said. "We didn't have much food left, and the kids were scared."
Rick looked up at her. "You look familiar. Have we met?"
"I don't know. You look like someone I know, too. Are you from San Francisco?"
Light dawned on Rick. "Are you a flight attendant?" The woman looked confused.
Yes, I am. How did you know that?"
Rick smiled. "Debbie?"
"Yes. Who are you?"
"You looked after my daughter on a flight from Boston last week."
"Oh, Sam! I remember you picked her up."
Her face dropped.
"Oh, my God. Where is she?"
"She's on Alcatraz, which is where we're headed." Relief flooded through her.
"What was your name again? I'm so sorry I can't remember."
Rick stuck his hand out. "Rick Barnes." 12. Doc Murda raged. He flew around the warehouse loft, knocking things over as he fumed. One of his soldiers watched nervously, his fears coming true, as Murda suddenly ran up and kicked him in the balls. The man doubled over, and Murda punched him in the back of the neck. In a fetal position on the floor, he tried in vain to protect himself, as Murda kicked him over and over.
"How could this happen?" he screamed. "How did you let them get away? Was there a part of the plan that was unclear?"
They got there first."
"Excuses? You would dare?"
"But—"
Murda pulled his 9mm and shot the man 7 times, shaking his head as his former follower's life drained away.
"My apologies. Your orders were simple. All you had to do was get me the children. I'm not accustomed to failure, and yours was monumental."
Shrugging his shoulders, he looked up at Pee-wee and Master G, who had watched the scene play out without comment.
"It's so hard to find good help these days."
Murda spun on his heels and sat at his desk, spreading a map before him as he nodded.
"We'll hit 'em in the morning. I want 'em to know we are coming as well."
Master G raised an eyebrow and looked at Pee-wee, but Pee-wee just stood there with his tree-trunk arms folded, looking disinterested.
"I will spread fear like a new plague. They thought the dead were terrifying? Wait until I'm finished. We will spare few, but we will make them all think that surrender is an option. I want female prisoners, but eliminate the men."
"What about the kids?" asked G.
"The children have already been polluted by the filth of the police and their ilk. There can be no redemption. It pains me, but they must be sacrificed as well. We will find new minds to mold, and our army will grow, and we will prosper. Master G, if you would be kind enough to lend me the Colonel's radio, I would like to inform our neighbors that their doom has been sealed."
G unclipped the military walkie-talkie and handed it to Murda, who set it down on the map. Murda walked to the edge of the loft and looked down on his people. Master G and Pee-wee flanked him, standing slightly behind, in clear deference.
"Citizens of the New World," he yelled, "I took you in and sheltered you from the greatest plague in history. I provided you with weapons and ammunition, food, water, and pleasurable company."
At this, cheering started from below, and some of the men hooted and grabbed their crotches, pointing at 4 chained and naked women on one wall of the warehouse.
"The time has come for us to cleanse a different plague, one that has been with us for many years. We will make those who used to be in charge bow to us. We will no longer succumb to their traditions and laws. We will purify this country, starting with San Francisco, starting with Alcatraz. No quarter will be asked, and none will be given. Kill 'em all, save a few females for our amusement. I ask only that you fight, my brothers, and revel in the slaughter. Our weapons and our will shall be the chisels that carve the future of our nation, and we shall make Alcatraz our new capital."
As with many of Doc Murda's motivational speeches, the desired effect was acquired. The warehouse went absolutely crazy with rage and pent frustrations. Some weapons were fired in the air, and several of the men began to use the chained concubines in full view of the entire building. The cheering went on for a full minute before Murda raised his hands for silence. "Please, brothers, contain yourselves, lest we bring down the wrath of the plagued. The time for revelry is almost at hand, but let us first win this battle." The place quieted down, and the occupants of the building could hear muffled pounding on the warehouse doors. "We will need to dispatch our unwanted guests. Master G, if you would please take a squad and eliminate any of the unholy. Please thin the herd from the windows, if possible, to minimize casualties to the troops. I wish to have the army prepared to leave at first light." "Cake." G moved off down the stairs to acquire some conscripts. Doc Murda returned to his desk and sat in his chair. He picked up the radio and tuned into the emergency frequency.
"Heard from the National Guard in 2 days. If you can hear but can't transmit, do your best to escape the city in any way possible. You can also make your way to the docks, secure a boat, and get to Alcatraz. We have food and water and ammunition. If you are trapped and can transmit your location, we will try to get to you. I repeat, this is Detective Captain Michael Mira of the San Francisco Police Department, transmitting from Alcatraz. The city is lost. The infected outnumber the living by large numbers. The infected seem to fear fire and water. They will turn back from most fire, and the ocean will stop them. They seem to fear nothing else, so pleading and threats are useless. The SFPD has been decimated, and there has been no word from the National Guard in 2 days.
Murda keyed the mic. Captain Mira, I have a group of survivors with me.
Who is this? Please identify yourself.
My name is Doc Murda.
You're a doctor? Oh, this is excellent. Is there any way for you to get to Alcatraz?
As a matter of fact, I was planning on paying you a visit tomorrow morning.
That's wonderful. How many in your party?
87. 6, actually. Murda looked at the dead man on the floor, who was beginning to stir. I also have word of the National Guard.
Say again? Repeat that last. Did you say you have word of the Guard?
I did. The National Guard has been defeated. They got trapped and tried to make a last stand in a Walgreens under the Bay Bridge.
Understood, Mira replied solemnly. Thank you for the information. It must have been rough for you to see them go down under an onslaught of dead like that.
On the contrary, it was exactly what I wanted. It was almost as if I had planned it. Oh, wait. I did.
Say again?
Murda articulated his words clearly. I said, you dumb son of a bitch, that I planned and executed an attack using the living dead on a fortified National Guard position. When the screaming stopped, there were 3 survivors on the roof of the drugstore, all of whom I captured and tortured information from. One was even a colonel. The colonel's lackey told us where a store of weapons was, which we appropriated to use on your little commune tomorrow morning. You stole something from me, and now it is forever tainted.
Is this a joke? Stole something? What are you talking about?
The children, you oaf. The children from the school.
So then, that was you shooting at my people?
Bingo. I'm coming to kill you, Detective Mira.
We'll be ready.
13. Billy searched through the cabinet, reading each bottle and discarding the ones he didn't want on the floor. Nope, nope, nope. There was a small mountain of bottles and packets at his feet before he found what he was looking for.
Any olanzapine? Risperidone?
asked Allie.
Bullseye! This is the stuff.
He opened the bottle and dropped a small blue and red capsule into his hand. He closed the bottle up and pocketed it, grabbing 2 more bottles as well. There were small white paper cups and a water dispenser, and Billy filled one up and swallowed the medication in one gulp.
Can I get a look in there, please?
Yeah, but there's some risperidone on the floor someplace. Sorry, I didn't know you wanted any.
Allie got on her knees and looked through the meds. She picked up a small packet of ampules and grabbed a syringe. She had no pockets, so she kept them in the hand without the gun. Billy sat down in one of the mesh-backed chairs.
Gotta think.
Allie sat down in the other chair. She grabbed a microphone and pressed the button marked 2.
Dr. Perkiasta, can you hear me? It's Allie. I'm in the Level 4 wing with my new friend. Are you there?
There was no answer.
He's probably Chow. They were banging on the inside of the Level 2 wing trying to get to us, or you, anyway. He was probably one of the ones thinking of you as a chicken leg.
He was nice.
Yeah, well, we need to get out of here, and I still don't know what to do with Cyrus. Can't leave him here, but we can't take him either.
So, what's the plan then?
Well, how about we take him out of here at gunpoint and set him free?
Won't he kill people?
Odds are he'll be a bowel movement in a day or 2 anyway. Assuming those things poop. I don't know. Allie smiled. He scares me. He should. They said I was dangerous, but he's just plain maniacal. Okay, let's let him out. I'll keep him in front of me. You can open the doors. He handed her the keys. Sounds like a plan, she said, and stood up. Billy followed suit, and they moved back to Cyrus's cell. Back so soon? Have you reconsidered my plea? Yeah. We're going to let you out, but you're going to stay in front of me at all times, and when we get outside the hospital, you're on your own. I'll need a weapon then, William, and some proper clothing. All your problems. I may be psychotic, but I'm not stupid. You'll get no weapons while we're near you. But, William... Take it or leave it, Cyrus. That's the deal. Well, it seems as if I have no choice then. Fine. I accept your offer. All righty then. Allie, open her up. Allie started to try some keys, but Cyrus interrupted her. You will need to use the button in the cage, my dear. Those are security keys, and will not open this door. Allie nodded and ran back to where the red buttons were. There was a buzzing sound, and the electronic lock on the plastic cell door clicked. Cyrus stepped forward, and Billy stepped back, putting a second hand on his pistol. Cyrus slid the door open as Allie returned. You're going first. Allie will open the doors, and I will shoot you if you try anything. Agreed. Okay, let's book. The three moved off together, just as Billy had planned. Cyrus walked with his hands clasped behind his back, Billy covering him. They left the Level 4 wing, progressed back through the T-junction, and in 5 minutes came to their first locked double doors, the dead boy's body splayed out next to them. Allie checked the corridor through the security window before she opened the doors. There's one out there. Looks like a slow one. Okay, I can deal with it, but you'll have to cover him while I do. Billy looked at Cyrus, and Allie nodded. Okay, do it. She opened the door, and the creature immediately came towards them. Allie and Cyrus backed up, but Billy stood his ground. Once again, the creature stopped a few feet short of Billy. What is the meaning of this? Demanded Cyrus. Why doesn't it attack you? The thing looked at Cyrus, then back at Billy, its left eye dripping crimson. It's my superhero power, Billy exclaimed. They don't... The thing lunged, grabbing him by his shirt. In utter surprise, Billy tried to fight the thing off, only to slip on the bloody floor and fall on his backside. The gun went clattering away, and the creature was atop him, Billy pushing its head away as it tried to snap at him. The thing was strong, and it pulled hard on Billy's shirt. It was all he could do to keep it from biting him. "Shoot it!" he yelled. "I don't want to hit you." "Just shoot it!" Allie ran up, put her pistol to the side of the thing's head, and pulled the trigger. The infected's head snapped left, and suddenly Billy was holding dead weight. He threw it off of him and stood up. They looked at each other, then looked at Cyrus. He was pointing Billy's gun at them. Allie started lifting her pistol, but Cyrus stopped her. Point it at the ground, please. She did. You let me out of my cell. I consider this a boon. Such windfalls are difficult to come by. For that, I thank you, and will not harm you. I am not so gregarious as to require your company, but I do need this weapon. Cyrus moved around them, the business end of the gun never wavering. As he walked through the double doors, he glanced over his shoulder to make sure the corridor was empty. Best of luck to you both. Cyrus ran down the corridor and disappeared around a corner. There were 2 quick gunshots, spurring Billy and Allie onward. They cautiously turned a corner, only to find the corridor empty. The front doors were wide open, and daylight was streaming into the dimly lit entryway. They walked down the hallway and into the light. There was no sign of Cyrus, but his gunshots had certainly attracted some unwanted attention. A horde of undead was steadily making its way towards the hospital and its remaining 2 occupants. "Oh, shit," Billy said.
Two firsts had occurred at that moment. Billy swore, and Billy was afraid. 14. It was just after dawn, the sun licking the waves. Martinez studied the bay from his sniper spot on a huge water tower under a cloudless sky. It looks like 1 billion diamonds in the water, he thought, as he brought his rifle up. He used his high-powered scope to view 2 vessels steaming toward his island refuge. He keyed the mic on his radio.
2 tugboats, fairly large, are coming across the bay from Fisherman's Wharf, sir. Looks to be a lot of gangbangers on board. Over.
Roger that, Martinez, Mira answered. Let me know if they change course. Over. Barnes, come in.
Go for Barnes.
Rick, they're on the way. How you settled? Over.
Excellent, sir.
All 4 squads are in position. We have the docks and the northeast center entryways covered with the 50 cal, and the southeast gangway is covered with 2 M60s. Roving Squad 2 is on the south end of the island, and nobody's coming up the north end without serious climbing gear. Snipers are located throughout the island, and we've got claymores on the beach and gangways. Over.
Outstanding, Rick. Have one of the reserve squads cover the north end of the island just in case. Pick 'em off with small arms fire should they be stupid enough to try to climb it. Over.
Will do, sir. We're looking for some payback for the school, and all hands are armed to the teeth. Barnes out.
Mira put his radio down and looked out at the bay. He could just make out the tugs as they came directly at Alcatraz from San Francisco. He smiled, hoping his ruse would work. All of the information that had been transmitted between Rick and himself was bullshit. There were no squads, no heavy weaponry, and no mines. In reality, they had 8 rifles and 23 fighters on the island. If the opposition got a foothold, then his merry band of survivors was doomed. The kids were hidden very well, but how long could you keep scared kids a secret? They were in for the fight of their lives, and Mira knew it. He hoped that the bad guys would be listening to the information he had just broadcast. The boats didn't seem to be turning, so hoping they believed him was a waste of time. 15 minutes later, he called Martinez.
Martinez, go to the secondary frequency.
Here, sir.
Give me a sit-rep.
They've split up, and one boat is hanging back. The other looks to be headed for the docks.
How are they doing for weapons?
Theirs are better, sir. There's a 50 cal on the bow of both boats, and the fuckers are actually cheering and waving around all sorts of weapons. I saw 2 M47 Dragons on the boat that's hanging back, but I can't make out much of the other attacker other than the 50 cal. She'll be rounding the southern part of the island in 5 minutes. There's a guy spotting from the wheelhouse with the biggest pair of binoculars I've ever seen, and I get out a lot.
Copy. What's a Dragon?
Anti-tank weapon. A missile.
Jesus.
This last was punctuated with a full 30 seconds of silence.
Sir, what would you like me to do?
Damn it. Take out the gunner and spotter, then fire at will, Mira sighed.
Copy. Dialing in now.
Martinez wiped his eyes and sighted on the man at the heavy gun. One shot through the chest sent the man spinning away from the weapon. The sniper next sighted the man with the binoculars. The target was 200 yards away, but the distance appeared a mere 50 feet when viewed through the scope. The boat was bobbing all over the place, bringing the man's head in and out of the crosshairs. With a slight lead on his target, Martinez waited until the unfortunate man's head just started to come back into the scope. Then he fired. The man flew backwards, clutching at his ruined throat.
Shit!
Martinez had missed his shot, but still killed the target. No one on the boat had seen the hit, as the man was alone near the port gunwale. The dead man slumped against the bulkhead, sliding down to the deck. The sniper next sighted on the wheelhouse and put a .308 caliber round into the boat pilot's chest, punching a neat hole through in the glass window. There were 2 others in the wheelhouse who came to the pilot's aid. One went down with a bullet through his back, and the other ducked. Martinez shifted position slightly and sighted on the person moving toward the .50 caliber machine gun on the bow. Nope. The man was hit center mass and flopped back.
"How's that, shitbird?"
Sighting the back of the tug, he dropped 2 more before anyone knew what was happening. Panic ensued shortly after, and the group started firing their weapons at the island from an 1/8 of a mile away.
"Nice weapon discipline, morons."
He was switching to fire on the wheelhouse again when he noticed that the man with the binoculars was getting up. He smiled.
"Didn't think of that. Bonus."
Suddenly, the contrail from a missile streaked past his perch on the water tower, and 50 caliber shells ripped through the tower metal, each large hole spewing filthy water. The other boat had begun firing on him.
"Sir, got a bug out to my secondary," he yelled into the radio.
He didn't wait for a reply as he climbed down the long ladder to the island. He ran a short distance to a covered blind he had made and set up the night before, and ducked inside. Flipping his radio to the primary frequency, Martinez heard something quite interesting.
"Assholes, we're gonna kill all you motherfuckers. All of you. When the doc hears you fuckers shot first, he'll torture every last one of you."
"How are you going to torture us if you kill us first, you moron?"
Mira's voice.
"Fuck you. I'm gonna slit you open. I can't wait for—"
A new voice cut in. "To the vessel attacking Alcatraz. This is Commander Kevin McInerney of the USS Florida. We have a firing solution prepared, and we have you acquired. This is your one and only warning to turn back before we sink you. We have monitored the—"
"Nice try, dickhead. We ain't buying it. Gonna do a dance on your face."
The man continued shouting epithets and promising death for another 30 seconds or so, after which the tugboat simply exploded. Debris shot skyward, and flaming and broken forms flew from the back of the tug like torn rag dolls. The burning boat showed a horrific starboard list for a few seconds before it, quite literally, broke in half and slipped beneath the waves. Several struggling shapes were carried away by the strong current of San Francisco Bay. Smoking splinters, some floating debris, and a burning fuel slick were the only indications that a boat had been there at all. Martinez scanned the water with his scope, looking for enemies coming ashore. There were none. The second boat opened up with the .50 caliber again, spraying nothing in particular. Another contrail flew over the island. Might have the toys, but they don't know shit about trajectory headings, he thought. The radio buzzed again. To the second vessel attacking Alcatraz. Cease fire immediately and return to port, or you will be fired upon. Repeat, cease fire immediately. You will receive no other warning. A few seconds more of the .50 caliber rounds, and the firing stopped. Martinez looked through his scope at the second boat, and was relieved to see it turning around. Sir, second tug is leaving. They're going home, sir. Request permission to shit myself. Denied. Oh. RTB, Martinez. Copy that, sir. 15. Give me your hand. Reach, damn it! Allie jumped, but missed Billy's outstretched arm for the third time. I'm trying. You're too high. The moans and cries of the undead were beginning to reach a deafening level as Allie continued to try to gain access to a rusty, sagging fire escape. Reach! They're in the alley and coming. Half the city is behind you. Jump or you die. Allie jumped one more time, and Billy grabbed her by the wrist. She was heavy, and he wasn't Hercules. Climb up! Grab my head! Anything! She frantically grabbed his arm with her other hand and yanked herself higher. She felt fingers brush her hospital booty and screamed, redoubling her efforts. Billy pulled too, and together they managed to get her onto the cage-like metal bars of the fire escape landing, sans booty. There were hundreds of frustrated dead reaching for them not 10 feet below. She was lying on her back, panting, when Billy started pulling her up. Come on, they're hungry and riled. Let's get inside. Allie got to her feet as Billy started looking for a way indoors. The first window he tried was unlocked, and he climbed through before reaching back out to help Allie over the sill.
The place was spacious, and even had a fireplace. There was also an elderly zombie dressed in a blood-drenched nightgown, staggering toward them from the kitchen, growling. She looked pregnant, but had easily been in her 70s when she died.
"Shit!"
Allie yelled, pointing. Billy rolled left, coming up with a fireplace poker. It was one of the short types, barely 15 inches long. He charged the dead granny and struck the left side of her head with the poker. She didn't even stagger, but came on even stronger, eager at his proximity. Billy started yelling and repeatedly smacking the thing in the head until it collapsed. As it struggled to get back up, he picked up an end table and brought it down on the creature's neck. He switched back to the poker and finished the job, but not before thumping started somewhere in the apartment.
"Not 1 second to catch our breath?
Let's check out the apartment. She doesn't have any bites on her that I can see, so she may have been in here alone and just died." He indicated the dead woman with the nod from his chin. Allie nodded and stood up. The thuds continued.
"Do you think we should find out where that's coming from first?"
she asked. "Yeah, no more surprises. See if you can find anything to defend ourselves with, and I'll check the noise."
"No freaking way! We're sticking together.
Sorry, but you're stuck with me for the duration." Billy smiled. "Well, you can handle yourself, but you sucked with the gun." Immediately upon leaving the hospital, the two had been set upon by a growing horde of undead. They took off running, the creatures in pursuit. Within half a mile, Allie had fired the pistol until the chamber clicked empty, without scoring a single headshot. She had lost the pistol somewhere as she had been running. For a half hour, they had run through the streets, dodging the dead who had accumulated in small groups. A large group of more than 50 appeared suddenly in their path, and they had to think fast. The open doorway of a convenience store beckoned, and they ran in, slamming the wire-reinforced door behind them. By the look of the place, there had been a fight to the death in the store. Overturned shelves, crushed packages, and bullet casings littered the floor. There was a great deal of blood, but no bodies. During their search of the place, the dead had reached the store and started banging on the wired-covered glass in the windows and door. Grabbing a quick snack of soda and candy bars, Billy and Allie stuffed what canned and preserved foods they could fit into 2 blue cloth shopping bags. The front window shattered as the dead pulled on the mesh. All were fresh, most with terrible wounds, their tattered clothing drenched with infected blood. Billy and Allie hurriedly explored the rest of the tiny store and found a back door and a small hatch in the ceiling. The door had a peephole, and when Billy checked, he shook his head in a definite no, and they looked for another way out. The access led to the roof, and Allie dragged a stepladder over, the two climbing up and through quickly. As she was shutting the trap door, the front window mesh gave way, and the dead poured in. The roof somehow seemed smaller than the store below. Billy peered over one side and looked down into an alley. There were dozens of moaning corpses milling about below. There was an apartment building about 15 feet away, but the building's fire escape occupied part of the gap. It was still a long jump, and if they missed and fell, they were done. There was no coming back from that. Billy took a running jump and made it easily. Allie tossed her sack of supplies across the gap to Billy, then made the jump herself. She only had hospital booties on, and she was traveling across a gravel roof. She made it, but just. They climbed the metal structure, gaining entrance through a broken window on the 3rd floor. They entered a hall and could see immediately that their fortunes had improved only slightly. Several of the doors had been broken down, and familiar brown and red stains coated the walls and floor in many places. Moans seemed to come from all directions inside the building, so the two took the stairs to the lobby. The street in front of the building was relatively clear, as most of the dead in the area were congregated around the store they had just come from. Their brief pause to scout out their next move was disturbed by a series of thuds coming down the stairs behind them. They burst out the front doors and ran left, skirting dead, reaching claws as they did so. less than half a minute down the street, and it became clear that there was nowhere to go, as the dead were crowded so thickly in most directions. They dodged down an open-ended alley, trying to escape. Before they were able to negotiate the narrow path, the other end filled with dead, and they were trapped. Yet another fire escape loomed overhead, but the down ladder was gone. Billy took a big running leap and missed. He dropped his bag of goodies and tried again, this time managing to grab the edge of the metal platform. He pulled himself up, then stretched one arm down toward the ground, while he held on to the iron frame with the other. "Reach!" he yelled to Allie. A thorough search of the apartment yielded little in the way of weapons, save for the already bloodied fireplace poker and one of the legs from the smashed end table. There was pawing behind one of the closed doors, and an argument ensued about what to do about it.
"If the smallest scratch is enough to kill you, then it's stupid to open that door," hissed Allie. "We've been incredibly lucky this far."
"Yeah, but it's right there. This might be our best chance to smoke it. If we do end up staying here, I don't want to sleep with the thing scratching at the door. And how do you know the smallest scratch is enough?"
"Because I was only a level 2. They let us watch TV in the common room. This is the same shit that's killed the East Coast. It was a miracle it took as long as it did to get here. It was already overseas before it reached the West Coast."
Allie looked quizzical for a moment, brows furrowed.
"Stay here? The whole area is infested with those things. They'll eventually get in here and tear us to pieces."
Key word being eventually. We need to kill this one now. He pointed the poker at the door. "'Cause it's making all kinds of noise. It's going to attract every dead person in a half-mile radius. If we keep quiet, maybe they'll all take a hike. Then we can at least rest for a bit."
"Fine. Just like at Morningside then. I'll open the door, and you beat the shit out of whatever comes out."
Billy looked at his poker, then at the table leg Allie was holding. He offered her the poker and pointed to her weapon. Allie sighed, and they traded. Billy held up 3 fingers, and Allie nodded. She put her hand on the doorknob, and Billy counted down using his fingers. 3, 2, 1, and Allie yanked the door open as Billy brought up his table leg in a Barry Bonds stance. The doorway was empty. There was so much blood in the room, it was difficult to tell what the original color had been. The bed, the end tables, the rocking chair in the corner, and the walls were all covered in gore. Even the ceiling was dripping with arterial spray patterns. The light from a blood-covered lampshade threw an eerie red glow throughout the already crimson room. The toe of a beige slipper stuck out from the far side of the bed, near the red-spattered window. The shoe moved ever so slightly, but that was it. The scratching they had heard inside the apartment had come from over there, and not near the door, as they had originally thought. Billy cautiously entered the room, stepping in the few small spots where there was no blood on the carpet. He looked at the thing attached to the slipper, and was mildly impressed. Wow, she really did a number on him. There was little left of the person in front of him. The entire chest and abdominal cavities were gone. Ribs were strewn across the floor, along with the right radius and ulna. The meat of the right bicep was mostly gone, and the left forearm sported a random pattern of semicircle bites. The neck, face, and scalp were torn away, and a single scarlet eye tracked Billy as he moved. The scratching resumed as the thing grabbed the wooden bed frame with bloody, broken fingernails. Deep scratches were dug in the wood of the bed. The creature was too mangled to get up, but the scratching was unbelievably loud. As Billy stepped near it, it reached for him with its chewed right forearm and nub of left humerus. Billy beat it until it stopped moving. There was a muted hammering someplace else in the building, but the immediate threat of discovery seemed to have been averted. Billy looked out the stained window to see that the dead outside the building seemed to be meandering off. Allie came in and looked at the dead thing, immediately wishing she hadn't.
"Jesus, I thought the old lady was pregnant."
"Nope. That's him in her belly."
The two of them dragged the dead woman from the living area into the blood-stained bedroom, closing the door behind them. Billy grabbed a couple of cans of Diet Orange soda from the fridge. He moved to the living room, sat on the couch, and put a soda can to his head.
"Better," he said,
and held a can up in the air for Allie to grab. She took it and sat in a chair across from him.
"What now?" "We drink these and eat something. Pack as much stuff as we can in whatever we can find and keep as quiet as possible. We'll leave as soon as it clears a little outside." "Terrific." "Oh? Had other plans, did you?" "No. But now that I've had a few seconds to be less terrified, I've been thinking."
"And?"
"And I'm locked in a room with a sociopath, and that's the good news."
Billy smiled.
"Lest we forget, I rescued you from a locked room surrounded by the living dead and escorted you to a safe place at great personal expense. You didn't even mention the worst thing, scarier even than the zombies."
She looked at him incredulously.
"What could possibly be worse than an army of ravenous dead?"
Billy pulled the can off his forehead, popped the top, and guzzled half the contents before answering.
"Cyrus."
16. Rick stared at the giant black cylinder, anchored 200 yards off of the northern end of Alcatraz. It truly was a marvel. A massive tube of metal that could dive beneath the waves and sneak up on unsuspecting targets to unleash a rain of nuclear fire. After quick introductions and thanks via the radio, 2 small transport boats were approaching Alcatraz from the sub. There were 8 people aboard, 7 of which had weapons pointed in the general direction of the small knot of people nervously waiting at the dock. Mira's radio buzzed.
"8 on board, sir. 7 heavy hitters and management. I see 3 MP5s, 3 M4s, and holy shit, sir, an AA-12. Looks to be 2 snipers on the con of that sub too, sir, both with M24s.
Martinez, I'm a cop, not a commando. Stop throwing weapon numbers at me."
Sorry, sir. But if they turn out unfriendly,
we're in big trouble. Then we should be on our best behavior. Everyone, weapons on the dock. These should be the good guys, but I don't want to piss anybody off. Their trigger fingers are probably as itchy as ours, and they did just save our collective asses, so they get a pass for now.
The black inflatable crafts came to a halt at the dock. Chris Rodding and Anna Hargis stepped forward to catch and secure lines tossed up by some of the crew of the inflatables. All of the crew from the sub were wearing black camouflage and tactical webbing. Weapons from the newcomers were pointed low, but not at the ground, fingers on trigger guards. 2 men from the first boat jumped out, and one helped out a third. This third man put a white hat with a black visor housing an eagle over a shield on his head as he walked forward.
"Thank you,"
he said to Anna and Chris.
"Where is Captain Mira?"
Mira and Rick stepped forward.
"I'm Mira."
The man stuck out his hand, which Mira immediately took.
"Captain, I am Commander McInerney, captain of the USS Florida. We aren't here to hurt you, take anything that is yours, or conscript anyone. You have my word. This having been said, we are in need of information, and have some to give as well."
"Commander, you are most welcome here. Thank you for taking care of our little problem earlier. I don't think we would have been able to hold out too long against those thugs with the few weapons and personnel we have. Please, come with us up to our command center, and we can talk at your leisure."
"I'd love to. May I bring some of my men?"
"Yes, of course. This is my second, Detective Rick Barnes. Forgive me, Commander, but we have a sniper on you. I would like to call him off, if that's okay."
"Unnecessary, Captain. If you would take a look behind you."
The captain's face was impassive as Mira and Rick turned around to see Martinez, with his hands behind his head, being escorted to the dock by 2 unknown men. The men were dressed in black and had automatic weapons at the ready. One of the men had Martinez's SR-25 slung over his shoulder.
The commander looked back to one of the boats. "Lieutenant Commander, if you would please call off the dogs." A man nodded and stepped out onto the dock. "Sir, Hammer Platoon, stand down. Repeat, stand down. Assemble on the dock at my 20. 2 men came from the brush to the left. 2 in wetsuits climbed over different sides of the dock, and another sprung up from absolutely nowhere, covered in dust and dirt. All were armed to the teeth. As Martinez and his captors reached the dock, the lieutenant commander instructed the men to return Martinez's rifle. "Well, they've come prepared," Rick said under his breath. "Doesn't always help, Detective Barnes." The commander looked back at his sub with regret. "Not always." They made the quick walk up to Mira's command room, with small talk along the way. The residents of Alcatraz learned that the crew of the Florida had suffered their own outbreak during the past 2 days. 14 crew members had been killed, including one who had taken his own life, and 2 that had been euthanized after being bitten. The real talking started once Mira and Commander McInerney were seated at a rusty metal table, the pleasant aroma from multiple cups of coffee flooding the large room. "I guess we need to know 2 things, Commander. Number 1, we would like news of what's happening throughout the United States. We really don't know anything other than the East Coast was in as much trouble as we are. Can you give us any information?" McInerney took a long draught from his ceramic 49ers coffee mug and set it down. He considered his words carefully and spoke concisely in his authoritative voice. "There is no more United States. Near as we can tell, every major city is overrun. The U.S. military has suffered approximately 80% casualties, not counting desertion, and the casualty rate isn't higher only because about 30% of the Navy was at sea. The President and the Joint Chiefs were supposed to go to Barrow, Colorado, which is an island inside the Panama Canal, because NORAD fell from the inside. I don't know if they made it. We also haven't had any word from COMPAC, the U.S. Pacific Command, in almost 30 hours. But the last thing we heard was that there was serious consideration about detonating a high-yield nuclear device over New York City." "Jesus Christ," breathed Barnes. "What about our forces in other countries? Can't they be called back?" "There have been outbreaks in every country around the world. There's no place immune. Our boys on foreign soil are in no less of a fight than we are here. Europe and Australia are in a desperate battle against the undead, and China went nuclear on Beijing this past Saturday." The room was dead silent as the commander took another sip from his coffee. "Gentlemen, our country, our planet, has been taken over by a hostile enemy, an enemy that is incredibly difficult to defeat. The most sinister aspect of this war is that we aren't fighting a foreign country or a radical government or even terrorists. We're battling Grandma and your sister and the kid with the tricycle on the corner. And we're losing." "What can we do?" Barnes demanded. "We fight back, goddammit!" shouted Martinez. "We organize and gain strength and firepower. Then we smash them back to the hell they came from." Commander McInerney smiled. "I like your enthusiasm, son, I do. What you're suggesting is the plan, too. At least my plan. The problem is, as a military, we're scattered. We need people and weapons, but more importantly, we need to know what we're fighting. We all know the who, but we don't know the how or the why. How and why the dead come back to life, why they're hostile, what means we can use to destroy them." He let the Alcatraz folks digest this information before he continued. "What was your second question?" "What do you want with us?" Mira asked immediately. "I need a port of harbor for my boat. All major U.S. ports are infected, abandoned, or destroyed. We have an operational functionality of about 10 years, not including crew rotation, but we still need food and a place to effect major repairs should the need arise. I would ask that we could use Alcatraz as a base of operations. I would, of course, provide a military force as security to be controlled by Detective Mira, surveillance of San Francisco to scout, and manpower to assist on foray missions into the city. if you would agree to us sharing your island. We would also be willing to share our resources and engage in mutual support."
Martinez and Wisniewski spoke up at the same time.
"Sold! Deal!"
"This is a no-brainer, Mike," Barnes added.
"Well, Commander, I believe you should meet the rest of our group. Alcatraz is police-controlled, but I would still like to see what the civilians have to say about a military presence here."
Mira snorted.
"I can think of one who might take issue."
"Fair enough, Captain. Shall we?"
17. The best word to describe their pursuers was relentless. After deciding to hole up in the apartment, Allie and Billy had been able to rest for about an hour before banging started in the hallway outside. When Billy looked through the peephole in the front door, he only saw one creature. Nevertheless, the thing had somehow discovered them and was doing its best to break through the door. The duo had already shed their hospital attire and donned some of the elderly couple's clothes. After grabbing 2 matching yellow backpacks, multiple photographs throughout the apartment led them to believe that the owners, although septuagenarians, had been avid backpackers. They filled them with as much food and drink as they could carry. They decided that discretion was the better part of valor and used the fire escape to get to the top of the building. They roof-hopped a few times until they landed on the gravel rooftop of yet another apartment building, this one with a huge, intricate garden.
"Wow, this is really gorgeous."
Allie kept her admiration to a whisper.
"Yeah, it's pretty, but how do they keep finding us? We haven't made a peep,"
Billy whispered back.
"I don't know. Maybe they can smell us? See our auras or read our minds?"
"Great. EZP, extra zombie perception. If they start to fly, I'm gonna get angry."
"Yeah, and you'll get eaten, too. Anyway, look at the flowers. And over there, yellow bell peppers."
She walked down a flower aisle and over to the peppers, picked one, and bit into it.
Oh my God, you gotta try this."
As she stepped past a line of knee-high blue and pink hydrangea bushes, a bloody, bandaged hand shot out from the leaves and grabbed her jeans. She yelped and fell on her backside, kicking at the hand. A second hand came out and went palm down on the flagstone walk, the rest of the creature following. Billy rushed to her aid, whacking the zombie on the side of its filthy cranium with his table leg as Allie attempted to kick it away. Billy smacked it again, and the creature fell off to Allie's right side, but it didn't let go of her pants. Allie kicked more frantically, and the thing finally lost its grip. She scurried backwards like a crab, and Billy swung again and again until the creature stopped moving. Visibly shaken, Allie stood up and started sobbing.
"They're everywhere. We're never going to make it. We can't even get down from here."
"We'll be okay if we keep our heads. They're stupid and we aren't. Besides, I've got a plan."
"A plan?"
"A plan."
"Care to share?"
"Yep.
I gots me a boat. Let's drag ourselves to Alcatraz."
Allie smiled.
"Good plan. How do we get there?"
"I didn't say I had it all figured out yet. There are some details to iron out, but we'll make it." Billy poked his head over the edge of the building, checking the avenue below. It was thick with the living dead. He walked around the edge of the roof, realizing that there was no place else to jump to. They would have to use the street. Carpet of dead or no. Looking through a skylight for a solid 5 minutes, neither of them saw any movement in the apartment below. Billy rapped his knuckles on the dirty glass, but no dead faces peered back at him. He searched for locks on the skylight to open it, but there were none. He was about to break the glass with his table leg when Allie stopped him.
"Let's try the door,"
she said, pointing. Billy dubiously approached the roof access door.
"It'll never be
The door opened on the first try. Billy shrugged and, not waiting for his eyes to adjust from the sunlight, descended into the darkness to a wooden door. He put his head to the door for a minute and then opened it wide. Allie followed him into the third-floor apartment, and they started checking rooms. The front door, which Hercules would have had trouble battering down, was locked with 8 locks and a metal locking bar attached to a plate in the floor.
This place is a fortress. Dead dude on the roof must have locked himself in. That crappy bandage on his hand must mean he was bitten first and died locked in here, or even on the roof.
Yeah, Allie agreed. What do we do now? Each time we kick back for a minute, they're on us. I don't want to be lunch.
Well, we're going to need to go back outside, and that isn't going to be fun.
Then let's do it now, before I get too damn scared.
They continued searching the apartment again, this time for anything useful they could scavenge. The man who had lived here had been a sports enthusiast, evidenced by the many photos, trophies, and sports equipment. Many of the photos were of a man rock climbing, but 2 were of the same man holding a huge, freshly killed 12-point buck. There was no weapon in the picture, but Billy deduced that there must be a shotgun or rifle someplace in the apartment. Allie stepped into one room and gasped. Billy, behind her, tightened his grip on his table leg and, calmly considering the circumstances, asked what was wrong.
There's a racing bicycle hung upside down in this bedroom, and it scared the crap out of me. I thought it was one of them.
A zombie hanging from the ceiling? Zombie monkeys?
Whatever. It was the unexpected bigness that scared me.
The bedroom containing the bicycle had been converted into a storage room for the apartment owner's gear. In one closet, Billy found a bag containing climbing equipment, including 2 ice axes and an entrenching tool. There was also a serious backpack made to carry climbing and camping gear.
"Oh, I like this room," Billy said to himself.
Oh, you gotta give me one of those axes.
Finders keepers.
Would you check the fridge and see if there's anything we can use?
Allie huffed, and she left the room. Billy was able to come up with a baseball bat and some golf clubs, in addition to his ice axes.
All good weapons, he thought.
Billy was still rummaging around in the closet when he heard footsteps behind him. He spun quickly, raising one of the axes, but it was Allie. She was smiling and holding a camouflage compound bow.
Finders keepers.
Where was that? Next to the fridge, which is pretty well stocked, but there's blood all over everything. This poor guy must have gotten thirsty after he was bitten, and he bled on all the food and drinks. I don't think we should touch any of it. There were only 8 arrows in this little quiver, plus these 4 attached to the bow.
She held up the bow for Billy's inspection, waving her hand as would a hand model, to indicate 4 vertical arrows held to the bow with a mini quiver. Billy nodded his appreciation and continued searching the closet, finding 2 unopened packages of broadhead hunting arrows on a shelf. Allie took the arrows reluctantly.
I just don't know how you could do it.
Billy was confused.
Do what? I didn't do anything, did I?
No, not you. The guy who lived here. How could he shoot Bambi?
Bambi.
Tastes almost like chicken, except for all the deer.
Don't knock it. Now we have a distance weapon.
They searched a little more and found a flashlight, some canned goods, and a jar of what looked like beef jerky. Allie had been right. There was no way to salvage anything from the blood-covered food and drink in the refrigerator. Consuming something from there would undoubtedly infect whoever tried. A few minutes later, it was time to go. A trip from the 3rd-floor apartment to the tiny lobby was uneventful. They tried the other 3 apartments on the way down, but all were locked. As the 2 exited the door into the lobby, which was really a small hall with some mailboxes, the stairwell door closed behind them with a snick. Allie tried it, but it was locked.
"Shit,"
she whispered. Their only remaining options were the front door and a steel door that clearly led to the basement. The glass panels in the front door were concealed by curtains and reinforced with an ornate iron mesh for security. Billy gently parted the curtains to peek outside and peered directly into the blood-red eyes of an undead telephone repairman. Billy shut the curtains, but the damage was done. The thing on the other side of the door began to wail and started banging on the glass, which broke on the 3rd hit. It grabbed the mesh and tried to pull for all it was worth. The curtains fell away, and the two survivors looked out upon a sea of dead faces, all coming for the door.
No, 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 no!
Allie started pulling on the door they had come through, but it wouldn't budge. Panic was setting in.
"No time! We have to go down," he told her.
"And get trapped in the friggin' basement? Are you nuts?"
"Well, yes, actually, but we still need to go. Now!"
Billy's exclamation was punctuated by the snapping of the flimsy iron grate covering the window. The sheer weight of the undead trying to get in was compromising the doorframe quickly. He ran for the basement door, pulling Allie behind him. The door opened onto wooden stairs, disappearing down into complete darkness. He flipped the light switch and was rewarded with nothing. As he was rummaging around in his pack for the flashlight, the front door came crashing in, and the tide of zombies surged forward. The ones in the front fell with the door, and the ones behind crushed their hapless brethren as they shambled toward their prey. Allie closed the door hard, almost knocking both of them down the stairs.
"Now I can't see,"
Billy complained, as he fished through the pack by feel. Seconds later, a slap sounded on the other side of the door, then thumping, then the howling started. There was an army of undead less than 3 inches away. Standing on the stairs, in the dark, with legions of cannibals at her back, Allie began to cry. She screamed when a beam of light slashed the darkness and hit her in the face.
"Let's go!"
Billy grabbed her hand, and they hurried down the stairs. There were boxes and assorted stuff in piles everywhere. Storage for the renters upstairs. Small casement windows were painted over, allowing no light to speak of into the subterranean room.
"Now what?"
she demanded.
"I'm out of options, kid. It's your turn."
"What? You trapped us in here?"
"Yeah, as if there was a flying unicorn up there to whisk us away. What was your plan, huh? Fight him in the lobby with a bow?"
She started crying again.
"I don't want to die like this. They'll tear us to pieces. Pieces!"
Billy shifted the light back and forth, looking for anything to help them. As he was frantically searching, Allie tripped on something and fell sideways. He turned the light on her, and she was sitting on the floor, knees to her chin, crying hard. She had given up. He hurried over to try to console her when he saw what she had tripped on. It was a tripod with a small powered winch attached. Billy's eyes went wide, and he panned the flashlight around the floor with sudden hope. Allie covered her ears to shut out the pounding and muffled noises from the opposite side of the door. She looked up and saw Billy searching.
"What are you doing?"
He ignored her, in favor of moving a few boxes to clear a space on the floor. His rearranging revealed a raised, round metal disc in the floor, with hinges and a recessed handle. He grabbed the handle and groaned as he heaved upward. It was heavy, but it came up, the hinge protesting with a shrill scream. Rusty rungs, embedded into the wall of the cylindrical opening, descended into darkness.
"Come on!"
She joined him among the boxes, wiping her eyes on her sleeve, and cautiously approached the edge of the hole in the floor, looking down.
"I'm not going down there." "So you're going to what? Stay here? Now who's crazy? Pieces, remember? Not only are you going down there, you have to go first."
She took a quick step back. Her voice took on a panicked edge.
"What?
Why?" "Because I need to shut the cover. Now go!"
Allie studied the opening, then glanced back through the gloom to the door at the top of the stairs. Already there were thin slivers of light streaming through the top and side of the door. It was starting to give way. In moments, dozens of ravenous undead would flood down the stairs and rip into her. She passed Billy the bow and resolutely began inching down the slippery rungs. He passed the weapon back to her when most of her was below the basement level. Following quickly, he shined the light below, but couldn't see past Allie's slowly descending outline. He reached up and grabbed a second handle on the bottom of the round cover. It wouldn't budge.
"It's wet down here,"
Allie called to him. Billy put the light in his front pants pocket and hung all his weight from the handle of the iron cover, his legs dangling into space below. He started wiggling, banging his knee on one of the ladder rungs, before the heavy metal lid started inching forward. Suddenly, the cover completed its fall all at once, slamming closed and breaking Billy's grip on the slimy handle. He fell, landing with a splash in shallow water at the bottom of the shaft. Hot shivers of agony splintered up his leg, but the pain was brief, as his backpack hit another obstacle and propelled him forward. His head connected with something solid, and he was out cold.
Billy? Billy, are you okay? Oh, shit!
Allie didn't relish being down in this wet, slimy shaft alone, but it would be infinitely worse if Billy was dead. Then she would be down here with a zombie. She pulled the still-lit flashlight from his pocket and shined it on him. In the murk, she couldn't tell if he was breathing, so she felt for a pulse and was rewarded with a strong thud-thud under her fingers. She heaved a sigh of relief and panned the white beam in both directions down the egg-shaped brick-and-mortar corridor they were in. The passageway went both right and left, as far as the flashlight illuminated. As she was turning around to check behind her, she whacked the light into one of the ladder rungs, and it went out. If she thought it was dark in the basement above, then the black down here was absolute. There was a fleeting moment of panic as she hit the flashlight with her palm, but it came back on. She could barely discern shuffling footsteps scraping across the manhole cover a few yards above her. The basement was no longer empty. 18. Commander McInerney radiated authority as he addressed the citizens of Alcatraz. He had already discussed the fate of the world and the pros and cons of using the island as a base for his sub and troops. A few pertinent questions were asked by the group, but one man was proving difficult. Yes, Mr. Martingale was definitely going to be a problem.
So now we've gone from a police state to a military dictatorship?
Martingale demanded, peevishly.
I assure you, sir, there will be no dictatorship. I will not attempt to force you into anything or steal from you, but each person here will need to contribute if we are to survive. If we... Contribute what? Will we be forced into slave labor?
Sir, I just told you I would not be forcing anyone.
Yes, Commander, but what assurances, other than your word, are you willing to give?
I've given orders for a complement of weapons and ammunition to be given to the police who were here when we arrived. There will be training for these weapons for anyone who desires it. In addition, this man, the commander indicated a sailor to his left who stepped forward, is Lieutenant Commander Pitt. Pitt is an expert on military history and tactics and is in charge of Hammer Platoon, Detachment Bravo, while their OIC and the rest of the platoon is otherwise engaged. Lieutenant Commander, please tell them what you told me about Alcatraz. Pitt stood tall and addressed the room with his hands clasped behind his back. You folks had an excellent idea to get away from the city. There was really no other option. You chose this island because even though the proximity to the mainland isn't as far away as you would have liked, you have a distinct barrier between you and the Lima Deltas, the undead. It was a good plan, but there are issues. This is a partly cold-weather climate near the sea. You'll eventually need to grow food here, but I'm guessing you don't have the resources and maybe not the know-how. In addition, the cold weather and rocky soil on this island could defeat your crops before you start growing. You'll need to run forays into the city to get supplies, which is a huge infection risk. Then there are your defenses. For right now, the distance you've put between yourselves and the Limas is good, but you have no walls at the beaches. What happens if 10,000 Limas decide to walk across the bay and onto the shore here? They're dead, so they don't need to breathe. Did you see Pirates of the Caribbean? Once they figure that out, they'll come across the bottom, and you'll get invaded. You're going to need walls, gun emplacements, buttresses, battlements, etc. But the most important drawback of the island is that it's an island. This last was met with confused stares, including from Mira and Barnes. Pitt clarified. You came here because it's an island,
but you didn't take into consideration, or didn't have time to think about, where you could run if you had an outbreak. Eventually, somebody here is going to die, and there's no place to run if the Limas are already on the island. You've done great work, but there's still a lot to do, and we are willing to help."
"But you've still parked a nuclear submarine next to our living quarters," Martingale shrieked.
One of the commandos who had caught Martinez by surprise leaned over to him and whispered,
"Is this dude for real?" "You have no idea."
Martingale continued,
"Now that we've learned there may be no spare parts for your reactor coming, how can we be sure we won't all die of radiation poisoning or any other nuclear factor?"
He stabbed his index finger at McInerney, bypassing Pitt altogether.
"You've said we can use your help, but you really work for us anyway. We are the American people, and you swore an oath to protect our way of life from all enemies, both foreign and domestic. If you think for 1 second that we—"
"Mr. Martingale, shut up!" McInerney was incensed.
"You seem to think that some agency is going to sweep in and make this all better. Well, all the people manning those agencies are stumbling around looking to cannibalize the folks that were sent to help. They're dead. All of them. The country you knew is gone. We are here because we, just like you, have no place else to go."
The commander took a deep breath and seemed to visibly calm himself.
"What we are doing here is discussing options that will be mutually beneficial to all concerned, and your constant interruptions and outrageous accusations are not helping. If you have any intelligent questions or anything intelligent to add, by all means do so. If not, please do not waste our time."
Not giving Martindale time to interrupt, McInerney turned to the lieutenant commander.
"Lieutenant Commander Pitt, if you would conclude, please."
"Thank you, sir. As I was saying, it's almost July. If we want to survive past September, we will need to foray into the city and get some things. Specifically, growable foods, tools, and construction supplies. We need to make a wall around the scalable portions of the beach. It won't need to be huge, just something we can use to hamper the progress of the Limas, maybe 6 to 7 feet. Also, and this is tremendously important, we will need to fashion weapons, probably pole arms of some sort." Pitt held up his hand to alleviate the oncoming questions. "Ammunition is a finite resource, especially as there aren't any more factories in production. We should only fire our weapons as a last resort, conserving as much ammo as possible for any crowds we may encounter, in an attempt to alleviate getting swarmed." Pitt continued, "I believe that the first thing we do should be to isolate people to the cells with a mechanism—" Martingale went berserk.
"I knew it!" he screamed. "We'll all be slaves to their agenda."
He carried on for a moment longer, before Anna Hargis stepped up and punched him in the face. Martingale staggered back, holding his assaulted nose.
"You're going to get us killed, and I won't have it," Anna yelled. "We all almost died getting here, and now you want to spit in the face of the best help we could possibly have? Are you an idiot?"
She raised her fist as if to give him a second wallop, and Martindale cringed. But Dallas grabbed her by the waist, lifting her effortlessly, as if she were a child. Dallas held her up as she struggled momentarily. Everyone looked between her and Martingale until she regained her composure. Dallas gently allowed her feet to touch the floor again when he was certain her killing mood was gone. "You made your point, kid. He ain't going to be mouthing off for a spell." Sporadic hooting and applause went through the crowd, and a slew of children, Rick's daughter Sam among them, came from the next room to see what the hubbub was about. Sam was engaged in an imaginary conversation on her now useless cell phone. Rick stepped up and quieted everyone with his raised hand. "All right, people, this is exactly what we don't need. Fighting amongst ourselves is how we die. We need to work together, all of us. Please, no more fighting. And if anyone wishes to be heard, I'm sure the commander and the lieutenant commander will take constructive questions at the end. Lieutenant Commander?" Pitt was not smiling. "As I was saying, and please let me finish before you interrupt, I think that putting people in cells by family is the best way to contain an outbreak here on the island. We can construct simple locking mechanisms that a human could figure out, but not a lemur. This way we can each egress the cells when needed, but a potential infection risk is already quarantined. Nobody is locked in but the lemurs. Nods of agreement and some small banter went through the crowd. This guy seemed to have it all figured out. Are there any practical questions? A little boy, who had wandered into the meeting holding the hand of a young woman, stuck his hand in the air. Now Pitt did smile. You in the front.
Can I go in the submarine?
Pitt glanced at McInerney. That could be arranged. The rest of the children's hands shot up instantly. I think we can take everyone aboard who would like to visit, said McInerney. Perhaps in small groups. Sam stepped forward and spoke to her father.
Daddy, Mommy wants to talk to you.
Rick smiled. We're almost done here, honey. We can play in a minute.
No, Daddy. She said it's important.
She held the cell phone at arm's length toward Rick. Rick took the phone and put it to his ear, listening. There was nothing. Frowning, he looked down at Sam, holding the phone out for her to take. That isn't funny, Sam. Try not to do that again, okay? Distressed, Sam took the phone.
But, Daddy...
Rick was beginning to respond when the phone rang. 19. Doc Murda contained his rage as best he could. A United States nuclear attack submarine? Obviously that was difficult to contend with. The momentum had shifted, and not in the direction he wanted it to. Murda had lost quite a few soldiers to misfortune, or perhaps due to his anger. Would the outcome of the battle have been different if he hadn't let the cat out of the bag prior to the attack? Probably. Sour grapes, though. There was no redo on this one. His soldiers were dead. In addition, as he grilled the occupants of the boat that had not been sunk, he couldn't come up with a plan on how to take Alcatraz, with it being guarded by one of the deadliest weapons of modern warfare. Yes, this would take some thinking.
So, it just exploded?
Yeah, Master G answered. There was this warning from a guy named McAllister, or McNamara or something, but we all thought it was the people on the island talking shit. Then the other boat just blew up. That same guy told us to leave, and we did.
I understand.
Murda looked at another man.
And what about the missiles? We can't figure out how to make 'em work. There's instructions on the sides, but when we follow 'em, the little green light don't come on like it's supposed to.
A green light?
Yeah, Doc. The instructions say that a green light needs to be on, or it won't shoot.
So you're telling me that you can't fire my missiles because of a green light that won't light?
Well, yeah.
I see. So while the attack crew was risking their lives, and in fact dying to take a fortified position guarded by no less than a nuclear attack submarine, my engineering crew was foiled by a broken light? The man backed up a step, looking warily around.
I'll figure it out.
Unnecessary. Pee-wee, would you please escort this fool out? Before the man could bolt, Pee-wee's gigantic arms wrapped around his frame. The man thrashed about, but Pee-wee hefted him as if he were a child, a skinny child. Pee-wee walked to the stained window with the struggling man in a crushing bear hug. He pinned the hapless banger to the wall with one massive hand, while he opened the big stockroom transom with the other. The moans of the undead outside became louder as the glass opened. The giant picked up the smaller man one last time and pitched him out the 3-story window of the warehouse loft. The unfortunate man let loose a short scream before his impact with the street below. Pee-wee closed the window and latched it before folding his arms and standing silent once more. Imbecile. Gee, Pee-wee, would you please accompany me to the missiles? The 3 gangers took the metal stairs to the warehouse floor, where several of the men from the surviving tug sat on the floor or in tattered old chairs, looking dejected.
Murda gently put his hand on the shoulder of one man, who looked up with poorly concealed apprehension.
"You men are heroes," intoned Murda. "You couldn't fight a submarine with a tugboat. Retreat is an option when facing an overwhelming force. Always remember that."
A few of the men looked at each other crossways.
"While I do not condone failure, you had no choice but to come back here. Do not despair. We will achieve our goals, my brothers."
Murda, Master G, and Pee-wee continued across the warehouse floor to the area reserved for munition storage. They approached 4 wicked-looking green tubes, one of which was propped up on a tripod. The top of the cylinder sported a large sighting mechanism, and yellow lettering stenciled on the side of the tube read, BGM 71F, Tow 2B. Murda got down on one knee and put his finger to smaller lettering, reading the arming instructions, moving his finger as he read. He walked around the missile a few times, touching a panel here and clicking a button there. He lifted a red safety cover and clicked a silver toggle switch. A small red light on the sighting mechanism flashed to life, but the large green light on the missile itself remained dark. Murda tapped the light twice with his index finger, and it sputtered, then glowed brightly.
"Idiot,"
he said, and rolled his eyes. He flicked the toggle back down and recovered it with the safety switch. Murda looked up at Master G and smiled a toothy smile.
"Now we're in business."
20. Billy heard moaning, mournful and full of pain. Moaning. Why did that disturb him so? There was something about that sound that inspired dread, but the reason escaped him. Zombies! He opened his eyes, but vision didn't come. He was blind. He tried to bolt upright, but his head was in torment, and he immediately felt nauseated. Slumping back down into slimy moisture, he held his hand up in front of his face. Nothing. He moved it closer and closer until it bumped into his nose. Yup, blind. There couldn't possibly be a worse time to lose his eyesight. Sitting up more slowly this time, the moaning came back, and Billy realized it was he that was moaning. His head really hurt, and he put his hand to his damaged cranium, and it came away sticky. Blind, soaking wet, and with a busted head, he tried to stand, only to have some kind of demon have its way with the nerve endings in his right ankle. He stood and tried to feel his foot to see if it was broken, but he got dizzy and fell on his back with a small splash. The cool water felt good on the back of his neck and scalp, but it stank, and excruciating comets whizzed past his clenched eyelids for a moment. "Excellent," he said, surprising himself with the raspy sound that emanated from his throat. "A sewer!" Memories came flooding back, fast enough to have the synapses in his brain rebel. Sam, Alcatraz, the hospital, roof hopping, Cyrus, the basement, and the grate in the floor. Allie. Where was Allie? She must have thought he was dead and left. Standing up even more slowly this time, he found he could put weight on his right foot, but at great protest from his nervous system. He took a tentative step and drew a hissing breath from the pain, but he didn't go down. At least he could stumble, not unlike his cannibalistic counterparts overhead. He stretched his arm to the right and found a rough, dank wall. His ankle was extremely painful, but he was blind and not a doctor, and so unable to do anything if it were broken. Not that his ankle mattered, because he was blind, thus doomed. It must have happened when he hit his head. Stretching both arms out to the sides, Billy was able to figure out that the sewer went in 2 directions, but he didn't know which way to go. "Eeny, meeny," he started, but then he just walked forward. After about 20 painful steps, he heard a splashing echo arising from somewhere. The sound seemed to come from all directions in these wet, confined quarters. He looked both ways before remembering he was blind, then continued forward. More repetitive splashing sounds came to him,
and this time he could tell whatever was stalking him was coming from behind. He felt for the ice axe on his belt and picked up his hobbling pace. The splashing got louder and louder, and Billy knew that he could never outrun something he couldn't see, especially if he had an injured leg. Turning to face his assailant, he waited patiently, hefting the axe. Suddenly, Billy realized he wasn't blind. He could see a bobbing light coming from some distance off. As the light got closer, the splashing got significantly louder.
"Stop! Billy! Don't move!"
Breathing a heavy sigh of relief, it dawned on him that Allie didn't leave him for dead, but had left to reconnoiter. She stopped about 20 paces from him. He heard something like wood being drawn over wood. The flashlight beam shined up into his face, and he covered his eyes with his forearm.
"Say something," she hissed.
"Ouch!" Billy heard that wood-on-wood sound again.
"Oh, thank God. I didn't know if you were going to die back here. You took a wicked digger down the ladder and thumped your head, but good."
"These things I know. Tell me something new. But tell me after you get the light out of my face."
"Oh, sorry. I wanted to see your eyes, to make sure—"
"Yeah, I get it. I don't blame you." Allie walked a little bit past where Billy had stopped and shone the light behind him, in the direction he had been traveling. She had affixed the flashlight to her bow with a black elastic lanyard from her appropriated backpack and was using her free hand to hold an arrow to the bowstring. "Were you gonna shoot me?"
"If you had red eyes? You bet your ass. Look behind you."
He turned around and was very happy she had told him to stop. 5 feet away the tunnel ended, but not in a wall. Allie stepped closer to the edge and panned the light around. There was a gaping hole some 40 feet across. Sewer water trickled down from 4 large pipes into the chasm, which looked like some type of overflow collection area. Billy gingerly hobbled forward and looked down. 8 or so feet below, there was a concrete walkway spanning a deeper opening, ringed by a rusty iron railing. Further down in the hole was dark water. An injured ankle would have been the least of his worries if he had stepped out into nothing and landed down there. More ladders ran up from the overflow pool into 4 other tunnels, like the one they were in now, each tunnel with a slow trickle of nasty water that added to the pool.
"What's in the other direction?" "It just kind of goes," she answered. "I stopped walking after a few minutes. There are some other ladders, like the one we climbed down, but I couldn't see through the covers. A ways down there's a sideways grate that leads into the street, but we can't fit through, it's too small. Oh, and the street above isn't empty anyway. I could see 'em up there, stumbling around."
"Doesn't matter. We have to go this way anyway." Billy pointed toward the chasm. "That's west, and we need to go that way."
"How do you know which way is west?"
"Sense of direction is one of my superhero powers."
"One of mine is detecting bullshit," she countered,
but stepped back to let him lead the way. Dizzy, he climbed down the ladder as Allie illuminated the area. She held the bow to her side and followed, the two continuing around the concrete pool. Once opposite the ladder they had descended, they had a choice to make. There were 2 tunnels running roughly west. Billy pointed to the left side tunnel. "That one."
"Why that one?"
"Why not? You've got the light. You go first."
"How utterly valiant, sir. How about you go, and I cover you?"
"Oh, my head hurts." Billy limped forward and gingerly put his injured foot on the bottom rung. Both the iron and his ankle held his weight, so he began to climb. Allie flashed the beam of light upward into the mouth of the tunnel, which seemed to be clear. She followed him up the ladder, and they began to trudge west. After a few dozen paces, they could discern dim light ahead. It grew gradually brighter until they reached the source. Not a way out, but a series of sideways grates to the street above, spaced about 50 feet apart. Billy turned and put his finger to his lips in a shushing motion. Then he pointed to the grate. Although the angle was steep, the legs of many staggering forms could be seen through the small, barred slit in the curb. They continued on in silence. As they reached the second-to-last grate,
The tunnel began to pitch downward. Now there were newer, smaller passages branching off of the egg-shaped brick tunnel that they were in. A large beige toolbox with a lock on it stuck out of an alcove to the left, and the condition of the walls here gave one the impression of recent work. There were dimly lit work lights, light bulbs in little yellow cages with hooks, suspended from the ceiling of the tunnel in a daisy-chain configuration. A ladder led upward to a manhole cover in the street. Billy looked thoughtfully at the lights. Power's still on. The grade was a steep down angle as they continued on, and leveled out at 50 or so paces. To the left, 2 steps led up to a rusty metal door. Allie and Billy exchanged glances as they heard sobbing through the door. Billy climbed the 2 stairs and knocked on the door. "Shave and a haircut." They heard a shocked gasp, and then nothing. Billy tried again. "Shave and a haircut." Nothing. He tried the door, but it was locked. One more attempt at knocking. "Shave and a haircut," was met with 2 bits. "Let us in," Billy whispered harshly. "How do I know you're not infected?" came a woman's whispered voice through the door. Because we're talking? We're not infected. Let us in." "We? Who's we? How many people are out there?" "Just my friend and me. We haven't seen anyone alive in a while. Please, let us in." A hushed conference transpired from whoever was on the other side of the door, then silence. Billy shrugged, and they were about to move on when they heard the door lock ratchet open. A light shined out from the crack and found them. Billy took a step forward, eager to meet whoever this was, but a man's voice stopped him, whispering, "Not so fast! Show me your arms and legs!" They both did as they were told, pulling up pant legs, and in Allie's case, shirt sleeves. "Now turn around!" They each obediently made a slow revolution, which seemed to calm the man down some. He opened the door fully and let the 2 inside. The place was large for an underground room, maybe 15 by 40 feet, and lighted by scattered lanterns. Various equipment was scattered haphazardly around, and there were 3 workbenches, 2 of which were occupied with folks laying down on them. One of the people had a police jacket covering his torso and head, his arms splaying out to the side. This man was dead. Another man, dressed in blue maintenance coveralls with a PG&E logo on the sleeve, was breathing raggedly. A large red bandage covered most of his left forearm. The bandage was dripping blood, and the man seemed to be unconscious. 6 other people were also in the room. A woman holding 2 small boys to her sides, a big man also dressed in PG&E coveralls and carrying a fire axe, a filthy man sitting on an even filthier mattress, drinking something out of a plastic gallon milk jug, and a wiry woman with an automatic pistol pointed at the newcomers. "Drop it, Robin Hood," she demanded, waving the pistol. Allie put the bow on the floor. "Now strip." "Screw you," Allie said, and folded her arms. The man with the fire axe took a step forward. "We want to check you for bites." "Then tell Dirty Harriet to point the gun elsewhere. We're not bitten, and we'll show you, but I don't like the gun in my face." The woman pointed the gun at the floor with no apology. "The cop said he wasn't bitten, too. He turned and bit Chuck. That's Chuck." She nodded at the guy on the table with the bandage. Billy stripped off his shirt, dropped his pants. "Okay? Yeah? Now you." Allie lifted her shirt and dropped her pants as well. "Shall I do a pirouette?" she asked, sarcastically. The woman relaxed her grip on the gun as the newcomers straightened their clothing. Approaching Allie, she said, "My name is Abby. Can we start over?" She extended her hand. Allie took it and nodded in the affirmative. "We're all edgy. This is Billy." Introductions were made all around. In addition to Abby, there was Tony in the PG&E coveralls, Melanie with her sons, Caleb and Noah, and Martin, the apparent homeless man. The group clustered around the far end of the room, some sitting against the walls, some leaning on the unoccupied bench. Allie noted that there was no other way out of the room except the door they had come through. This was both comforting and scary. An attack could only come from one direction, but that was also their way out. The door seemed secure enough, made of heavy steel on huge hinges, with a ratchet lock.
"How did you all get down here?"
Tony began his story.
Me and Chucky was working down here with Tim, another PG&E guy, when the city went crazy. We had no idea. We came up for lunch, and a bunch of them nutjobs was running around up there. A guy in a suit and tie came toward me, and he was covered in blood. When he got close, I could see he was hurt. He was moaning and stumbling, and I tried to help him. He grabbed me, and I could tell he wanted to kill me right there. We got to fighting, and the cop," he indicated the covered form on one of the benches, "showed up. He was leading Melanie and the boys away from a group of the crazy people, shooting into the crowd of them. He smacked the guy who was grappling with me on the head, and the guy fell down on his face. More people was coming from all over, so we got the kids down into the manhole. We was yelling for Tim to get down here, and then the cop jumped down. I heard his leg snap, but we helped him up. Tim must have dragged the manhole cover to close the opening, because it closed. I climbed the ladder, but those covers weighed 250 pounds. I couldn't budge it. I heard screaming up above. I hope it wasn't Tim."
Tony's eyes glazed over in thought. Abby shook her head.
"It was so fast. One minute I was ordering a coffee, and the next, this bloody guy burst into the coffee shop, screaming that they were coming. Me and a couple of others in the shop stepped outside, and there were about 20 of those people there, all covered in blood. They came staggering toward us, and one of the guys ran toward the people. He was yelling at me to call 911, when one of the bloody people grabbed him and bit his face. He started screaming, but the other people all gathered around and started biting him. I ran like hell. I saw a cop car with its blue lights on, and I ran to get them to help me, but there was nobody there."
She swallowed hard and continued.
"I got in the car and tried to use the cop radio. Suddenly, there were bloody people everywhere. I had no place to go. There were no keys in the car, so I got out to make a run for it, but there were too many of them. The cop must have been on the construction detail, because there was a manhole with a big yellow hose coming out of it a few feet from the cop car. I climbed down the ladder and ran as fast as I could in the dark. I almost had a heart attack when Martin shined his flashlight in my face. He brought me here, and we met everybody else on the way."
"And what about you?" Billy asked the guy on the mattress.
"Me? I live here."
"Oh."
"Wait," Allie asked. "Abby, why didn't the infected follow you down the manhole?" "They did. I only barely got away." "But then, where are they? Why aren't there any in the sewer tunnels?" "What are you talking about? You mean you haven't seen any? The tunnels are crawling with them."
Allie and Billy began to exchange a confused look, but were interrupted by a sudden scream from one of the little boys. Everyone spun to look at Caleb, fear gripping his small features. His tiny index finger pointed at something behind them. As one, the group turned. Chuck had gotten off the bench, his eyes blood red. He gave a snarling hiss, lurching toward them with his first steps as one of the undead. 21. A pin drop would have sounded like a thunderclap on the rock. Then the phone rang a second time, and Rick tore it from Sam's grasp, fumbling with the device before being able to answer it.
"Hello? Who is this? Brenda? My God, are you safe?"
"Yes, we're in a safe place for now. Sam is fine, and I got my dad, too."
"Wait, what?"
The entire group was hanging on Rick's every word. There hadn't been any cell service since the nightmare started, and this was like magic.
"Hang on. There are a bunch of military people here who will want to hear this. I'll put you on speaker."
Rick, are you still there?"
"Yeah, go ahead. We can all hear you."
"Listen, I might not have a lot of time. We've
How do you have a working phone?" Martingale shouted.
"Damn it, don't interrupt. The phones are fine. It's all the networks that are down. I got a tech here who was able to reroute the data stream. Rick, you said there were military there. Who are they?"
McInerney stepped up.
"Commander Kevin McInerney of the USS Florida, a ballistic missile submarine. My full crew minus 14 and a team of SEALs."
"Excellent. What's your clearance level, Commander?"
SCI.
Have you heard of Stuxnet?
Of course. It's a computer worm that targets industrial systems. A nuclear reactor in Iran was targeted last year, and it almost shut completely down. There were—
No time, Commander. This phone could cut out any second. We've isolated the source of the plague. We are working on a preventative measure, but we're running out of resources. The dead are constantly outmaneuvering our outer defenses through sheer numbers alone. We're safe here, but we can't leave for supplies. We've lost 9 people trying. There's maybe 2 months left of rations, and we need lab equipment and provisions.
What do you need?
We need you to come get us and set us up in a more secure location, the coordinates of which I will give you when you get here. The location we have in mind is extremely secure and has all the facilities we need: power, equipment, years of rations, and some weapons.
And you think you can cure this disease?
No. Anyone who is infected already is as good as dead. We are close to coming up with something to prevent infection from taking hold, a vaccine. That means anyone bitten or scratched won't get infected.
What about the few billion hungry walking corpses throughout the world?
Quite frankly, Commander, they are your problem. We've been focused on trying to stop it from happening instead of destroying infected. Can you come for us?
Where are you?
Boston.
Boston? That's literally across the country.
I'm pretty comfortable with geography, Commander. Can you come or not?
How did you come up with a cure in less than 2 weeks? I would think it would take years to—
We had prior knowledge of the contagion.
But, honey, how did— Rick started.
Don't call me honey.
Rick sighed. How does a computer person like you get involved in a cure for this thing? You aren't a medical doctor. You work for MIT. Your doctorate is in software engineering.
Like I said, we had prior knowledge of it.
What is it? Is it a virus? Demanded McInerney.
Yes. No conventional medication will work on this particular virus, though, as evidenced by the total worldwide collapse. Will you come for us or not?
Before I commit to that, I want to know how you can stop this virus when you're not a medical doctor, and the CDC and US AMRED, people who do this for a living, came up empty.
Unfortunately, an epidemiologist's background would be completely useless for this plague, Commander. My background, however, was perfect.
But you just said it's a virus.
I did. It's a computer virus.
22. Billy, still a little woozy from his fall, pulled an ice axe from his belt and hurled it at Chuck. The axe hit Chuck right between the eyes and bounced away, clattering. A huge gash opened over his nose, the white of his nasal bone standing out in stark clarity on the ashen color of his face. He staggered slightly, then raised his arms and came toward them again. "I got this," Abby said, and took aim with the pistol. "No, don't shoot him," shouted Tony. "We're in a metal room, for Christ's sake." He stepped forward and brought his axe up, waiting. Chuck was coming quickly, and the room wasn't huge. A twang sounded, and suddenly Chuck had an arrow sticking out of his left eye. He didn't jerk or twitch, he just collapsed backward. The tip of the arrow protruded a full inch out the back of his skull, forcing his head to twist toward them as he hit the floor. Tony started forward, but Allie grabbed his shirt. "Wait! Look at his eye!" Tony looked down, and Chuck was indeed watching them. His single, bloody eye was tracking movements. The eye was full of black malice and perverted need. "Jesus, how can he not be dead?" "Well, he is," said Billy. "He's just not dead." Tony walked wide around the prone form, and Chuck tracked him as he did so. The dead man's arm moved weakly toward Tony, but Tony was out of reach. "Sorry, buddy." Tony brought the axe down hard, twice killing poor Chuck. One of the young boys was whimpering as Tony put the axe down and grabbed the hands of the dead man. He dragged the dead weight to the table opposite the deceased police officer and laid his friend down. He folded Chuck's hands on his chest, almost lovingly, before yanking Allie's arrow out and wiping it on an oily rag that was under the workbench. Tony handed her the arrow and sat on the floor. He gave a quiet sob, composing himself quickly. He was my pal.
Billy looked unperturbed. So, who knows how to get to the water from here? Tony, you work in these tunnels. Do you know how to get to the bay? It shouldn't be too far.
Wiping his eyes, Tony composed himself further.
Yeah, it ain't far, he sniffed. But we gotta go through a collection station, and we'll come out north of Beach Street, near Pier 39.
Allie raised her eyebrows.
Come out? You mean we can't take the sewers all the way to the bay? Nah, they don't go all the way. I mean, they do, but the old outfall was blocked up when they put the treatment plant in. Now, all the water gets treated before it goes out into the bay. The treatment pipes the treated effluent 1.5 miles out into the ocean. The only thing that goes into the bay now is a bunch of small pipes that we can't fit through. We'll have to come up in the treatment plant, or the street behind it. Beach Street. Wait, why do we want to go to the water anyway? Abby asked. He's got a boat, Allie thumbed at Billy, and there are people and supplies on Alcatraz. I'm in, Abby declared. Today is Saturday. Would the plant be open? Would there be a ton of people there? Could be, I don't know. We was working on some power cables about 1/2 mile away when all this happened.
Billy and Allie exchanged glances.
The plant could work, she told him. It would be secure, and if there was nobody there, then there wouldn't be any dead trying to get in. Unless there was a poop seminar today or something. I mean, these guys were working.
He thumbed at Tony.
Well, we can't stay here. We'll need to... I'm staying here, said Martin, who had been forgotten behind them. I've been here for 2 years, and there's no reason for me to leave now.
Tony started to say something, but Melanie stood and spoke to Martin.
Martin, without you, we would have been walking down here in the dark for ages, probably bumping into those people left and right. You must come with us, or you'll die down here.
Martin shook his head.
Ma'am, do you really think anybody is going to live through this? If this is an epidemic, which it seems to be, then do the math. If 1 infected person spreads to 1 more, then those 2 spread to 2 more, and this happens only once in an hour. In a mere 24 hours, there are almost 17 million infected. This, of course, assumes only 1 person infects 1 other, and that it only happens once in an hour. The probability is that, with the population the way it is, clustered together in large, confined areas like cities, that the entire population, minus, say, 2%, is infected in less than 24 hours.
Billy looked at Martin with one eyebrow raised.
You don't look like a mathematician. Yeah, well, I was. Lost my job at SFU due to budget cuts. Couldn't get another job, and I don't have any family. After 3 years of no income, I wound up here. That was 2 years ago. And you know what? This is a better life. Or it was, until everything went to hell. I thought you were... Yeah, so does everybody else. Books and covers and all that.
Billy sat next to Martin on the mattress and held out his hand. Martin passed him the dirty milk jug, and he took a big pull on it. He came away sputtering and coughing. He wiped his mouth and handed the jug back to Martin.
It's water, choked Billy. I thought...
Martin stopped him again.
So does everybody else.
Mr. Martin,
said a tiny voice.
Please come with us. Please?
Everyone looked at Caleb.
Please?
The boy began to sniffle. Martin sighed.
Fine, but we go my way. I can get us to the plant, but it won't be fun. Shouldn't see any of the infected, though.
Tony smiled.
Martin, I believe I got a pretty good handle on these tunnels. I've been coming down here for years. Yeah, and I've been living down here for years. You're going to take them through the collection cistern, past the macerators, right? That's the only way. I rest my case. Firstly, the tunnels down there are full of chest-high water. You got maybe 10 inches of clearance between the water and the ceiling, too, and it can fill up quick. What's your plan for the kids? Second,
I can get us past all of the water and the cistern and the macerators and the infected that are most assuredly in that section. That's 300 feet past where I picked you up, and another 100 feet past that, the tunnels are open to the street for work on the new buildings in Midtown. That's how I get my scraps now. Or how I did, I guess."
Tony looked skeptical. "How can you go around all of that? There aren't any tunnels that go that way."
"Not on any survey map, there aren't, but they're there. Like I said, it won't be pleasant, but it will be safer, although there is one spot that we'll have to wade, and one grate we need to get through, but it isn't locked."
"Wade?"
asked Melanie. "Yes, it's after the macerators and before the plant, so we'd have to get wet going his way or mine, but we'll go over the cistern and most of the water."
"Over?"
"Yeah, over. You'll see." "Okay, so when do we leave?" Abby demanded.
Billy stood up.
"Oh, now? Might as well. No point putting it off."
"Wait,"
insisted Melanie.
"What's a macerator?"
Tony and Martin started to answer her together, but Tony held his hand out, palm up, for Martin to continue alone.
"They're big metal blades that chew soft matter into smaller bits that are easier to carry in the sewer pipes and tunnels.
And we're going to climb over them? But my boys—"
"I do it all the time, and my way will be safer than the catwalk, which is just above them. Besides, there's a big grate over the units, so no one can fall in by accident. There's a dead man switch as well, so if the grate is open, the teeth shut down."
"So let's do it then," Abby said. "I want to get out of these damn tunnels."
"Let me just check the door." Tony hefted his axe for comfort.
"No need, Tony."
Martin stood and passed his milk jug to Billy, who immediately took a swig. Martin walked to a row of faded blue metal lockers. He pulled them aside, revealing a multitude of missing bricks, forming a rather large hole in the wall. There was a second, much smaller room, excavated behind the lockers.
"This is our way out," he said,
indicating a jagged 30-inch pipe leading out of the room. The pipe was black as a devil's heart, and stank twice as bad. "Nope, not going down that," Tony said immediately.
"Sissy,"
Billy told him, and fell to his hands and knees.
"Allie, give me the flashlight, please."
She passed the light to him, and he crawled in about 6 feet, the beam from his flashlight cutting the darkness ahead of him, allowing him to see how truly horrid the walls of the conduit were.
Shouldn't I go first?"
asked Martin.
"There are a couple of spots where you will need to know which way to go."
Billy backed out of the tunnel quickly. He was covered in slime and filth, and the smell was horrid.
You can't turn around in there." "It opens up further on."
There was obvious fear in Tony's voice. "I don't care. I can't do it. I'm too big." Abby got down on one knee. Leaning against the wall, she peered into the pipe.
Me neither, sport. You said there's a different way?"
"Yeah, we can go—" Allie interrupted.
"We don't want to split up. There's safety in numbers."
Tony now sounded gruff. "Yeah, well, there ain't no safety in that pipe for none of us if I have a friggin' heart attack in there. I ain't going."
"Listen, Martin said that we would end up on the same path later. Tony and I will meet you after the tunnels join. Besides, I have a gun," Abby chimed, smirking. "Meet us 100 paces after the macerators, then," Martin said, and stuck his hand out. "Best of luck."
Tony shook his hand. "Same to you. Thanks for bringing us here before, Martin. You saved us all."
"Next time, I'll have the china polished."
Martin smiled and picked up an ancient, rusty, battery-operated lantern. He glanced over at the group and said,
"Follow me."
One by one, the 7 of them got down and entered the pipe, with Noah clinging to his mother's heels. Allie went last, but before she left, she looked back at Abby and Tony.
"You sure? We'll be fine. Sorry I pointed the gun at you. See you at the rendezvous point?" "You sound like a spy," Allie said, and disappeared into the pipe. Tony pushed the lockers back in front of the entrance. Unless one knew it was there, it would be extremely difficult to find. Abby stepped up to the heavy steel door.
"No point in wasting time."
She put her ear to the door and listened intently for a solid 30 seconds. Tony looked at her and nodded in the affirmative. She shrugged and ratcheted the latch back. Tony burst into the tunnel, axe held high. There was nothing moving in either direction. 23. There was pandemonium on Alcatraz. Immediately upon hearing what Brenda had to say about the plague, shouts, accusations, and demands erupted from the congregation. Martingale simply would not be quiet, and he had gained some followers. He and 2 others had to be forcibly removed from the room, with bellows of dissent and demands for more information hurled back over their shoulders. Unfortunately, Sam's phone died during the chaos. It wasn't a loss of signal, but a dead battery from Sam using the item as a toy for the past few days. A rescue was in order. Brenda and her crew needed extraction post-haste, as a means of stopping the spread of infection was within their grasp. After the commander had Martingale and his stooges escorted away, he quickly spoke to Mira, Pitt, and Rick. Then McInerney himself exited with an element of 3 SEALs. Mira and Barnes attempted to quiet the folks gathered in the cafeteria, and eventually the noise subsided. The policemen answered questions as best they could, but the bottom line was that they knew little more than the people asking the questions. 2 tense hours after his hasty departure, McInerney returned with poor tidings. There was still no contact with the President and Joint Chiefs at Barrow, Colorado, or the carrier group steaming east from Asia. SINCPAC, the Pacific Naval Command, was also not answering the phone. In fact, no military installation he had tried to contact was responding. As far as he knew, Commander Kevin McInerney was the ranking military officer on the western seaboard of the United States. One thing the commander did fess up was that the information contained in Brenda's hard drives was of paramount importance and had been labeled Priority 1 by McInerney. Insofar as the rescue, certain details of the operation had to be ironed out, such as who was to go, what supplies they would need, and most importantly, how to get there. Traversing the breadth of the entire continent infested with cannibalistic fiends was in no way conducive to long life. There was no major interstate that crossed the United States that at some point didn't run through at least 3 major cities, and cities were hotspots for infection. Once the team had gotten across the nation to carry out the rescue, they would then have to make an equally grueling and dangerous return journey. Taking the submarine for the rescue was brought up. The sub would be offshore and immune to the infected while at sea, but it was a trip of longer than 12,000 miles and would take the greater part of 20 days at full steam. The Panama Canal would most certainly be overrun, and nobody knew how to operate the locks. The trip calculations didn't take into account any problems they would encounter. The sub was immune to all but the worst of weather, pirates, or desperate civilians, but rogue elements of anyone's military with a sub of their own, or perhaps a destroyer, could pose problems. No port of harbor was safe, and if the sub suffered a reactor or other kind of mechanical issue that couldn't be resolved using the onboard machine shop, or worse, an uncontrolled outbreak on board, the crew could actually be further away from Boston than they were now. The operation would need to move over land. Mira, McInerney, Pitt, and Barnes held council in Mira's command center. Some others were there at invitation, but most of the Alcatraz group had meandered off to do their daily tasks or weep for loved ones lost. It was decided that the Florida would remain and guard the last bastion of safety in the area. In addition, should the rock become overrun, the submarine could be used as a fallback point until the island was cleared, or they could search for another island. Logistics would be handled by McInerney's crew, and supplies for the cross-country mission would be obtained on the way. Communications would be difficult, as there was no one currently manning the ground tracking stations for the communication satellites. Milsats were still usable for ground forces,
but McInerney hadn't been able to contact anyone. No one knew how to work the magic that had allowed Brenda to call Sam. Once the ground crew left, they would need to use predetermined contact times and days to get in touch with the Florida. The rest of the time, the team would be on their own until their return. After much deliberation, it was decided that the SEAL team would act as the rescue team, but once they got there, the whole band would have to improvise. There was just no way of knowing what they were up against. Rick Barnes insisted on going, and both Mira and McInerney thought it was a good idea for him to go, as he had first-hand knowledge of the facility they would be entering. He had been there dozens of times when he was a policeman in Boston, and his ex-wife had been working at the facility. As soon as the OK came down from the commanders, Dallas, Anna Hargis, and Chris Rodding demanded to accompany Barnes to Boston.
"Out of the question," McInerney declared.
"Commander," Dallas began, "you can let us go, or we'll swim after the boats. I ain't letting Rick do this alone."
"He won't be alone, sir. He'll have a team of the best tactically trained operators the United States has ever seen, and quite frankly, you'll get in the way."
"I can handle myself, and I seen what Anna and Chris can do, too. We won't be no trouble, and unless you're going to stick us in a cell, we're going. If you do stick us in a cell, the second you let us out, we're going to go after 'em. Or you could just shoot us now, sir."
McInerney looked at Barnes, who had let a smile creep across his face at Dallas's words. Rick noticed the commander's glance and immediately dropped his gaze to his shoes. Mira shook his head at the whole spectacle and left the room with Pitt to discuss local matters. McInerney took a long look at those remaining and sighed.
"Call me Kevin."
"What?"
asked Dallas.
"Call me Kevin. My men call me sir. My wife—"
He drifted off.
"Where's your wife?"
"Havre, Minnesota, just north of the Bear Paw Mountains."
McInerney sat down heavily on a rusty chair.
"Is that where you call home?"
"It was. That's where we grew up. She's my high school sweetheart. We have a place in Monterey, but she was home in Havre for a wedding. I was on duty and couldn't make it with her." "Where are you all from?" the commander asked.
"No shocker for me. I'm from Texas."
"Grew up in Frisco," Rick began. "Met my wife, ex, at a party of all things, then moved to Boston for a bit. We had Sam, then things fell apart between us. Brenda was difficult, and I lost my job because of budget cuts, so I moved back here."
Chris and Anna spoke at the same time. Chris was from Oakland, and Anna from the Bay Area.
"Amazing how pleasantries can get lost when faced with the end of the world." "I agree, Kevin, but what are we going to do?" "I have to stay with my boat. The SEALs will escort you to Boston, where you will guide them to where the scientists are, and then you will assist them while they relocate to their alternate laboratory. Hopefully they can hold out until you get there." "If we get there," Chris said under his breath. Anna punched him in the shoulder. "We'll make it." "How can you be so sure?" "Because if we don't, then we can't possibly win. Without this cure or suppression thing or whatever it is, we don't stand a chance."
All eyes were on her now.
"This is the ultimate war of attrition, and we're getting our butts kicked. If we can stop the spread of infection, then we can pull our asses out of the fire. I, for one, am sick and tired of the dead not staying dead."
McInerney shook his head.
"Which is why you will have to leave within the next day or two. You will have to supply yourselves on the way. I will send this element of Hammer platoon with you, but that's only 6 men. I know 6 men seems like a pretty small army, but believe me when I tell you, if you get in a situation where the SEALs can't help you, an entire infantry company wouldn't make a difference. These boys are that good."
Rick broke in.
"So is Martinez, and I trust him with my life. I want Martinez to come with us." "I understand. Captain Mira, myself, and Lieutenant Commander Pitt will remain behind and get Alcatraz going. I have some engineers that could fortify this place and make it fairly impregnable. There's a marine weapons depot in Alameda, which is right across the bay. We will have a team check it out. Hopefully it hasn't been looted."
"I'm sensing a lot of hope in most of these plans there, Kevin."
"Agreed, Dallas, but at this point, hope is one of the few things we have left, don't you think?"
"Yes, sir, it sure is.
We've also got—" McInerney's radio blared to life.
"Sir, we have 2 DMLs from the mainland. Targets are Alcatraz and the Florida. Repeat, DML. We are submerging now."
"Everybody down!" screamed the commander, who instantly dropped to the ground, pulling Anna and Chris with him as he went. The rest of the room hit the floor in confusion, Dallas putting his hands over his head. McInerney fumbled for his comm unit. "Secure and dive ASAP. I want a reciprocal trajectory algorithm in 30 seconds. Return fire with an SM-39. Don't keep me waiting, Jensen. We need—" Alcatraz shook with a giant explosion. Dust and bits of moldy plaster rained down on the folks in the command center. It was suddenly very hot, and there was a tremendous ringing sound. Flames licked the glassless windows of the former Model Industries building, even though there weren't a lot of combustible items to burn. Part of the floor and wall gave way behind Rick, and he scrambled like a crab so as not to fall into the newly created chasm. Chris stood and leapt forward, grabbing Rick's hands, just as more of the floor gave way. Rick's feet were dangling 2 stories above broken slabs of concrete and wicked-looking twisted rebar. Chris pulled, and Rick crawled forward to safety, breathing heavily. The same disembodied voice that had issued the initial warning blurted something unintelligible through the radio. McInerney was on his back, rolling, holding his head. He blinked a few times and looked for his walkie-talkie. "Say again?" he coughed.
"No further solutions, Commander."
"Keep monitoring, and fire when your solution is prepared."
"Aye, sir."
Dallas spoke up from the floor, his hands still over his ears.
"What in the hell is a goddamn DML?"
"A detected missile launch. Whoever doesn't like us has got some toys." Screams drifted into the command center from the island. 24. 50 meters or so into the slimy pipe, little Noah started to panic. His mother tried to console him, to no avail, and finally Billy piped up. "Hey, who's crying?" "Not me," Caleb yelled up forward. Billy shined the light back behind him. "So, it's Noah? Hey, Noah, did you ever watch Bugs Bunny?" The crying stopped instantly, but Noah said nothing. Caleb crawled forward a little more. "Mommy wouldn't let us watch Bugs. She said it was too violent." "It was purple?" "No, violet, like people get hurt and stuff." "Oh, violent. Yeah, it's what I said, violet." Billy chuckled. "Well, anyway, Bugs was always tunneling someplace, but he never ended up where he was supposed to go. He always missed the left at Albuquerque. I'm pretending that I'm Bugs, tunneling through the earth. We won't miss that left, though, because Noah is going to be our guide. We'll make it to where we're going." "What about me?" asked Caleb, his blond hair filthy and matted with whatever was in the pipe. "You're—" "Shh," whispered Martin from up front. "We're coming to a break in the pipe. Be very careful, and somebody help the kids. It's a 15-foot fall if anybody slips through, but it's easily avoided if you pay attention. This is one of 2 places where the pipe we're in spans a wide gap." Martin crawled forward and looked through the hole, a rusted-out piece of the pipe perhaps a yard long. It was passable, as the hole wasn't large enough for even one of the kids to fall through. Martin wanted everyone to be safe regardless, hence the warning. Light streamed below from an unknown source, illuminating the 2 legs of someone sitting down. Another shadowy form stumbled past the light source, followed by another. The forms didn't seem to be going any place, but just meandering around. Martin moved past the break and kept going, Billy right behind him. Billy looked back at Caleb, putting a finger to his lips. Caleb nodded in the affirmative and made the same gesture to his little brother behind him. Noah and Melanie made it past without issue, but as Allie tried to negotiate the chasm, her bow, which she had slung on her back, got stuck on one of the pipe's rusty edges. She couldn't call for help, or she would alert the creatures below her. and while they couldn't reach, she didn't want to let the things know that there was a smorgasbord in a tube above them. She tried to back out of the bow, but was stuck fast. After a mighty heave, the bow popped off over her head, and it made a clattering noise as it skittered forward. Allie looked down into the faces of the undead, who now looked back with unrepentant hunger and need. They reached for her, but she was far above them. She continued moving down the pipe, pushing the bow in front of her, but couldn't help thinking that Tony and Abby would run into this small group of infected as they made their way to the meeting point. She was still thinking about them when there was a terrible sound of rending metal, and the pipe behind her collapsed with a resounding crash. Snapping sounds followed, and suddenly she was sliding backwards. The duct was slick, and she pressed her back, hands, and knees as hard as she could into the cylinder walls to stem her descent. She stopped after only a few feet, but wasn't able to feel any appreciation for stopping. The pipe had fallen down at such an angle that she could barely make out the bottom of the broken pipe through the dim light. Allie looked back up, and muck from the intact line above dropped into her face, momentarily blinding her. Disgusted, Allie wiped her forearm across her eyes and spit out the crap that had fallen into her mouth. Looking back, she was able to discern movement at the base of the cracked cylinder she was stuck in. One at a time, an indeterminate number of dead gained access to the pipe, a mere 20 or so feet behind her, and they started crawling forward, mewling.
"They're in the pipe!" she shouted upward. "They're right behind me! Hurry!"
She scrambled forward, grabbing the bow as she did, her feet kicking on the slime and getting little purchase. The group of survivors moved faster. Fast was a relative term anyway, in a slimy 2.5-foot diameter sewer pipe, but they sped up some. The moans of the pursuing dead echoed all around them, seeming to come from all directions. Melanie cried from the middle of the pack,
"You said that they wouldn't get in here."
"Yeah, well, best laid plans. Move." It was challenging, inching along in a very confined space, and terrifying knowing that there were zombies in the narrow tube behind them. Eventually, they came to an access grate in the pipe, which looked down on a large room. This must have been the macerator pit, as the room was lighted and a steel mesh framework covered the floor. The space looked clean and neat as compared with the other rooms and tunnels they had seen. No undead seemed to be in the area below them, but there was no mistaking the cries of the ones in the pipe behind the gunk-covered party. Billy ran into Martin's shoes.
You need to hurry up there, Chief."
Martin said nothing.
"Knock, knock, Martin. We have company behind us."
Billy heard several meaty thumps in front of him, and Martin grunted heavily.
"Martin? Martin!"
Martin replied with something unintelligible.
"What? Speak up, and hurry. They're getting closer." "The pipe is crushed."
From behind,
"What's happening? Why aren't we moving?"
Billy's words reverberated around everyone.
"Everybody shut up for a sec. Martin, what's going on? We have to go, now." "The pipe is bent closed in front of me. I can't move it. Something's crushed it from above and pinched it closed. Pass this back to Allie,"
Billy yelled, giving the flashlight to Caleb, who passed it back further.
"Allie, how close are they?"
Melanie began to cry as she passed the light back. Allie got the flashlight and shined it back the way they had come. A small dip in the pipe 30 feet back obscured anything further from view.
"I can't see 'em." "Flip on your back and kick that grate. We have to get out."
She did as she was told, feeling the cold goo on her back, but the cylinder they were in was too skinny for her to raise her leg high enough to get any good kicks in. She started kicking furiously, but the lattice wouldn't budge. Panic set in for Melanie first.
"Jesus, we're going to die in here. My kids. God, no. Not like this. Not—"
"Mel, shut up," Billy yelled. "You're scaring the kids. Allie, kick!"
A cacophony of sounds assaulted Allie, yelling, crying, and pleading from in front, and the ever-present noise of the dead from behind. Her kicks rang against the grate, echoing throughout the area, and she started to get mad. "Ah!" she yelled as she kept struggling. She shined the light back, and saw a pasty hand come up over the dip in the pipe. She kicked even harder, but realized it was useless. The bow was too long to turn in the confined space, so she was unable to shoot the creature, whose head and shoulders were now in view. The thing saw her and doubled its efforts, some of its cohorts right behind.
"They're almost on us!"
she yelled. As the creatures inched their way forward, Allie came to the realization that she was about to die, and a calm sereneness came over her. Smashing both feet down at once, she thought that it would have been nice to start over on Alcatraz with Billy and this Sam girl he kept talking about. "Get the kids past me!" Billy shouted. "Hurry!" Billy turned on his back and shimmied a little back towards the way they came. He passed Caleb and Noah over his chest toward Martin, and as he did so, he looked into Caleb's eyes through the gloom illuminated by Martin's lantern ahead of them. "They will never touch you, kiddo."
"Okay,"
was the small, terrified reply. "Mel, can you get by me?" Melanie was weeping and didn't respond. Billy used his toe to nudge her roughly. "Melanie, snap out of it!" He gave her a full-on smack with his foot, but not enough to hurt her. She looked surprised, but started to climb over him. Her formerly white shorts caught on his chin, and muck and goo fell into his mouth. He spit it out and tried to inch backwards while she went forwards. They made it, and Billy kept inching toward Allie. Allie stopped kicking, raised the flashlight, and screamed. The lead zombie was 3 feet away and reaching for her feet. It inched further, and Allie tried to back up, but now Billy was in the way. The thing reached forward and grabbed her shoe, and she kicked furiously, but the creature kept coming. She repeatedly kicked it in the face and shoulders, only it had succeeded in getting both hands on her leg and wasn't giving up. The dead man was heavy, he looked like a dead football player, and Allie simply couldn't pull away. Billy was yanking on her, trying to pull her back, but with nowhere to go. Billy passed her something long and thin, and she grabbed it. It was one of her arrows. She spun it so the broad head was facing the enemy and jabbed it into the thing's eye, but not far enough. The dead man kept pulling at her, trying to bite her legs. She gave another desperate kick and sent the graphite projectile home, the zombie dropping its head to the floor of the pipe instantly. The ones behind piled up against the dead one, unable to proceed. Pap, pap, pap. Gunshots, close, definitely in the sewers. Allie kept kicking the grate for all she was worth, but it wouldn't budge. The infected behind the first one were tugging at him and trying to move forward at the same time, fortunately not making any progress. Suddenly, Tony and Abby rushed into view below them. Abby raised her pistol and fired once back through the opening they had come from.
Tony, up here! We're stuck!"
Tony looked around the room, confused.
"Up here!"
she screamed.
"They're in the pipe with us, and we can't get out."
Tony and Abby both looked up and saw the grate. Allie stuck her fingers down through it, and Tony understood. He grabbed an aluminum stepladder which was hanging on the wall and got as close to the pipe as possible. "How'd you get stuck?"
"Don't ask stupid questions. Just get us out, and they're on top of us."
Pap. "Trust me, it isn't any better down here," he muttered, as he stepped back a rung on the ladder. Tony swung his axe, and the pipe made a heavy, clanging noise. Abby turned to look at him. "Hurry! There's a bunch coming!" The grate bent upward on his third swing, and it broke on the fourth, swinging down on a hinge.
"It's open! Come on!"
Allie yelled to her compatriots. Pap, pap, pap. Tony backed farther down the ladder and helped Allie as she came out of the confined space. Billy was next, and he gave the re-killed offensive tackle zombie a few good kicks for added measure. A filthy hand, missing the ring and pinky fingers, had reached about chest level of the horizontal dead man and was doing its best to grab Billy. Melanie came next, followed by the kids. They all moved toward the exit across the macerator grill. When Martin tried to make his escape, the creature behind the one with the arrow in its eye had moved up enough to grab Martin's hair. He pulled himself away, but lost a few locks in the process. Tony, who was now as covered in pipe scum as the crawlers were, helped him down. The twice-dead zombie had moved forward considerably, pushed by his dead brethren. His head and shoulders hung down out of the grate.
"Tony, we have to go!"
Abby shouted, and ran to the group. Dead people flooded into the macerator room after Abby. At least a dozen shambling figures, covered in blood, some missing limbs. Caleb screamed and pointed at them. Some came at Tony, but the majority went for the larger group of survivors who had moved some distance away.
Pap! Click!
"Shit!" Abby yelled, fumbling with a second magazine.
Twang!
An arrow was suddenly sticking out of the skinless forehead of the closest undead, who collapsed lifeless. Allie fired a second arrow, but missed her target and got the chest of the creature behind.
"Come on! We need to move!"
She knocked another arrow and fired again. Abby drew the slide on the pistol after she had slammed a second magazine home. She aimed carefully and fired into the oncoming horde. Tony kicked the ladder out of the way and was about to run down the corridor when the dead man and the undead young woman that had grabbed Martin fell from above. It was a glancing blow, but it still knocked Tony down. He struggled away from the bodies and got up quickly. The young woman had grabbed his pant leg, so he brought his axe down on her wrist, nearly severing her hand. He dispatched one zombie with his axe and avoided two others as he caught up to Abby. Together they followed the rest of the group of survivors through the connecting tunnel and moved on. The living humans were much faster than the dead ones, but the dead just didn't give up. Billy and Martin were up front, followed by Melanie and the kids, Allie and Abby, with Tony bringing up the rear as they moved quickly down the tunnel. They lost sight of the pursuing dead as they sped down the old sewer, shoes slapping on the bricks. They stopped for a moment to catch their breath when the tunnel opened up into a much wider passageway. This part of the system was partially submerged.
"We have to go through there?"
demanded Allie. Martin looked at her and spoke in a gruff tone.
"Yeah, it's only about 60 feet or so, and it never gets more than chest deep on me. Billy, pick up Caleb, and Melanie will have to take Noah. It's over their heads in the middle. We would have come out right there."
He indicated a pipe entrance about 3 feet higher than the water level,
"if the pipe wasn't crushed. Let's go. I can hear them coming."
Martin was indeed correct. Moans could be heard behind the group, even though the undead couldn't yet be seen through the gloom.
"Come here, pal."
Billy grabbed Caleb and followed Martin into the water.
"It's warm." "That's all poop and pee," Caleb shouted, and made a face. "Ew. Actually, it's because it heats up when the— Ah!"
Martin disappeared beneath the tepid water. He was struggling and splashing, and when he resurfaced, he wasn't alone. A dead woman had come from under the water and latched onto his clothes. She was trying to bite him in the face. Billy had to back away to keep Caleb from the new attacker.
"Help him, quick!"
Allie and Abby couldn't fire their weapons for fear of hitting Martin, so Tony strode forward and used the butt end of the axe handle to thump the creature on the temple. Unfazed, the thing seemed to redouble its efforts to chew on Martin's nose. Tony grabbed the zombie's left arm and pulled it away while Martin pushed. Abby waded to the struggling trio, put the barrel of the pistol to the creature's head, and fired point blank. The deafening shot took the side of the thing's head off, and it released its grip on Martin and slid beneath the water. The entire episode had taken less than 30 seconds, but it was enough time for the small pursuing horde to almost catch up. Allie shined the flashlight to the rear and announced,
"They're right behind us. There's a lot."
The group had started forward when Caleb, looking behind them over Billy's shoulder, pointed and said,
"They won't come in the water. Look."
The boy was right. The creatures had stopped where the water started. Unfortunately, the ones in the back continued crowding forward, pushing the ones in the front into the water with small splashes. The first creature stood and stared at the cluster of humans. Already wet, the thing must have decided it wasn't going to be a problem to move forward, and it did just that. 3 steps in, it fell forward and disappeared. Its friends still would not progress on their own, but they kept getting pushed by the ones behind them. There were many more than the dozen or so that had come into the macerator room.
"Where are they all coming from?" Melanie asked. "There's so many."
Enough! Let's go before we get bitten on the ankles, Allie yelled.
But there could be 10 of them in front of us under the water.
Yeah, there could be, countered Allie. But there's definitely a bunch behind us. We need to move.
Martin started forward again, and the small group waited after him. Noah was quietly crying, as was his mother. The ceiling of the tunnel was only about a foot above the surface of the lukewarm water, and Melanie, who was only about 5'6", was struggling to keep Noah's face dry. Eventually, Billy noticed that the water was only at the middle of Martin's back, and the group was progressing steadily upward. Totally silent, the survivors exited the water after only a few minutes. The tunnel ramped slightly higher in this section, and in moments they came to a ladder extending up.
"This is the treatment plant,"
Tony told them from the rear. The group walked a little past the ladder to allow Tony access. The cover wasn't a heavy street-type manhole cover, but a small hinged piece of steel. Using a key, Tony tried to open the lock.
"It's stuck."
Abby walked back to where they had exited the water, keeping watch behind them. Billy had put Caleb down and was watching the forward tunnel. Tony looked back down the ladder and called,
"Give me some light up here."
Allie shined the light up as Abby started yelling. Abby was staring at the water when she began to see it stirring a few feet away. She squinted at what she thought was a turtle swimming toward her. She realized she was seeing the top of a hairless skull, which was attached to one of many zombies coming at her through the flooded tunnel. Each step revealed more of the thing as it came toward her. She raised her pistol and aimed at the first thing to step forward, its eyes breaking the surface of the water and focusing directly on her.
"They're coming! Hurry!"
The yell seemed to encourage the creature, and it actually sped up a little, raising its arms in a classic zombie attack posture. When its head cleared the black water, it opened its mouth, and liquid poured out as it tried to moan. Pap! Abby fired into the crowd, hitting the first target, snapping the creature's head back. It fell backward into its friends. Abby backed up, firing. Billy set Caleb down and pulled out his ice axes. Allie grabbed his shoulder.
"Billy, no!" "Had enough, Allie. Besides, I gotta up my tally. I've only got 48 so far. I bet there's somebody out there with 50, and we can't have that. Everybody, behind me!"
Abby squeezed by him and climbed the ladder behind Tony. She held up a pen light to help him see better.
"Hurry,"
Billy said, unperturbed by the proximity of so many hungry undead. Melanie started yelling for Tony to hurry, and Martin looked scared for the first time.
"Should have stayed in my damned house. It was made out of steel, for Christ's sake."
The boys began to cry. Billy walked to the oncoming horde and readied his weapons. The creatures pushed their re-killed brother out of the way and skulked toward Billy eagerly. The first one, a teenaged boy in a Golden State Warriors tank top, brought his one arm and the bare, broken humerus of the other up and came forward. Billy strode up to him, and the creature stopped in its tracks, being pushed and shoved by the ones behind it. The thing looked confused as Billy said,
"Really? Really? After all of this, I've lost my appeal again?"
He swung the axe, and it stuck in the zombie's head. The dead Warriors fan took another step and fell forward, taking the axe with it. The crowd was focused on Billy, some still not out of the water and attempting to push. Melanie screamed, and in a comical parody of motion, the creatures leaned to the left or right to look past Billy. The mass of dead things immediately surged forward, and Billy started hacking with all his might. They were not attacking him, just trying to get by him.
"Why?" he yelled. "Why not?"
as he used the hammer end of the axe to crush the eye socket of a firefighter with red eyes.
50!
He hacked and bashed the crowd as they tried to press on by him, but he fought like a caged tiger and slowed their progress considerably.
"I got it!"
Tony yelled down the ladder.
"Come on!"
He pushed the cover up and climbed the rest of the ladder, entering the room above. He took a quick look around and stuck his hand down to Abby.
"Get the kids up!" he yelled,
pulling Abby up with him. Martin grabbed Melanie by the shoulder and spun her to face him.
Go! I'll pass the kids to you." Melanie climbed up a few rungs, and Martin and Allie grabbed Noah and passed him to her. She passed Noah to Abby and Tony, and they repeated the same thing with Caleb.
"Get going!"
Billy called from in front of them, obviously short of breath.
53, 54.
Billy's back was almost to Allie as Allie climbed the ladder upward. As Martin tried to climb, clammy hands shot past Billy and grabbed Martin's clothes. Billy fought harder, as did Martin, and they won, as Martin shot up the ladder. He held his hand back toward the tunnel.
"Billy, come on! Give me your hand! Just go! I'll be fine! Close the lid if they climb up!"
Billy was pushed further down the tunnel and out of sight by the throng of zombies. The ones in front reached for Martin, but they too were pushed by the ones behind. Martin shook his head and finished the climb. The things didn't seem to know how to follow, and reached up at him longingly as he sat atop the access hole, looking down on them.
"Mr. Martin, where's Billy?"
asked a wide-eyed Caleb.
"He's gone."
"He was a hero right there," Tony said, and stood. "We have to figure out if we're alone or not. Abby, you stay here with Martin, Mel, and the kids. Allie, you come with me."
"But Billy—"
"He's gone. There's no coming back from that. You saw how many there was." Tony gave one look back at the reaching sea of dead, hawked a giant loogie, and spit down into the crowd, before shutting the hinged cover and locking it with a twist of a T-handle. 25. Captain McInerney had ordered double deck watch as soon as the Florida had surfaced and revealed itself to Alcatraz. Passive radar sweeps were also ordered for each quarter hour, and it was one of these sweeps that had shown 2 blips heading from the mainland at speed toward the survivors' new bastion. Shortly after the missile had struck Alcatraz, while those in the command center were still getting to their feet, one of the submarine's missile tubes flew open, and a huge white projectile streaked toward the mainland in retaliation. It was loud. Rick scrambled up and ran for the stairs. Dallas helped McInerney to his feet, wincing a little as his ears still rung from the deafening roar that had shaken the building.
"What the hell is that?"
he asked, looking up. Most of the building was still intact, so those in the command center couldn't see the missile contrail. Dallas continued to view the ceiling in confusion.
"A tomahawk fired from my boat."
"A what?"
"A big damn missile."
"Who's shooting at us?"
"Don't know yet. Might have been land-based, but if Jensen's reverse trajectory is accurate, anything within 50 feet of that missile impact is already vapor."
The commander sparked up his radio.
"Jensen, report. Give me a sit-rep on my boat."
"Sub's fine, sir. They might have the toys, but they don't have the talent. Looks like it might have been a tow, and it impacted on the water behind us. Piss-poor assault heading on the missile operator's part, sir."
"Are you under?"
"Yes, sir, but just. Billings says there's not enough depth here to go deeper than 30 feet under. We're above periscope depth, but submerged."
"Excellent. Where did that ML originate?"
"Land-based, less than 2,000 meters away."
"Tell me you hit 'em back, Jensen."
"Roger that, sir. Impact confirmed. Did you want to send a team?"
"Negative. Sit tight and keep monitoring. McInerney out."
The commander lowered his radio and turned to face those in the room with him.
"Okay, is anybody hurt? Where's Mira?"
There were minor cuts and bruises, but no broken bones in the command center.
"We're gonna need a new building,"
Dallas supposed, out loud.
"This one's all busted up. Let's put out them fires."
Rick found Sam with the other kids. He grabbed her and gave her a huge bear hug, checking her for injuries as he did so. She was fine, but a small boy was crying in Juanita's lap as she looked at his arm. The boy, Jimmy, had been playing on a table and had fallen off when the missile impact shook the ground. The rest of the children swarmed around Rick, all demanding to know what had happened. Rick let go of Sam and looked at the kids.
"We're not sure, but don't worry, it'll be okay. We're safe here. You guys stay with Juanita. I'll get some Band-Aids and a doctor to look at Jimmy."
"Come with me, Sam."
"Okay, Daddy."
Rick left the room Sam in tow. They found Mira and Pitt coming up a flight of stairs. "How are we looking, Mike?" Pitt spoke up. "No casualties as of yet. They hit the ground between two buildings. You got splash damage, but the structure is old and couldn't take the impact from the blast wave. We probably shouldn't use that part of the Industries building until we can fix it. I don't want anybody falling through the weakened floor." No one had been killed in the missile attack on Alcatraz. There were several injuries, the worst being Jimmy's broken arm. The corpsman from the submarine had arrived and was checking him and the other injured out. Several people were setting up a rudimentary infirmary on the first floor of the Industries building at the corpsman's request. Rick found Martinez guarding Martingale and his cronies, whose complaints were now interspersed with demands for information since the missiles flew. Martinez was grateful for the interruption and the excuse to move down the hall to where the protests were somewhat muffled. "So I can come with you then, Rick?" "I wouldn't have it any other way, buddy. I told him you were an integral part of the mission and that I trust you. So you lied, twice." Rick laughed. "Yeah, the trust thing. Probably be drunk before we get off the island. Damn bum."
Daddy, language!
"Sorry, kid. That was grown-up talk. You're right, though. I need to take it easy. Pobbs, I need to talk to Sammy for a minute, okay?" "Sure." Martinez pointed at Sam with mock menace. "Don't you beat up my pal now."
"Oh, he's mine,"
she threatened, and giggled. Martinez slung his rifle over his shoulder and waved as he walked toward a group of people surveying damage done to their refuge. "Sam, I have to—" Rick trailed off, not sure how to explain, but Sam came to his rescue.
"I know. You're leaving, and I can't come with you. I don't like it."
She folded her arms, looking very serious and extremely mature. She looks like her mother, Rick thought. Oh, shit. "I'm sorry, but I have to go get your mom. She has something that might help, and we need to make sure she's safe. Grandpa, Juanita, and Mike will still be here, and if there's trouble, well, Mike will take care of it."
"How come the soldiers can't go get her? Why do you need to go?"
"I know the location. I know where she is and how to get to her. I could tell the soldiers, but I might have to think quick if there are issues when we get there. There could be thousands of—" Rick stopped talking abruptly and looked at his child.
"I know, Daddy. Dead people. There might be a lot of them in Boston."
"I certainly never thought I would hear somebody say that."
"Yeah. Who knew, huh?"
She looked at her shoes and started crying. A lump in his throat, Rick tried to console his daughter. "Honey, I've got to go. There's no other way. I know exactly where she is, what building she's in, which floor, even which rooms. The soldiers could go and never find her through all the
zombies."
"Yeah, the zombies."
"But what if you don't come back?"
"I will."
"But—"
He got down on one knee and gently grasped her chin, forcing the kid to look in his eyes. "I will." She stopped crying and smiled.
"I know."
Alcatraz was hustle and bustle while everyone, even the kids, helped clean up. Even Martingale pitched in and helped clear some rubble, with a minimal amount of harping. Dallas had found Rick, and Rick assured him that the kids were okay. Mira, Pitt, and McInerney had just sighted the duo when gunfire erupted from the eastern side of the island. All 5 men started running, and both Mira and McInerney shouted into their radios, demanding to know who fired. As they, and a considerable crowd of others, arrived at the eastern dock, they could see SWAT member Wisniewski sitting on the dock, his back to the shore, 2 corpses sprawled across the planks. One of the dead was charred beyond recognition, so much so that it was impossible to tell if it had been male or female. The clothing, skin, and hair were totally burned away. The other dead man was missing his left arm from the elbow and had scorch marks as well. Both had holes in their foreheads, compliments of Wisniewski. Rick stopped at the edge of the dock and looked at the back of the man he had known for some years. Whiz, what happened? Where did they—"
Rick ceased speaking when he noticed drops of bright red blood on the dock. "They just walked out of the water," Wisniewski started calmly. "I didn't see Nubby," he indicated the man with one arm, "until he was on me. I heard someone on the dock behind me, and I turned, but he just grabbed me. Jesus. He smelled like clam chowder. I wrestled with him for a sec, and had to drop my MP5 before I was able to pull my sidearm and shoot him. Crispy was pretty sneaky, too, and had gotten close while I was fighting Nubby."
"You okay? Damn, that must have been close."
"Too close." Wisniewski held up his hand. It was bleeding freely from a bite wound near his thumb. "You know, it's amazing how quickly you try to rationalize how you aren't going to die when you're certain you are."
"Oh, Wiz."
"Oh, forget it. There's nothing to say."
"Fucking thing doesn't even hurt."
Rick looked at Mira. Pitt stepped up, his pistol drawn, but pointing down.
"We have to isolate you. I'm sorry."
Wisniewski nodded.
Yeah, okay. It must have been some of those dicks from the boat you sunk, huh?" "Probably. Let's get you isolated, and then we can talk."
"Sure. Here." He passed his pistol, butt first, to Pitt. "I love that damn Glock, too. Shit.
Do we have any booze?"
"We'll find some," Mira said, and held his hand down to Wisniewski. "Let's get you up." Wisniewski stood and regarded the crowd that had gathered at the dock. With a heavy sigh, he began walking toward the cafeteria, with 2 SEALs for company.
"We'll get you patched up in a minute," one of the SEALs told him on the way.
"Save the bandages for somebody who'll live." The SEALs exchanged a glance as they escorted Wisniewski up the hill.
"All right, everyone, let's get moving,"
Wiz heard Pitt tell the group.
"Nobody alone anymore, anywhere, at any time. At least 2 people per post, starting now. All areas where—"
Wisniewski couldn't hear Pitt over his own pounding heart as he got further up the hill. 26. Cyrus had been successfully avoiding the undead for a long while when he arrived at the piers east of San Francisco proper. He was exiting a small bakery with a ham sandwich and a bottle of water when he heard a sound like a jet plane whooshing over his head. He ducked instinctively at the intensity of the noise, throwing his hands over his head, but maintaining a firm grip on the sandwich. A few seconds later, another object zoomed over, leaving a smoky contrail behind it. The source of the parallel white lines in the sky was the roof of a shipping company warehouse immediately behind the bakery. The destination for whatever had been fired was lost over the larger buildings, obscuring the horizon. Across the street, up on the roof of a dilapidated factory, a man with his hands on a pair of binoculars was staring out into the bay. Cyrus smiled. Spinning on his heels, Cyrus crossed the road, entered the factory, and explored. There were numerous dead people littering the floor, all covered in blood. Some sported vicious wounds, but all had serious head trauma. "Dispatched undead," he muttered to himself. Locking the door behind him, he followed the sound of voices. The voices came down the stairs and had 4 people attached to them. Cyrus sidestepped between a large stack of pallets and a forklift, the people coming straight for him.
"Didn't expect that, did they, Pee-wee?"
Some more steps, boots on a concrete floor. Cyrus smiled, recognizing the lead voice immediately.
"Pee-wee, my friend, you talk too much."
Cyrus heard chuckling laughter and saw a friendly punch to the arm from an unassuming man to a giant specimen of a human being as they walked past Cyrus's hiding place, briefly crossing his field of vision.
"I was wondering, Master G, if you wouldn't like to—"
Cyrus stepped out behind them.
"Malik?"
All 4 men spun at the sound of the newcomer, weapons raised. Cyrus smiled wider
at the look of extraordinary shock on the faces of three of them. Cyrus stepped forward.
"Hello, David. Hello, Leon. I see you've been keeping safe. Congratulations."
Doc Murda was stunned. How did... I mean, where...
Come, boy, spit it out. What are you trying to say?
Who the fuck is this dude, Doc? The fourth man asked. Please, don't curse. He doesn't like that, Murda answered. He doesn't like that at all.
How have you been, Malik?
It's Doc Murda now.
Is it? Well, I'm sure that's fitting, but the question remains.
I've been well, sir. And you? Murda looked nervous.
Incarcerated. Not so well. Although the strawberries and cream at Morningside was exquisite.
When did you get out?
Yesterday. An old acquaintance of mine released me. Have you nothing else to say?
Murda looked embarrassed. It's good to see you. Cyrus raised his left eyebrow.
Good to see me?
Yes. It's good to see you, Dad.
Thank you, Malik. It's good to see you as well. Perhaps you and I could have a long talk. I would certainly like to know where you appropriated such...
An explosion of monumental proportions threw 4 of the 5 men to the floor of the dingy factory. Bricks and glass showered down throughout the building. The eastern wall gave way and tumbled outward into the street, showing that the building 4 doors down was gone. Not simply destroyed, but gone. Nothing was left but a smoking crater and some small fires. Pee-wee brushed dirt and rubble off of his shoulders. After a few seconds, Cyrus looked up to see a massive hand reaching down to help him to his feet. Cyrus accepted and stood, brushing himself off.
Thank you, Leon. We should go. Half the city will be here in moments, and apparently you aren't the only ones with expensive hardware.
Pee-wee made to assist Murda, but Cyrus intervened.
Allow me, please, Leon. I haven't seen my son in a while.
Cyrus lowered his hand to Murda and helped him up. Murda was dazed and bleeding from a small gash over his right eye.
This may need stitches. We'll get you fixed up when we get someplace with 4 intact walls. I must say that firing your weapons whilst on a different roof was a stroke of genius.
I didn't want to get killed by any possible retaliation, and I had some soldiers that were expendable. Pee-wee helped up Master G and the other man, and the 5 of them strode from the broken building.
San Francisco in the summertime,
said Cyrus, breathing the salt air deeply and squinting in the sunshine.
Absolutely breathtaking.
27. A quick assessment of the waste processing facility yielded no undead, and all doors were secure. There was an 8-foot chain-link fence surrounding the small building as well, and its gate was also locked. A small refrigerator contained some condiments and a jar of pickles. The soda machine, however, was found to be fully stocked after Tony pried the door open with his axe.
"So, where's this boat?"
Abby asked Allie.
"I dunno. Billy knew where it was, not me. He was taking me to it when we found you guys."
Abby's face showed some discomfort, and not a little fear.
"You're kidding, right?" "No. Although he did say it was near the container ships down by the piers. Shouldn't be too hard to find." "Holy shit. Apparently you've never been down there. I have. I drive a mail truck, and I go in there sometimes." "Yeah? So?" "So it's a giant maze of big shipping containers, the size of trailers you see on the back of big-rig trucks. And there are a lot of people down there all the time. Oh, for Christ's sake, we might as well stay here."
She shook her head in dismay.
"Can't. No food, and eventually they'll get in. We have to go." "Listen, we will never find his boat, and the whole time we'll have to dodge—" "No, you listen. I didn't come all this way to give up and be lunch. I'm not staying here, and you'll die if you do. We have to go. We'll find another boat.
Billy said there were people on Alcatraz, and we need to get there to be safe. Period. Wow. Tough bitch, huh? No. Scared and pissed off. I'll be tough when I have to. Fair enough, Abby said. Look, I'm sorry. It's just that... Forget it. It's cool. This is a typical I watch your back, you watch mine scenario, and that's what we need. What was that? What? Thump. That? What the hell is that? Maybe we didn't sweep this place as well as we should have. Thump, thump. It's coming from... Tony? Tony, quick! Tony and Martin came toward where Abby and Allie were standing. What is it? Allie pointed at the cover in the floor. Listen. Thump. It's okay, they can't get in. It's locked. Allie rolled her eyes. Oh, dumbass. She pulled out one of her arrows from the small quiver and tapped the broad head tip on the steel cover. 2 seconds later, shave and a haircut was tapped from the other side. Allie smiled and tapped twice more. 2 bits. It's Billy! Open it up! Abby and Tony looked at each other. How do you know it's him? Demanded Tony. Are you fucking kidding? Open the damn grate! I can hear him yelling down there! There was indeed someone barely discernible yelling from the other side of the small steel door. Okay, Abby, get the gun ready. Martin, take this. Tony handed Martin the fire axe. Anything that isn't alive gets killed if it comes out. That sounded ridiculous, Martin observed, eyebrows raised. Tony scowled at him, lifted the T-handle, and twisted it, pulling. About time. It stinks down there, Billy said, as he looked up from the hole at his friends. Allie moved to hug him, but noticed he was covered in gore. Glad you made it, Tony said, and stuck his hand out to help him. As Billy climbed up to the floor of the room, Tony's eyes narrowed. Actually, how did you make it? Sometimes they just don't like me, Billy answered. I mean, it's not like I was covered in barbecue sauce anyway. He winked at Allie, who smiled. What does that mean? Insisted Martin. The barbecue sauce thing? Well, if I... No, damn it! Why didn't they tear you apart? It means sometimes they don't attack him. Or me, Allie replied. Bullshit! No, it's true. But we don't know why, and it's only sometimes, Billy told them. Other times they want to eat us like a coyote wants a roadrunner. Martin shook his head. I don't understand. Welcome to the club. We have cards and a secret handshake. Is there a shower in here and maybe a change of clothes? Billy's voice changed to mimic someone from the deep south. I'm going to get a mite gamey in a few. Yeah, Tony told him. Shower's in the back over there. He indicated a door behind Billy. And there'll be some of these coveralls in there, too. Thanks. Billy moved off toward the door. Tony spun and faced Allie. Well? She looked bewildered. Well, what? Why didn't they tear him to pieces? What the hell just happened? Did you miss the last few minutes? We don't know. Well, we need to find out, Martin almost yelled. We need to know. Think. I really don't know, she stammered. Why is it so important? Martin raised his eyebrows in shock. Seriously? Because if we can copy whatever it is about him, he jerked a thumb in Billy's direction, then we can all be immune to their senses. We can walk right past them. It doesn't work like that. If you don't imitate them, they will still come at you. They just walk away after a second. You can't talk or look different. Allie, I don't give a shit. If they don't attack, then we are infinitely safer. Now think hard. What did he do prior to each episode of them not attacking? I only saw it a couple of times, so I have no idea. I was in a hospital, and at first none of them would come near me. Then, all of a sudden, they thought I was dinner. I can't think of anything I did differently from one minute to the next. I'm sorry. Allie, we must know. Whatever it is, we should what? Dissect me? Stick me in a room with a bunch of them to see if they want to eat me at that particular time? Fuck you, Professor. I'm not your goddamn guinea pig. I've told you I don't know what it is. Neither does Billy. For all we know, it happens to everybody. Or maybe it isn't us at all, but them." She pointed out the window. "How about we throw you out there to see if they take a chunk out of you? Or you," she indicated Tony, "or one of the kids. Allie, no one is saying we are going to test anything. We just— Not yet, you're not. But I've been in this situation before, and I know what happens. All shock and awe at something new. Then come the tests. Then comes the imprisonment, because the subject is too important to lose." Allie lowered her chin and pointed at Martin. "Tell one person about this, and I will kill you." She turned and walked toward the shower room, leaving Tony and Martin looking at each other, stunned. Sometime later, Billy and Allie walked together toward the small group assembled near a silent pumping system. "There's nobody here, and the streets outside seem deserted," Tony told them. "We checked every nook and cranny twice inside, and Abby has seen only one of them outside, but it left a little while ago." Allie wouldn't look at Tony or Martin, and moved off to find Abby upstairs on the catwalks. "What excellent news!" Billy chirped to the group. "Can you see the docks from here?" "No, but Abby told us they're close." "You don't have a pizza or maybe a roast beef sandwich tucked away someplace, do you?" Martin smiled and handed Billy a candy bar. "That's it, I'm afraid." Billy's eyes went wide. "Zagnut! One of my faves!" He accepted the candy bar and went to sit with the kids. "He seem a little loopy to you?" Tony asked Martin. "A bit. I'm still thinking about his immunity to those things. I can't wrap my head around it." "They said they didn't know," shrugged Tony. "What else can we do? Either way, he's got a boat, so we need to leave eventually. We can carry the ball if he blocks." "Agreed. No better time like the present, either. It seems whenever we stop, we have to go again, huh?" "Yeah. These things don't give up." "Neither should we. Let's talk to the group." Martin climbed up the metal stairs and found the two women sitting on a catwalk, talking in low voices. He strode over to them and received a venomous stare from Allie. "We need to get moving. Billy is going to tell us all where his boat is, and we will make an attempt at reaching it soon. Allie, Forget it," she interrupted, standing up. "You're right. We should move." The three met the others in the main control room, discussing their next move in hushed voices. Martin took charge. "Billy, can you get us to your boat?" "Sure, if I can get to the docks. I left it tied to a big wooden piling near one of the piers. It shouldn't be too hard to see once we get there." "Wait, you just left it tied up? Where are the keys?" "Keys?" "Yes, the keys to the boat. Where are they?" "Sorry, Chief, I'm not getting you. There's no keys." Martin closed his eyes and started pinching his nose with his thumb and forefinger. "How big is this boat, Billy?" "I don't know, maybe 15 feet?" "Let me guess. It has a pull-start outboard engine?" "Yeah. What are you, psychic or something?" His smile turned into a frown. "You sound like there's an issue with the boat. Did you want to hang out here while everybody else goes to Alcatraz?" "No, but the entire non-undead population of San Francisco has been trying to escape the city. The damn boat is probably gone. You might have brought us here for nothing." "I didn't say it wasn't a gamble." "Jesus, Billy, we thought you had a powerboat." "Duh. Outboard engine? Powerboat." Tony looked at the ceiling of the building, and Martin shook his head. "Oh, man, we should have stayed at my place." Allie stepped behind the access hatch that they had entered through and pointed at it. "Knock your socks off, Teach. When they're banging at your door down there, what's the master plan? Best weight loss idea ever. Gonna lose a few pounds by starvation or them chewing on you. Either way, you're over." "Fair enough. What's the plan, then?" "I was thinking something like this," Billy piped up. "We, leave here, run to the docks, get in the boat, and, go to the island. He raised his eyebrows, nodding for approval, and giving a double thumbs up. Abby smiled. "Good plan. Let's go." Caleb pulled on his mother's shirt.
"Mama, I don't want to go back outside."
Melanie had a firm grip on her kids, but it was obvious that she had checked out momentarily.
"Mama?"
Billy strode to the kids and their mom, getting down on his haunches to be at eye level with the kids. "We can't stay here, Caleb. Eventually the bad people will get in, then we're in big trouble. There are good people on that island, even a little girl named Sam. Don't worry. I promise you and your mom and brother will get there okay." "Sam's a boy's name." "It's also short for Samantha." "'Kay." Billy pulled Melanie's hands off the kids, and she seemed to snap out of her fugue. She looked up at him, blinking. "We're leaving," he said. "Come on." She stood without saying a word, and pulled the boys to her again. Abby and Allie raced up the metal stairs and checked the perimeter of the building from the catwalks one more time. It seemed clear. Coming back down, they indicated so, and made for the doors to the facility. "Stay low, move quickly, and above all, be quiet," Martin told them. "Any noise at all, and they could swarm us in seconds." "Roger Wilco, over and out," Billy said, and saluted. "I'll go first there, Captain Kirk. I'm not wearing a red shirt." Martin looked at him, confused. Yeah. Kids, can you walk, or do you want one of us to carry you?" "I can walk good," Caleb replied, but Noah buried his face in his mother's hip. Melanie nodded and picked Noah up. Martin opened the door, and they filed out, one at a time, into the hot afternoon air. Billy squinted in the sun. "It's quiet. Too quiet." "Stop it," Martin hissed. They made their way quietly to the chain-link enclosed docks. The huge gate was wide open, and the tiny guardhouse was empty. Inside the gates, numerous huge, multicolored shipping containers were everywhere, some stacked 5 high, creating an effective visual barrier for the entire dock system. Moving quickly past the guardhouse, the survivors let Billy lead them by about 40 feet. There was power here, as the lights were on in the warehouse, but since the doors were wide open, it could be full of carnivorous former humans. The group stopped at the nearest container, catching up with Billy, who was waiting for them. "This is where I first learned to drive," he leaned over and whispered to Martin. "It was really easy." He pointed to a blood-stained pile of clothes on the asphalt. Movement in the small pile was barely perceptible, as there wasn't much left. "That used to be a gangbanger. He wasn't very nice. He sang in the end." "Billy, the boat?" "Yeah, it's this-a-way." "Be very quiet," Abby told Caleb. "Yeah, we're hunting wabbits," added Billy. The group moved on. As they approached a particularly tall stack of blue containers, with Maersk in bold white letters on the side, they heard the telltale sounds of the dead. Moaning and shuffling sounds were close by, immediately on the other side of the stack. "Stay," Billy whispered to his friends. He stuck his head around the corner and quickly ducked back. "You guys can't go this way yet. I'll lead 'em away. The boat is at the end of this dock. You have to climb down a crappy wooden ladder to a smaller dock, but it's that way." He pointed down the dock for them. "There's an open blue container. When you see that, take a left, and in 10 steps you'll be at the edge of the big dock. You should see the ladder, and the boat is just below. Give me 1 minute, and then go. Oh, and Martin, stop taking life so seriously. You'll never get out alive." Without waiting for anyone to say anything, he drew his ice axes and casually strode around the shipping container, whistling. The moans and cries got exponentially louder the second the whistling began. "My, I'll bet you monsters lead interesting lives," he shouted, and ran forward. The volume of his ravings degraded as he ran down the dock, away from the group of survivors. After a little time, Martin looked around the corner. "Jesus, half the city is after him." He ushered the group to follow, and they turned the corner, jogging toward where the boat should be. The surroundings were tight,
barely 2 meters between metal walls as they negotiated the maze of shipping containers. A feral scream split the air, and the hackles raised on Martin's neck.
"What the hell was that?" demanded Tony, quietly. "They don't scream."
"It's a speedy one," Allie told them. "Everybody hush."
"Wait, what? A speedy what?"
"A runner. A zombie that runs."
"What are you—"
"Shh."
They all heard thumping on the metal containers. Not the thumping of many hands, rather a sound like someone was bumping into the walls of their maze as they tore around. Something whizzed past them 2 containers up, and they all froze. Allie raised her bow, arrow nocked. A man walked around the corner where the thing had just run, and stopped, his hands on his knees and looking down, heaving. He was out of breath. His clothing was torn, and there was blood on his arm. Before Allie could stop him, Tony called out to the newcomer in a harsh whisper,
"Hey, are you okay? Come."
The man whipped his head up, staring at the group. Even from this distance, Allie could see the man's eyes were a deep crimson. The long, guttural scream the man let out echoed through the containers, instilling a newfound terror in the survivors who hadn't heard this before. Allie had heard it, and she was scared shitless, too. She let the arrow fly, but missed her mark. As she reached for another arrow, the creature bolted toward the group, arms and legs pumping in full sprint. Martin backed up, and Tony issued a quick, "What the fuck?" before the thing was on them. Tony raised his axe and thrust it forward like a polearm, striking the sprinting horror just above the stomach. It stumbled back, holding its chest and looking confused, but only for a moment, before it let out another short shriek and advanced, fingers slashing. Allie realized that she would never get a chance to shoot this thing before it got in amongst them, but tried to raise the bow anyway. Pap! 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 If the thing's screech was loud, then the gunshots from Abby's pistol were ear-splitting, especially as they reverberated throughout the metal canyons of shipping containers. Abby had hit the man in the chest twice and the right arm once. It dropped and lay on its back, reaching for them, before Tony finished it with a whack to the cranium. Ears ringing, Martin looked at Abby.
"Bad idea. Now the others know we're here."
"Yeah, like that screaming didn't wake some shit up.
"Let's go."
They moved forward, Noah crying slightly.
"How did you know there were faster ones?"
Abby asked Allie.
"I've seen a couple. I don't think they're dead like the slow ones, though. They seem to drop when they get shot, just like you or I would. Do you think that they—"
"They're in front of us!"
Tony shouted, as a small cluster of undead appeared in front of them, rounding the corner of a junction in the shipping containers. The undead saw the survivors and advanced as fast as their decaying legs could propel them.
"Turn around, quick!"
The group spun and moved quickly back the way they had come, with Abby and Allie in the lead now.
"This way,"
Allie said, and took a right. Caleb and Melanie were also crying as they followed the women, Tony and Martin now in the rear. They didn't get far before they came across a grisly scene. 6 undead were tearing at a prone figure, fighting over the choicest pieces. Abby's short intake of breath didn't go unnoticed, and one of the monsters turned and looked directly at Caleb, who let out a short yelp of fear. The other 5 creatures looked up immediately, and all 6 decided that the fresher meat was better, and stood. They came on very quickly in the confined space.
"Back! Back!"
Allie shouted.
"They're behind us, too!"
countered Martin, looking around desperately.
"Up! We have to go up!"
Using portions of the huge container boxes, he climbed 9 feet to the top of one that was standing alone.
"Give me the kids! Hurry!"
Melanie passed Noah up, and Martin grabbed the little boy's hands. Caleb followed, being passed by Tony and Allie.
"Go, Melanie!"
Tony shouted, the undead less than a container's length away. Melanie clumsily climbed, taking quite a long time to reach the top. Tony and Allie realized at the same time that there was no way they were all going to get up before the pack of dead reached them. Abby made it to the top as Allie ran across to the other side of the corridor, climbing a different container. Tony covered 15 feet in 2 steps and threw his axe into the small crowd of 6 creatures. A normal human being would have been seriously injured by a flying axe striking them in the abdomen,
But this ex-socialite shrugged it off with a slight backward stumble, and the axe clattered away harmlessly. Weaponless, Tony began to panic. He jumped at the container next to the one the rest of his friends were on and began to climb as well. Unfortunately, the container section he chose to climb was stacked too high, and he had to go up almost 20 feet. Between the two huge metal boxes, there was little to grab to assist in his climb, and he was stopped only 5 feet up, with nothing to grasp in reach. The first rancid hand grabbed his pant leg, and he screamed, redoubling his efforts. An arrow hit the creature that had grabbed him in the neck, causing it to stumble slightly. The thing let go of Tony, and he shot upward, finding a handhold at last. Abby also fired into the crowd, actually destroying another undead that was closing on Tony's exposed legs.
"Get up! Get up!" screamed Allie,
as she fired another arrow into the mass of dead. Tony reached the midway point of the second box and looked down. The dead could no longer reach him, but that didn't deter the sea of dead faces from trying, looking at him with longing and hunger. More creatures came from every available access point, filling the 6-foot metal corridor with bodies, all reaching for the living. Caleb spit on them. Tony scuttled over the top of the container like a spider and sat for a moment, heaving. Martin, the boys, and Melanie climbed up the second container, and Tony reached down his hand to help them. Allie was on the other side of the chasm, alone.
"I can see the water," Abby pointed.
"It's not far at all. May as well be on the moon," Martin groused. "How can we get there?" Tony walked to the edge of his high vantage point and looked down on the dead, reaching for him. He backed up 2 steps and leapt the distance, the dead following his jump like fans at a tennis match. He made it with ease and jumped back. "That's how," was all he said. "But the kids—" "I got it. Come here, little dude." He picked up Noah, and before Melanie could protest, he jumped again, spanning the chasm with no problems. "Now, you just wait. I'll be back in a jiffy. You okay?" Noah nodded his tiny head. Tony jumped back and picked up Caleb. "You're a heavy one, son. You ready?"
"What if we fall?"
"We won't," he assured, and soared again over the heads of the flesh-eaters. Looking back at the rest of his friends, he shouted, "Come on, damn it! I ain't got all damn day." One by one, Melanie, Martin, and Abby jumped over the gap between double-stacked Maersk containers. Allie was on a box that was too far from the others to jump in the same direction as the rest of the group. Tony could see that she would never make the jump. She was only 30 feet away from her friends, but there were countless dead below them, and no way across. "I can't get to you," he told her flatly, over the mournful wails of the dead.
"I know. I'll have to go back the way we came until I can make it to your side."
"Give yourself plenty of room, 2 steps at least, then just jump over. But make sure you don't go too far, or you'll—"
"Thanks, I'll be fine. Just go, and I'll meet you at the boat."
"Okay. We won't leave without you."
"Yes, you will. If I'm not there in an hour, or you get swarmed, get out. At least get deep enough where they can't get to you, and wait. If I'm not there soon, I'm not coming."
Tony nodded and waved. Allie waved back and walked to the opposite edge of her metal refuge. Looking down, she realized that if she fell, she wouldn't hit the ground. There were too many dead beneath her, and they would gladly catch her. Sighing, she began leaping from box to box, back the way they had come. The dead followed. On the other side of the docks, the 4 adults and 2 children also bounded across steel chasms. The dead were left behind when they couldn't negotiate a turn fast enough and got lost in the maze. The humans kept up their jumping. Tony made it 22 times with the kids before he landed wrong and twisted his knee. He drew a sharp intake of breath at the pain, but didn't fall. He looked to Martin. "You're going to have to jump with the kids now, Martin. I'm busted up."
"I can see the boat,"
Abby said.
"It's not more than 150 feet down this dock. There are only 7 of them between the ladder and us, and I have—"
She ejected her magazine and counted the ammo left. 4 shots to go. Martin walked to the edge of the container. So we go, then. I'll climb down first with Noah, Mel. You pass Caleb to me, then follow. Abby, you cover, then toss me the gun and climb down. Tony, you... Keepin' the gun, thanks. I'll give it back to you, I swear. Yeah, I'm saving 1 bullet there, Chief, so I don't want it fired, if you get my meaning. I do. Take 1 bullet out. Deal. She ejected the magazine and removed 1 9mm shell, sticking it in her pocket. Tony, can you make it? Bet your ass, but I can. He looked at Caleb. Let's do this, Melanie said. They all reached the ground without incident, and true to his word, Martin passed the pistol back to Abby, who immediately ejected the magazine and fed her last round in. They walked quickly and quietly, remaining unnoticed, until they were almost at the ladder. A dead dock worker, holding a yellow hard hat, looked up and moaned loudly. The rest of the flock of zombies instantly turned and started stumbling toward the fresh meat. Abby pointed her Glock at the dock worker and put a neat hole under his nose. Go! Martin grabbed Caleb, Melanie grabbed Noah, and they climbed down, the rickety wooden ladder creaking with every step. Dead people appeared in droves at the sound of the gunshot. A small army of them was approaching as Tony hobbled down the ladder. Abby fired 3 more times, and the slide on the Glock stayed back. She had totally forgotten about who her last bullet was for. "Abby, hurry!" someone yelled from the lower dock. Abby also heard the boat engine crank over and chugged to life. She covered the retreat of her friends until the first undead, a man in blue hospital scrubs who looked undamaged, lunged for her. Not bothering to look below, she ran to the side of the dock and propelled herself over the boat, pinwheeling her arms as she flew through the air. She hit the water 15 feet below with a tremendous splash, just as Martin pulled the small boat away from the dock. Not 2 seconds later, the dead doctor appeared and walked off the edge of the higher dock. The thing impacted the lower dock and snapped its right leg, the femur jutting from the side of its hospital scrubs. The creature reached out toward the boat with one hand and tried to push itself up with the other. Abby surfaced quickly and made for the boat. Martin sped to her, and together he and Tony pulled her and a few gallons of seawater aboard. Like lemmings, dead folks walked off the edge of the higher dock and smashed themselves on the lower one. Some got up, some fell in the water, but all moaned and stretched their broken appendages toward the boat as it meandered across the waves. Martin pulled the boat 300 feet out into the bay and cut the engine. "We'll wait here for a while to see if Allie shows up." "And Billy," Caleb cried. "And Billy." 28. Wisniewski died 3 hours after being bitten. 2 SEALs, Martinez, the corpsman from the Florida, and Captain Mira were with him as he passed. The doomed policeman had volunteered to let the doctor monitor his symptoms as they progressed. This was their first real viewing of a person in the throes of turning. It was awful. The dying man's fever had reached 106 degrees Fahrenheit, and the bite looked as if it had been given to him a week ago in the deepest, darkest jungle. Clearly infected, the small wound first reddened, then turned black and leaked a putrid black fluid, the ichor of the damned. Dressed in a biohazard suit, inside a locked cell in the medical ward with his patient, Dr. Arvid from the sub wrote the symptoms down as they presented: blackening around the wound, black veins, chills, vomiting, bleeding from the eyes, and finally, fever. When Wisniewski started to convulse, Mira ordered the doctor out of the cell, and they locked the barred door behind him. He lay still after a minute or so of shuddering on the iron bed. Then his blood-red eyes opened, and he stood. Wisniewski rolled out of bed like he was hung over and approached the bars of the cell door. Everybody backed up as the dead man let out a woeful cry and reached through the cage. His good nature had been replaced with iniquity, his crimson eyes holding nothing but depraved need. Martinez stepped forward. Wiz, it's me, Pobbs. You know me, man. We're best friends. The ex-cop strained harder to reach his buddy, his hands waving in the air. Mira put a hand on the sniper's shoulder. He's gone, Martinez. That's something using his body. You know it. I know, sir. I just wanted to try. Of course. Mira stepped a little closer and lowered his voice. You should do it. Nodding, Martinez drew his sidearm. Back up, everyone! Pointing the weapon at his friend's face, the living cop told the dead cop, No more Bud Heavies on Fridays, buddy, and squeezed the trigger. Down the hall, a somber group lowered their heads when they heard the shot. Rick, Dallas, Chris, and Anna left the room after a moment of silence and climbed up to the new command center in the lighthouse. McInerney was waiting for them at the top with Pitt and a man as yet unknown, dressed neck to toe in black camouflage. A sailor from the sub was walking around the exterior catwalk, raising binoculars to his eyes every few seconds. Sorry about your man, McInerney said to Barnes. Thanks. So, what's the plan then? Lieutenant Commander Pitt? Sir. The 4 of you, Martinez, and 7 members of Detachment Bravo will leave Alcatraz by means of 2 CRRCs and head here. He pointed at a spot on the map that was displayed on a rickety table in front of them. 6 black-and-white photos were on the table as well. This is a U.S. Marine Corps Vehicle Service Depot. Scans from a WASP UAV show 3 LAV-3s, which are the perfect vehicle for your mission. They're amphibious, bullet-resistant, and impervious to any limas you will encounter. The operational range is usually about 650 kilometers on a tank of diesel, but as these were just serviced, you might get another 10 clicks out of them. One of the LAVs is on a lift, which means it was probably being serviced and is non-functional. The other 2 are parked just outside a hangar, indicating repairs were most likely finished. At least, we hope they are finished. Anna raised her hand. What's a CRRC? Pitt looked at her strangely. It's a combat rubber raiding raft, a small inflatable boat with a super-quiet motor. After you secure the LAVs, you will exfiltrate the depot and head to another location, which is need to know. We will provide you with the coordinates of the second location when you are en route. Why can't you let us know up front, Major? Barnes asked. The LAVs come with standard armaments. The primary weapon system for these particular vehicles is an M242 Bushmaster chain gun. This is a crew-served weapon and fires 25mm shells. The secondary armaments are either twin FN mag machine guns, one mounted on the roof, and one coax-mounted, or an 81mm mortar assembly. Unfortunately, as these vehicles were being serviced by civilian mechanics, the armaments were removed and stored at a separate facility. Pitt looked at the 4 civilians carefully, one at a time. Should you be captured by rogue elements and tortured, we don't want you to know where the weapons and ammo are being stored. Sorry. Are there any intelligent questions? Martinez walked in on the last of Pitt's briefing. Yeah. When do we leave? In the morning, McInerney told them. 0400. Dallas looked at McInerney. Kevin, what if we don't make it to the guns? We will, the man in black said. Apologies, blurted McInerney. This is Lieutenant Boone. He's in charge of the SEALs. I thought you should meet him. I know you've already met most of his team, but Boone was otherwise occupied the past week. He was acquiring the scans of the Marine Vehicle Depot and performing other duties. Howdy, Dallas said. Boone gave a curt nod. Kevin, what if we find more survivors on the way? I fully expect that you will. Mission priority is relocating those scientists in Boston. However, any aid you can provide to survivors you encounter, you should, so long as it doesn't interfere with your mission. Don't go giving all of your ammo or supplies away, but don't let a family get overrun if you can save them. In addition, you may absorb any military elements you encounter along the way. Again, as long as it doesn't endanger the safety and security of the operation or your primary objective." Dallas smiled. "Got it. If that's all, you should get some rest and some food. It will likely be a long morning for you tomorrow. Barnes and Boone, if you would remain behind, I have—" A rap on the lighthouse glass got everyone's attention. The crewman with the binoculars pointed to his eyes and then out to the bay. "On it, sir," Pitt said, walking out to the catwalk. He returned quickly. "There's a boat approaching. Looks like civvies." "Let's meet 'em then. Full alert." "Sir." Pitt returned to the catwalk and began speaking into his radio. "Well, that's about it. When you've secured the transports, you will contact us via radio, and we will give you a coded message on where the weapons depot is. Best of luck." McInerney shook hands with Dallas, Anna, and Chris. "I have some logistical information to share with Detective Barnes, but you three are free to go." "Thanks, Kevin. I'm going to get me some chow." "Yes. Thank you, sir," Anna told him. The three civilians exited the room and began trekking down the spiral staircase of the lighthouse. "Lieutenant Boone?" McInerney took a step back and folded his hands behind him. "Sir? Mr. Barnes, may I speak frankly to you?" "Of course." "Due respect, I think it's inane to have civilians on this mission, you included. Civilians complicate things and usually turn missions into giant clusterfucks. You could easily provide the intel we need to exfil the scientists from their lab. This having been said, the commander seems to want you and yours on this mission. I won't bring my opinions on this matter up again, but you needed to know." "I appreciate that." "Fair enough. Here comes the bombshell, though. No matter what the commander says, now or in the future, I have operational command." Boone looked at McInerney, who nodded back to him. "This is a military mission, and as such, the civilian element, you included, will abide by any orders given you, or you will be detained. If anyone becomes a consistent problem, they will be left behind. If anyone willfully or intentionally fucks with the mission or any parameters thereof, I will shoot them myself. As of right now, I'm holding you personally responsible for the actions of your people. I'm not a prick, but I won't be put in a situation where a civilian will get my team killed through dumbassery. I will not." "I think you and I will get along just fine, Lieutenant," Rick said, and stuck his hand out. Boone shook it. He had a good grip. Commander McInerney spoke up. "I believe we have some folks to greet." 29. Allie had nowhere to go. Jumping across the gaps between the giant shipping boxes had brought her to a dead end. She lay down on the hot roof of a red container, put her hands behind her head, and stared at the cloudless sky. The moans and wails of the dead were nerve-wracking, and they were close, barely 5 feet away. She couldn't see them, and they couldn't see her, but each knew the other was there, and the dead were patient. She couldn't wrap her head around why there were so many here, though. These were docks, so there should have been some people here before the plague hit, dock workers, ship personnel, but not this many. There were hundreds, maybe even 1,000 or more. If not for the cramped quarters between the shipping containers, the sheer mass of the tide of undead could have tipped over the box she was on, spilling her into the open mouths of the infected. Allie could see the end of the dock she needed to go to, but getting there was impossible. In her way were gaps of 30 feet or more, and those gaps were filled with milling cannibals. Making a break for it was tantamount to suicide, with so many creatures about. It was hot on the metal box, and Allie brought her hands to her ears to loosen the grip that the cries of the undead had on her already limited sanity. She thought of Billy, and how he had continually saved her life, and about how dangerous he could be if he was really a level 4 schizophrenic. Irony,
pure and simple, repeatedly saved by a man who was crazy as a shithouse rat. She thought of her father, who was a businessman in San Francisco, and came to see her every other day while she had been incarcerated at Morningside. He was undoubtedly dead, as were the folks she had worked with at the chemistry lab where she used to work. The thoughts of her father, and of how alone she was now, got her to sobbing, and she burst into tears. She cried quietly. With her ears covered and the noise of her own weeping, she was unable to hear the beeping sound that approached her. She stopped crying and opened her eyes when she finally felt the rumble of machinery. Looking up, she saw a gigantic blue crane arm swinging toward her. It took several tries for the crane hooks to get in the proper position, but after some minutes of bemused observation on Allie's part, the hooks were lowered until they touched the center of the container she was on. Allie stared at the cable-laced chains as if they were totally alien to her. She followed the chains to the crane arm and the arm to an operator's box high on the crane. The windows were tinted, and it was very far away, so she was unable to see who was operating the giant machine. A tinny voice came over an intercom attached to a big metal ball above the hooks.
"There's a reason they call that a headache ball, you know. Watch your noggin."
She smiled, a different type of tears spilling forth. Billy to the rescue again.
"You gotta attach the hooks to the rings on the top of the container. There should be 4 of them. When they're hooked up, wave your arms, then lay down in the middle. I'm going to lift you up."
The chains were extremely heavy, but she was able to pull them to their destinations, 4 large, pear-shaped rings attached to the top of the box. The hooks had spring-loaded snaps on them, so as soon as she hooked them in, they sprung closed, preventing them from slipping off. She waved her arms frantically for a second, and then lay down in the center of the box, as she had done before. It was still hot. Very slowly, the chains began to lift, and there was a beeping sound. When the chains became taut, there was a great creaking noise, and the container began to lift. In seconds, she felt the box swing slightly left, and she knew she was airborne. The container continued to rise, and she had the feeling she was very high, but dared not venture to the edge to look down.
"Cool,"
she heard Billy say over the intercom.
2 of them tried to hold on, but they just let go and fell. Simultaneous splat. That counts. 111. Woohoo!
Billy's tinny voice got serious through the intercom.
"Allie, listen. There's something I didn't tell you about Alcatraz. There's a bunch of cops there. Don't freak. They won't know you're from Morningside unless you tell them. My plan was to get you to the boat and then on the island, but Martin and Tony can get you there just as well. I can't come with you. The cops will lock me up. I'm sorry. Please tell Sam that I'm sorry, too. I found something in the sports guy's house, and I swiped it and stuck it in your backpack at the treatment plant. Give it to Sam. I'll see you again, kiddo. Bye."
That was all he said, before he swung the giant storage repository out past the edge of the dock with unpracticed ease. The group of people in the boat didn't know what to make of this huge red cuboid coming out into the bay. The boat began to pull away when Allie crawled to the edge and, grabbing a chain for balance, began to yell at them. They waited as Allie's refuge lowered into the choppy water. She jumped off and swam to the boat as Martin piloted it closer to her. Abby and Tony pulled her in, and she sprawled on the bottom of the boat, coughing.
"How the hell did you do that?"
Tony demanded. Spitting out bay water, Allie grinned at the curious group.
"Billy, he used the crane to lift me out of there." "Is Billy okay?"
asked Caleb.
"Where is he?"
"He's not coming." Caleb started to cry.
"But he told me to tell you and Noah that he would see you again soon."
Allie unzipped her pack and looked inside. She lifted her head with a sad smile. Martin started the boat as Caleb continued to sniffle. Wordlessly, they traveled toward Alcatraz and, hopefully, salvation. As they came closer to the island, they could see figures moving about on shore.
The movement of said figures was not the jerky or shuffling gait of the undead, but the sure-footed, capable strides of living humans. Approaching a small dock, Tony saw that the area where they would come ashore began to fill with people. Most were dressed in black, and all had wicked-looking automatic rifles. Although none of the rifles were aimed in the direction of the boat, Tony still had a feeling of unease as he threw a line to one of the men standing on the dock. One of the men spoke up loudly. "Please place your packs and weapons at your feet in the boat before stepping ashore, and whenever you do, don't jump in the water. We've had some undead stumble ashore, and they could be right under you now, for all we know. Please pass the children up first." 2 more men reached hands down to grab Noah and Caleb. Noah wouldn't let go of his mother and started screeching.
"It's okay, honey. I'm right behind you. And see, Caleb is already on the dock."
Noah would have none of it, and Melanie had to be lifted from the boat, with Noah firmly attached to her neck. When the passengers were all safely on the dock, a tall man strode forward and extended his hand to Martin, who took it. "My name is Captain Michael Mira of the San Francisco Police Department. Welcome to Alcatraz."
"Thank you, Captain. Thank you very much."
"You're all welcome here, but there are protocols that must be adhered to. It won't take very long, and then we'll get some food into you."
"Protocols?" asked Allie.
"Yes. I'm very sorry, but each of you will need to be inspected for bites and scratches by our doctor. Also, a 24-hour segregation from our population is mandatory. If you are infected and don't know it, this will keep you from infecting anyone else. You may all stay together while quarantined, and you're absolutely not prisoners, but you must be confined for the allotted time. If you would follow me?"
Before any of his party could object, Martin replied to the captain,
"That sounds reasonable, sir. Thank you for letting us come ashore."
"This way," Mira told them. The small group of newcomers was flanked by 7 armed men, dressed in OCP multicam operational camouflage, as they walked toward one of the ratty buildings on the Rock. Allie stepped up to Mira.
"Excuse me, sir, but is there a little girl named Sam on this island?"
Mira stopped, as did the whole procession. He looked at Allie strangely.
"Yes, there is. How did you know that?"
"A friend of mine asked me to give her something. It's in my pack."
"What is it?"
"A stuffed dog?"
Mira looked at one of the soldiers and nodded curtly. The soldier ran back to the boat, where another 2 soldiers were unloading the items that had been left there. A few moments later, the man returned with a cute, albeit wet, stuffed animal.
"Your friend's name wouldn't be Billy, would it?"
"Yeah. Do you know him?"
"Yes, we do," was all he said, as he turned and made for a large white building. 30. High atop his huge crane, Billy watched the small aluminum boat get smaller as it motored across the bay. He was happy that those good folks were able to make it out of the city safely. Billy loved kids, and to see one of them get torn up by these walking nightmares may have broken him. He hoped that they would make it to Alcatraz with no problems. Caleb would meet Sam, and Noah might come out of his shell if another child besides his brother was present. Climbing out of the cab of the giant machine, Billy looked down at the crowd of dead faces far below him and sighed. From this vantage point, he could see several work vessels tied to a dock on the other side of the terminal. If he could get the keys to those boats, he could get a lot of people out of San Francisco. Billy now realized that saving the living could be his calling. He did pretty well with the small group of survivors he escorted from the sewers, not to mention his tally was up over 100 now. He began the arduous climb down the welded steel rungs on the side of the crane. It was a good 6 stories down, and at the bottom he would have to face the dead again. The only problem this presented was that it would slow him down. Again, the things didn't seem to want to eat him. It was something about the hospital that had given the creatures an appetite for fresh Billy, but he couldn't figure it. Morningside was where one of them first tried to chew on him, but 15 minutes before that, he could walk among them as if he were an old drinking buddy. When he reached the base of the crane,
He was greeted by a few dozen undead who, once again, came at him with gusto until they were a few feet away, then shambled off. What had he done differently at the hospital than now or before? He went over and over it in his head. A fast one had attacked him, and he had killed it. When it was dead, like its friends, it wanted nothing to do with him. Why? He met Allie, and they still didn't want him, but they wanted her. He remembered a term he had overheard his mother use when she didn't know he was listening. Undesirable. Maybe that was the ticket. He just tasted bad, and they knew it? Billy shook his head and chuckled, which immediately brought 3 zombies to within feet of him again, before they wandered off. He chased them down and grabbed a dead mechanic in blue overalls. "What is it, huh? Why not?" The thing looked at him for a second and tried to shuffle away, but Billy held it fast. It even began pushing him away, so he slapped it across the face. Infected fluids covered his hand, and he wiped it on the dead man's overalls. Billy had lost an ice axe when he had drawn the dead crowd with him away from his friends, but he still had the other one. He slashed the mechanic across the back as it walked away. It fell forward from the impact, but stood without delay and ambled off. Sighing, Billy walked in the direction of what he thought was an office. If there were keys to the boats he had seen, they would be in there. He had seen the trailer with windows when he was atop the crane. He walked briskly through the container maze. Turning a corner around a Maersk container, he ran straight into a zombie, who grabbed him and growled, baring its filthy, broken teeth. Then it cocked its head and let him go. The thing had a rubber tube around its right bicep, and a needle was still sticking out of its arm. "Just say no," Billy told it. "Drugs will really kill you, man." Billy suddenly stood stock still. Drugs! It was after he took the clozapine that the things wanted to tear into him. 18 hours later, they didn't want to munch on him anymore. It had to be the drugs. But why? Allie hadn't taken clozapine. She wanted risperidone, which was probably another antipsychotic. Billy didn't know. He reached the door to the trailer, but it was locked, and the blinds on the windows had been drawn, so he couldn't see inside. Picking up a loose landscape brick, he cocked his arm back to pitch it through the door window on the trailer when he heard a sharp intake of breath on the other side of the door. Zombies didn't breathe. The dead druggie had shuffled off, and Billy was alone in front of the trailer. He got very close to the door and whispered, "Hey, let me in. I'm not dead." The blinds over the high window on the right parted ever so slightly, and he waved to the window. He heard a quiet snick, and the door opened slightly. He crept up the wooden staircase to the door and, looking around first, entered, closing the door behind him. Once again, he was staring down the barrel of a weapon. "Well, if this doesn't feel familiar," he said, and raised his hands. "Shh! Who are you?" asked a terrified boy of about 14. "Billy? Got stuck in here, huh?" "Yeah. My dad went for one of the boats a while ago, and he hasn't come back yet." "Can you please point the gun at something other than my face?" "No, I don't know you. There's been some bad folks running around, live ones." "Well, I just need some boat keys. I'm looking to get some folks out of here and to Alcatraz." The kid's eyes widened. "We're going to Alcatraz, too. Did you hear that guy on the radio, that cop?" The gun faltered a bit, and he lowered it some. "No, but I know him," Billy answered. "Detective Mira. You can't stay here much longer. They'll find you and tear this place down to get you." "I gotta wait for my dad." "How long has he been gone?" "I don't know. 2 hours, maybe." "Listen, we've got to go. 2 hours is a long time out there. Your dad would want you to be safe. If you come with me, we can—" The boy raised the gun again. "I said, I'm waiting for my dad." Billy brought his hands up again. Okay. Then let me just take a set of keys and I'll be on my way." The boy moved to a wooden locker and opened it. "Take what you want." "Thanks. Don't mind if I do." The keys were on tags, which all had numbers on them. Billy grabbed one that had the number 8
and below it, in smaller numbers, 808 on it. He moved to the door, turning his head slightly back toward the boy. "Are you sure you won't come with me?" "Can't. My dad will be back." Billy sighed. "All right." He put his hand on the doorknob and looked back at the kid. "What's your name?" "Dave." "Well, Dave, if you don't come with me, you'll be torn to pieces before morning. I can see you're on the fence about this, but I promise you, if your father isn't back by now, he isn't coming. How many shots you got left?" "6 in the clip and half a box more." Billy took his hand from the doorknob. "Reload now, fill the magazine, then take the last bullet back out. That way it won't jam. Whenever you get a chance to reload, do it, until you have no ammo left. But always leave one round out, okay?" "Yeah, thanks." "I'm going to reach in my bag and get you a bottle of water. Don't shoot me." He put his backpack on the floor and unzipped it. Pulling out a bottle of water, he put it on the desk. "Good luck," he said, and was out the door in a second. There were no dead in the immediate area, but a small group of them were ambling toward him from a few hundred feet away. He walked down the stairs and started toward the boats. The dead before him changed their pace from pathetic to focused as they saw his purposeful strides. They moaned and reached, same as always, but before they could pass him and go toward Dave's hiding spot, Billy waded in among them and started playing lumberjack with his climbing axe. The second to last one turned to look at him almost pleadingly, but he buried 6 inches of titanium blade into its skull, where it promptly became lodged. No matter how he pulled or yanked, it wouldn't come free. Billy considered stomping on the thing until the skull broke open, but then there would be infected fluid all over him. So he'd be gooey. So what? He looked at his blood-stained overalls and laughed, raising his boot. Before he could stop, he heard a gunshot behind him. He turned and saw Dave sprinting toward him. "Wait! Wait up!" Dave yelled. "Wonderful," Billy said to himself, and looked around. Sure enough, the boy's cries, and especially the gunshot, had been noticed by some of the creatures a bit further off, who immediately came in his direction. Dave showed up huffing after 50 yards. Billy looked at him questioningly. "I changed my mind. Maybe my dad needs help." "Good thing you were quiet about it," Billy told him, and pointed to his left. Dave's eyes widened as he saw the approaching mini-horde. "Come on." They ran down a small dock with relatively few infected, skirting the ones who reached for them. They found what they were looking for quickly, the yellow number above the gangway reading simply 8. There was a chain-link gate that would make getting to the gangway difficult. It was, of course, locked. "Up and over, kid!" Dave turned and saw the creatures coming. He stuck the gun in his jeans pocket and climbed the chain-link, dropping easily to the other side. Billy followed suit, and they ran down the gangway. There were 6 small boats in different slots on either side of the dock, and a big blue-and-white boat at the end, moored sideways. Soon, the 2 of them were standing in front of slip 808. It was empty. Billy looked at the yellow tag in his hand that read 808, then back at the black water. "Huh. Where's the boat?" demanded Dave. "Dunno, Chief. And I was doing so well." "What?" "Skip it. Can you hotwire a boat?" "No." "But you can swim, right?" "What? Are you kidding?" "Let's check 'em. Maybe somebody left the keys in one of 'em." Dave turned and looked at the gate at the top of the gangway. Dozens of fingers were poking through the chain link, and the entire gate was shaking with the pulls and pushes of the small crowd that had gathered. The gate rattled on its hinges, but held firm. Dave jumped on the first boat on the left and Billy on the right. No luck. They repeated this until they were standing at the starboard gunwale of the big boat at the end of the dock. Billy leaned to his right to read the name of the boat, RV Plankton Skimmer. Wow, dumb. This boat was much larger than the other workboats moored to Dock 8, and they climbed aboard. There was an A-frame on this boat, and a big winch with a cable going through a massive block suspended from the frame.
A dozen or so multicolored coolers lashed here and there to the gunnels. A big chunk of deck real estate was occupied by a mysterious contraption. Gray cylinders, made from what looked like PVC, suspended in a circle around a larger round piece of metal. Billy gave up trying to identify the rest of the odd equipment surrounding them.
"What is this? A fishing boat?"
Billy asked aloud.
"No, it's a research vessel. Those are water sampling bottles, and the coolers are for shipping samples."
Billy smiled.
"Okay, Captain Hook. Let's see what's inside."
The cabin door was locked with a small brass padlock, which Billy promptly broke with a long boat hook appropriated from a crevice behind the winch. Opening the door, he went in first, followed closely by his new compatriot. The cabin was relatively small, about 12 feet by 8 feet, and there were steps down to a forward compartment. Billy looked at all the instruments and realized he had no idea what they were for. There were 2 handles on the far starboard side, but he didn't know it was the starboard side, near a window, and all the instruments looked like they could be read from there. A big red button sat conspicuously under a yellow plastic mollyguard. It was locked with another small brass lock. He broke the lock, pulled the cover up, and pressed the button. A whirring sound was heard below deck, and the engines fired up. Billy turned, looking out a window, and saw black smoke billowing out of a port-side exhaust. Dave came back in the wheelhouse and told Billy that he had untied the lines mooring the boat.
"That forward spring line was on the cleat pretty tight. I almost had to cut it."
"Spring line?"
"Yeah, the line that goes— Do you know how to drive this thing?" "Well, my dad has a sport boat with 2 levers like that. One's the throttle and one's like a clutch. He never let me drive it, though. Said I was too young."
"Well," Billy said, "you've just been promoted to captain. Fly yourself out of here."
"But my dad—"
"I'll find him. You get to Alcatraz. It's right there." He pointed.
"But what about you?"
"I wasn't coming anyway. I'm undesirable."
"Huh?"
"Forget it. When you get there, tell everybody Billy says hi." Billy bolted from the cabin and jumped the short gap between the boat and the dock. He gave Dave a short wave and started walking toward the gangway. New tally: 1. 31. A modest group of people surrounded a map on a rotten table on Alcatraz.
"We can land here, south of Alameda, in San Leandro Bay."
Boone pointed to a spot on the mainland as he leaned over the map.
"We will go up the river here, and assuming there is little Lima presence, and if we huff it, we could make good time to the depot following this route. It's a long way."
He traced his finger across a red line drawn in highlighter on the map.
"Barnes, you and your people will stay in the center, and we will move by 2s when we have to traverse open areas. We will maintain absolute silence, unless you see a danger that no one else sees. We will be on Channel 6, and all of us, civvies included, will maintain radio silence as well as keeping the local chatter down. I cannot stress enough how important it is to be quiet. These things seem to come out of the woodwork if they hear anything, and I want to see as few of them as possible. Unfortunately, we will need transport, and that makes noise."
Chris Rawding raised his hand. Boone looked annoyed.
"Yes?"
"Commander, I used to work here."
He indicated a location on the map near where Boone had pointed initially.
"There's a surf shop across the street, and they also had dirt bikes for rent. They would be louder than walking, but way faster."
"Lieutenant Commander, and that's actually sound intelligence, son. We might be able to use those bikes to quickly skirt any traffic jams or bug out quick if there are large concentrations of Limas. Good work. We'll head there first." "Okay. Assuming we're able to appropriate the bikes or other transport, and assuming the roads aren't totally jammed, it won't take but an hour to get from A to B. Once we're at the depot and have made sure the labs are functional and fueled, we will radio back to base and obtain partial coordinates to the ammo dump."
"Partial coordinates?" asked Dallas.
"Affirmative. We will get the location in stages on a different frequency than 6, and only I will get the updates. If I'm killed, The next in command will reacquire the newest coordinate, and you will proceed from there. Are there any questions?"
One of the SEALs stepped forward.
"Sir, approximately when will we lose radio contact with the base?"
"Commander McInerney assures us that we will be able to maintain contact with SATCOM radio until we reach the mountains, here." He indicated another spot on the map. "As long as our radios are still in good condition. After that, the interference from the mountains could block transmission or receipt of signal. The skipper has also told me that the ammo is on this side of the mountains, so we should be good. Anything else? No? We leave in 3 hours. All preparations were made last night and this morning, and the boats and gear are ready. Weapons will be distributed to the civvies when we depart."
Anna's eyes lit up.
"Weapons?"
"Yes. You didn't think I was going to let you cross an entire nation crawling with undead with nothing but a crochet needle, did you?"
Snickers from the SEALs, and Anna smiled too.
"This was what the weapons training was for yesterday."
Anna nodded in affirmative, remembering how much fun it had been to fire the black gun with the silencer on it. One of the SEALs had told her that it was a suppressor, and silencers didn't exist, but she would always call it a silencer. She hadn't hit shit for the first 10 tries with the gun, but after that, she got pretty good.
"All right. If there are no more questions, I suggest you say your goodbyes and get mentally prepared. Assemble on the dock with your tactical gear on in 2.5 hours. I would like to see you," Boone pointed at Chris, "and you," he pointed at Anna, "for a moment in private."
Barnes looked concerned, but he filed out with everyone else just the same. When the 3 of them were alone, Boone sat in a rickety chair and put his face in his hands for a second, before looking at them with tired eyes.
"Are you two fucking crazy?"
Anna and Chris looked at each other, bewildered.
"What?" asked Chris.
"Why the hell would you want to come with us? This is going to be damn dangerous. I guarantee that if we make it to Boston, we won't make it there without casualties. You're just kids, for Christ's sake."
Chris spoke up.
"Lieutenant, I'm 23. How many of your SEAL team are older than me?"
Boone shook his head.
"Bullshit, son. They're trained killers, the best in the world. They've gone through BUDS training, SQT, which is advanced how-to-kill-shit training, and more training, and then probation on this team under my supervision. Then they put that training to use by going to the worst places in the world and doing the best anyone could do. You got 2 hours of weapons training and an hour of hand-to-hand. Odds are you're both going to die. Stay here."
"I'd be dead if it wasn't for Rick Barnes," countered Chris. "He's my friend, and I'm going." "Me too," Anna agreed.
"Fine, then. As the detachment commander, I have final say on any op pertaining to my men. This is one of the few times I can tell an admiral to fuck off if I think the op should be run differently." He sighed. "I admire your resolve, both of you, but what I said is probably true. You're going to die. Shit, we're probably all going to die. Do you still want to come with us?"
"We'd be dead already if Rick didn't risk his ass so many times to save us."
Boone shook his head in acquiescence.
"East Dock, in 2.5.
"We'll be there."
32. A kid was at the wheel of a big blue-and-white boat that pulled up to the west dock just before 5 p.m. He had quite a story to tell, especially the part about a guy named Billy who had saved his ass. The same guy, so it would seem, that had also saved another group of folks that had arrived some hours before. McInerney looked at Mira.
"This is the same Billy you told me about?"
"Gotta be."
"Why does a psycho killer keep going out of his way to save strangers?"
"I haven't the foggiest, although I would certainly entertain the prospect of asking him."
33. The dock was crowded with survivors from a dead city, as 5 of their group and 7 sailors prepared to leave. Packs and weapons were placed on board 2 black, inflatable Zodiac boats, and the SEALs climbed aboard. The civilians said their goodbyes. Martinez to Mira, Chris and Anna to Sam, and Dallas to everybody. He even gave Martingale a great bear hug. Rick pulled his dad and a teary-eyed Sam aside. "Listen, kiddo, Debbie and Juanita will look after you when Grandpa and Mike are busy. I bet he'll never be too busy for you, though." "I know. Do you remember the time we went camping? Me, you, Grandpa, Mike, and Mike's grandson Pete?" "Yeah." "Who found you when you got lost?" "Grampy and Mike." "That's right. They saved you. And now there are even more people here to protect you. I'll bet that—" "Daddy, I'm not worried about me. I'm scared for you." A lump formed in Rick's throat. His child sounded so grown up. "I know, baby. I need to help Mom, though." "Promise you'll come back? If you don't promise, then I'll—" Rick crossed his heart. "I promise." Sam backed up and looked at her grandfather. Paul stepped forward and surprised Rick with a fatherly embrace.
"You watch your ass out there, boy."
"Will do, Pop. Take care of the baby." Paul took a step back, keeping his hands on his son's shoulders and looking in his eyes.
"Go help your wife. I'll keep the Munchkins safe."
The motor on the first boat started, and the boat took off with Dallas, Anna, and 4 SEALs. "I know you will. I love you guys." "I'm not a baby," Sam said, under her breath, her eyes full of tears. The motor on the second boat started, and Rick climbed in, waving to Mira as he did. "I'll be back in a couple of months," he shouted, as the small craft darted after the other. His daughter was holding his father's hand and crying, as he shot across San Francisco Bay, toward death, and much worse.